there's audio now. I think I muted myself. Well, there you go. Anyways, welcome to OnlyCops. I have to give the whole thing now. What did I start with? Here on OnlyCops, we do Bodycam breakdowns. This is every single Tuesday and Thursday at 7:30 Central Standard Time. The chat will catch up where I have fixed it. Anyways, we do body cam breakdowns here. The whole idea here is to not Monday morning quarterback so much so, but it is to make sure that we go and give a law enforcement perspective on it. One, to educate the public, and on the other side, to go ahead and also kind of discuss it from a law enforcement standpoint. There's a lot that goes into tactics. There's a lot that goes into, I have a wand now. Also just the ethics of it, right? There's obviously the legal authority to do it. I have to adjust OBS. There's also the kind of some of the moral implications and what kind of culture do we want to promote within law enforcement circles. And I don't know, I think it's important. So that's what we do here. For them, shout out to the Vigilantes, who now have a really, really cool playlist. They've set it all up so I can't screw it up. They trust me a little less. So we're going to have a cool playlist put on here by Le Vigilantes. This list will be made live after the stream. So if you want any of these direct videos to go look at it yourself or give the explanation or whatever it is, that'll be available in either a pinned comment or the description of this specific video. But at the beginning of every single one of these, I always say hello to everybody that makes it live, because without them, I'd be talking to nobody on the internet. So I will be on this page until then. Once I click off of it, you'll know it started, so you can skip to then if that is what you are here and interested for. Misanthrope is, I'm assuming that's Poe, is the first commenter, so welcome. He gets first place, and we honor things like that here. X-Bane, I'm going to let this one be the last one you get for free. Well, he didn't get for free. He paid for it. But he had a ridiculously large super chat, so we will let him sit on the special thanks, as well as Longview PD for putting up with me for a day. They went and did my de-escalation class for me so that I can reactivate my license. We'll see if I go back. But the... Oh, thank you.
Is that the one where you go up and down stairs?
Do what?
Is that the one where you go up and down the stairs?
Yes.
Escalate and de-escalate.
Yeah. Escalate and de-escalate. This is pretty good. This is the closest I think we've ever gotten to, for sure, getting the cease and desist. But I'm here.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a letter for this one. So hurry up and get it before that happens.
That is a cease and desist trap, right?
It is
there.
my absolute favorite.
This is pretty top tier.
There's back to blue. It says support the police in Japanese. Or something close to that. I'm sure Frag will correct me.
I'm sure. Yeah, Frag will be like, actually.
Actually, that says police support the.
Mint Mobile Phoner making fun of all of the Mint Mobile commercials that we've been seeing.
If you watched last stream, it already exists.
Oh my god! Is that still live on the site?
Oh yeah. So it's pinned under the stream.
In an odd twist of events, the Sig Next event just happened. It's happening this week. So they're launching all of their like products for like the year or whatever.
Yeah.
So the timing on this is, we're just gonna say
the wrong kind of automatic.
Serendipitous for those of you that read books and stuff. Jordan Yaros, it's good to see you, brother. Tweaky,
book, right?
Tweaky the Grim, Tyler D, Brave Django. He is starting off in second place here. Custodes, Raira, Shannon, Mark Musso, Caffeinated, Tasty Dolphin Safe Tuna. Seems like it's saying something. I also
have my water cup.
Oh, nice. I got
40 ouncer.
I got a good friend of mine, the Deputies Bucky's one, which was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Just Christy Jazz Hands. It is good to see you, Christy. I think I said hi to LP. Procient. Welcome to being a member. I hope I said that right. Somebody sound this out for me because I'm a little challenged. But Saint, welcome. I'm probably going to stick with Saint because I can say that one. Sam, thank you for giving me love on social media. I saw Sam's always steady with the likes. Easy is here. Dialysis Dude, Brian Miner. Ashley, also welcome to the second responder group. You guys go see the newest the rookie episode. If you're a member of our YouTube or of our Patreon group, you get early access to it. Shout out to that. While we wait for the copyright
clearance
gods to basically let it go. Gabriella, welcome on a Tuesday. Schmang, who I believe I've updated your status. I haven't seen Dan. I have to do him as well. Mike J, it is good to see you. Andrea, Laugh Toaster Bath, it's good to see you.
Oh my God.
Lisa Rowe. I think I said hi to Dialysis Dude. Melundos. Hopefully I'm not saying something sussy there. Juan can correct me if I am.
I think that's fine. Probably Greek.
Probably Greek, let's be honest. You're a wee bit quiet in my ear, but that might just be my headphones.
I am? Okay, yeah, ask the people.
Yeah, it might be headphones, I think.
The people will decide.
The rookie, welcome. RJ, Agent J, John C. I think I said hi to Tyler D. If I didn't, now I did. Lisa Rowe, I saw it. It was great. When are you getting the pilot of Third Watch? Is Third Watch new? Is that a new show? I guess we got to look at that. I will look at it. If there is, I don't know about it. Cosmic Dark Matter and
They
Mike
said I sound fine.
Wow, we got it perfect on this one now. Smokey L. I think that's everybody. If I missed you, yell at me in the comment section. Oh, I missed Notorious Emu. I'm sorry.
Apparently you're quiet, but I'm great.
Really? I'm like,
Mike J said we're great, and then
I feel like it's all the people
Quickies
listening in mono.
I'm loud and you're not. So.
Thanks for the second hello. Ordered a coffee mug and shirt from
Kinda
back
good.
the
Yeah, get those
plan.
while they're last, dude.
He's like, yeah, those are gonna be.
I'm
gone
shocked they
pretty
made it
fast.
through. I'm shocked they printed. I've gotten before where like they will just refuse to print something. When I did the mushroom,
Yep.
like the Mario mushroom, they were like, no, you can't do that. I was like, damn
it
So I had
refreshed.
to change it around.
I did miss some people. Felipe, AK, welcome, brother.
Dude, I felt bad for Alfredo. He had ordered like $100 worth of merch of the mushroom stuff, and it just never went to him, and I had to like refund the order because I was like, bro, it's just not going through. Wait until like redesign it and then order it.
Right. Goon
Okay.
Squad, Raptor 24, welcome. Blake Sears, John C. Sticks with the sad face.
Sticks hasn't been here in a while. Hi.
Mr. Toastar, P Woo, and I think I got everybody. Yeah, I feel good about this. Oh no, Brandon Rhino, welcome. Now I think I got everybody. I feel safe. We're gonna try. Shout out to the vigilantes. We're gonna try this new. It's a playlist. So I made them a little email so they can have an account and they can just make me a playlist. So I literally can't screw it up. So we'll see how we do. Again, this playlist will be available after stream. If you guys want to reference something specific, I highly recommend, especially for people in law enforcement circles, if there's a good discussion that we have here or something gets brought up, I think this is actually a really good index to say, hey, let's evaluate this, or we know that this type of terrain is familiar, these types of calls. If there's something that we can glean from this that actually helps somebody on patrol, that's kind of why I'm doing it personally, at least. And then collectively, as far as the civilian population, hey, man, how do we safely navigate being around law enforcement so that I can get my one-line zingers, maybe even a lawsuit out of it, but not get hurt or go to prison? So we're trying to do. Millennial de la Policía. Oh, he's back. He's a millennial
de
de
la
la
Diputada
Diputada.
today.
Stupid.
He betrayed you. Oh, he's got the little porky piggy deputy.
No kidding.
Profile pic today.
That's the most cursed thing here.
Shout out.
Richard, welcome.
Wort,
Michael
wort.
Myers. Wort. Okay, we're going to play this first one.
Protests are part of our democracy.
Gabriella, yes, the
we
merch
invite
is shipped worldwide.
people to share their opinions. That's what our country
Unless
is
you're in,
all
like, North
about.
Korea.
The key word in that is
And then
peaceful.
maybe.
And if it's peaceful, us in law enforcement
I
are going to
can't
make sure
see
you
your
have a safe
screen, Josh.
environment to
Thought I shared
It says stream pause. Josh has minimized the application. Sit tight.
Stand by.
Reshare your screen sometime.
do it in.
That fix it or no?
No, Manuel, the SWAT shirt one. With 45%. Concerned Citizen, I think, was second, I want to say. Yeah, Concerned Citizen was second, tied for second with that Pokemon Policeman.
That fix it?
Okay, yeah, that fixed it.
Okay.
That's good.
That's part of that process. If you let it turn violent,
Bro, this guy looks like my father-in-law.
you do not
Straight
want to
up.
do that in Brevard County. I'm going to tell you that, and I believe I can speak for my fellow sheriffs around the rest of the state. You don't want to let it happen. And just so there's no confusion, because I don't want to hear any whining later saying we didn't know, I'm going to break it down for you, all right? Because as you watch these riots unfold across the rest of the country, what you are seeing is buildings being burned down, police cars being bricked, having explosive devices thrown on them, having fire, guns pointed at them, bricks thrown at them, all and on. So I'm gonna break it down for you, all right? And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired, because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail.
I can imagine how the rest of the speech is going to go.
It's a lot of that.
I've
seen it.
Probably a hot take on both sides of the fence, right? I think here I'm probably splitting the difference, and this is where I somehow managed to piss off the whole room in one sitting. On one side, a riot environment, right? So this is going to say like as close to civil unrest as you're going to see in America, right? In other parts of the world, this is considerably more common. The law doesn't.
France, looking at you.
Right. But the law doesn't change. Constitutionally protected rights don't change. CCP does not change just because. Now, it's always the issue I've always had with like martial law, right? So I can't use the government. I can't use the military against the population unless I declare martial law or whatever it is. And there's some functions to that. I could see if there was something crazy that popped off, right? Some wild natural disaster, and they're just trying to re-put together infrastructure, and it's so bad that like local law enforcement can't handle it. I kind of get that.
Or like you want to do like a PR stunt.
Right. Yeah, right. I did a helicopter.
That's a really,
That's a
really good reason for it.
Yeah. Bro, both sides of the aisle. Talk about toxic. Like, okay, cool. Let's waste some taxpayer dollars so I can go take a picture here.
Yep.
Generally speaking, I believe in the FAFO like scale, right? If you're minding your own business, doing your own thing, the government should never really mess with you, ever. They shouldn't look at you intimidatingly, none of that stuff, right? It is not until you start to breach the peace, right? You start to make it hard for people to get home. You're blocking things that should be public access to everybody, or you're using it in a manner that's going to deprive everybody else of its use, right? And that's all the time. That's not a unique situation to today, right? So though I agree, I'm paying law enforcement to make sure that I can have access to roads. I have no issue with that discussion. it's a bit of a mixed bag on what blocking a roadway means, right? A lady taking too long to cross the crosswalk is a little different than a mob of people trying to stop your car. The problem is when you encourage people to run people over, you're having to trust them with that use of force assessment, right? And I want earnestly to say that I don't believe most people are idiots, but most people are. I've seen people willing to resort to violence over trivial traffic misunderstandings, right? But I understand.
You've driven on 635,
right? At least once, right?
Today?
Yeah. A sheriff's a little different than a police chief. I actually really like the position of sheriff because it's elected. And people every couple of years can decide, I don't like that guy, and I don't like the way that he does things. So ultimately, this guy likely represents, hopefully, the feeling of the people in the county that he represents. And that's fine. I believe in small government. I believe in I don't want to say I believe in the balkanization of America, but it's probably better for the rest of us. But ultimately, I'm okay with them deciding that this is the culture that they want to have. However, from a law enforcement perspective, and this tells me something about either this chief's or this sheriff's experience in doing this and or just where you're at. If you have this many notches on your sleeve and don't believe that the public is a very real threat to you as a uniformed peace officer, you have not been doing it enough. It's an agreement. It's a social contract that you're enforcing. It's not a God-given right to rule and lay down the law. It's not like a lot of those principles start to erode, and a lot of the hem-hawing about how we're going to put you in the hospital and all that stuff. A lot of those threats start to fall short when ultimately you're a glorified barista with a gun and a badge and a very different set of goals, right? You work for people. If a guy spits in your face and there's a way that you could take them into custody without putting them in the hospital, that's the goal, right? There's times where it's not just a spit in the face, it's a kick in the face, and this guy's closed fist beating the hell out of you. This guy's going to get tuned up. I will bless force. I bless force just as much as the next person does. However, promoting a culture of injuring civilians over just a use of force is not going to be considered kosher, in my opinion. This is where I start to hurt the law enforcement hoorah kind of people. I don't think it's your job. And if you're so eroded in your relationship with your populace that you can't say, hey, this is an us problem collectively, right? Tornado, natural disaster hits, everything's kind of chaotic. If you're doing it right, everyone should look at that law enforcement officer. Hey, what do we need to do? How do I get to this intersection? How do I get home? There's civil discourse because they hate what's happening at the federal level. Hey, how do I protest correctly? When the Dallas 5 got shot and killed in Dallas, they were doing it helping a BLM parade go through their city. Literally, organizers for the protest said, hey, we want to make a political statement. They said, sick, let's find a way to do that without pissing everybody else off, right? And they worked in conjunction to allow that to stay peaceful, right? And we can't control how that stuff happens. And in most of those situations, even during protests, and I'm going to be very specific about my language here, even the protesters hate rioters, like collectively. I've had to protect rioters from protesters because that's gone sideways before. So I don't know. I have issue with that. Can somebody explain why he's been on this today. Pennsylvania v. Garner. Well, you know what? Here,
that's two different cases. There's Commonwealth v. Garner, and then there's Tennessee v. Garner.
Yeah. Because it's Pennsylvania v. Mims, right? Is the one that he's specifically citing, and then
there's a Commonwealth v. Garner, that's like a separate thing, and it's like prosecutorial misconduct.
How do I travel?
Defendant's right to a fair trial. It's about the defendant's decision not to testify. And then Tennessee v. Garner, which is the fleeing felon case, right? And
yeah, in a fleeing felon case, all it did was specifically what made Tennessee v. Garner as famous a case law as it is that it's defense of a third person, right? Like as a police officer, I don't have to use a ton of imagination to realize the guy that just shot and killed one person it's likely that he's going to jump a fence and then go kill somebody else. We talk about this a lot about secondary victimization. It's why like I'm pro hit the car. It's kind of weird that I just got done stump speeching how we shouldn't use violence. We don't need to, but in that case, do you have an individual committed to violence? I owe it to the population to prevent that person from committing more. And in Tennessee v. Garner, it was as controversial a way as you could do it as, hey, he's jumping a fence. The second he's past that fence, I can no longer affect control. Is it lawful for me to arrest this person, which is what I'm trying to do, with a bullet? It's kind of the way he says, the fastest, most expeditious way that I can arrest that person's body, which is my goal here, right, to prevent him from committing more offenses. And that's why it went all the way up to the Supreme Court, was because there was people that were very much in the hell no. You got to go put hands on and do whatever. But he's like, I'm by myself. He's got a 30-yard head start. I don't care if I'm Usain Bolt. I'm not catching this guy, right? Am I lawfully allowed to go and leverage that force there, right? There's some other cases that are in there, but that's a very, very specific type of use of force that is, one, very infrequently leveraged. It's specifically in a deadly force scenario, or if there's SBI, like the fear of SBI for somebody else.
Not quite as well. I guess you could maybe say it's relevant to this in a later point of this dude's speech, but not really relevant to like you're saying, if you're getting spit on, you have all the legal authority in the to do things within right. You have the assault, so you use the force that's necessary for that specifically, saying
to affect
hey,
the
I'm going
arrest.
to put you. Yes. So let me tell you how this is landing as somebody who is not super duper happy with people not identifying themselves without warrants, are taking people off the streets and shoving them in vans, right? You tell me you're going to put me in, you say you're going to put people in the hospital. That lands really badly. Doesn't make me not want to throw rocks at you.
Right. And
right? Doesn't make me not want to spit at you. It doesn't make me not want to do any of these things, right?
Yeah.
This is, and again, I'm not the target audience for his speech. Clearly, this is red meat for his base.
Right.
This is like very much for the behind the keyboard crowd that just wants to be like, yeah, go hurrah, law and order, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Without considering the repercussions of that type of speech, which does not land appropriately with the people that actually need to hear it, which is the people that are protesting and doing this stuff. And like you said, 99% of protesters, by 8 o'clock, they're like, okay, cool, protest's over, we're leaving. You know, try to find our cars, try to find where the parking lot is, maybe go find a place to have dinner, whatever. And then the other ones are like, well, we came here to break some stuff. But like, those people were there, we're going to break stuff no matter what you did, right? Like they were looking for a place to break stuff where nobody would figure out who they were, right? Their whole purpose is, and we talk about this a lot, which is the fear of punishment is not what determines crime. It is the belief that you're going to get away with it. In a big crowd where you're hard to identify is a great place to commit crimes because you very much believe you're going to get away with it, right?
Right.
You can throw all the rocks because everybody's throwing rocks. You can push the cars because there were 20 of y'all pushing cars.
Right.
And so your little speech telling them, well, we're going to arrest you, they're going to be like, how? You can't catch all of us.
I'm not gonna take or give points. I do believe that rioting is different, and I think rioting should be met with force. At that point, like, people can't go home, people's property.
My opinion is that it is. I am against these little speeches that and Florida sheriffs have been specifically bad about this. In my personal opinion, you might disagree, about trying to do the tough talk PR thing,
right?
Where they go and they're like, we're going to be real tough on crime. We're going to be big, and I get it. They're elected parties, right? So this plays well to their voters,
right?
But it also flies against like the oath that you're taking, supposedly. It flies against like if you have the legal authority to do a thing, then you can do the thing, right? And you can very easily state that without going into we're going to put you in the hospital for doing X, Y, or Z. Because guess what? If they spit on you, that doesn't necessarily mean you can immediately just punch them in the face. If you can just take them down, if you're wearing full riot gear and you got the face cover and everything, it didn't touch you, bro.
Yeah.
And like that's where there's a lot of nuance and there's a lot of gray areas that fall within that. I get it. Somebody's throwing rocks at you, different story. Somebody's shooting a gun at you, very, very different story.
Yeah.
but you're just going in there and being like, hey, we're gonna beat you up and we're gonna rough you up and then we're gonna take you to jail. Like, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I didn't take points or
All right,
get
tough guy.
points. It's a political speech, just like anything else. He's a politically appointed or a elected
Mm-hmm.
person, so he's there to do it for his
Yeah.
base, and I have no problem with that. But from a culture,
I have a problem with it, but
from a moral standpoint, my point being is like there's the opposite side of that spectrum
Mm-hmm.
where you had people that were like kneeling with said protesters and like
Mm-hmm.
apologizing for like rioters. They're like, hey, well, Target's got insurance or whatever. Like there's the exact opposite side of the fence where they're like,
Mm-hmm.
fuck it. If you were that frustrated, you do the same thing. And that's where I can kind of understand the unfortunate reality is when you have one side of the aisle talking in one way, apologizing for violence, you have another one
Yeah.
threatening it, if that makes
give it
any
a
sense.
week and they'll switch sides.
Right,
Like it'll be
right.
the other side talking about like, no, it's totally justifiable
I agree.
to go smear poop in the walls of the Capitol or whatever. And it's totally, no, we need the National Guard here to do blah, blah. Like it switches back and forth. And my thing is just, your job is not to be doing this PR nonsense. It is counterproductive to all of our goals.
Yeah. And
So
yeah, I think in general we should
why
probably
are
take the military approach where you're not allowed to have political opinions while you're in
Mm-hmm.
uniform. I think that makes a lot more sense.
I agree with that.
I'm okay with that, but it's taxpayer dollars.
yeah, especially, if you're being paid by taxpayer dollars, shut your mouth.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
really, if I'm paying you,
No, I'm with you.
I don't get the choice whether or not to give you a salary. I can't vote with my wallet
Right.
on whether or not a public servant gets hired or not. So shut your mouth.
Poop on the walls of the Capitals. Okay.
Sometimes there are
since I'm
No
on my
one.
hobby horse,
Stop.
quit complaining that people criticize you because a bunch of them do it. They're like, "Oh, people are mean to us." Shut up! You chose to take on the power. You chose to lord it over everybody. You get to be criticized. You get to be bullied.
Yeah, I
My
never.
bad. Yeah, that's your bad.
I was gonna say
That's on you.
I had that was
The
a
same
big-
way, like I'm on this right now, giving my opinion. If people want to bully me in the comments, go for it. That is the choice that I made to allow that to happen.
If you put yourself in a public forum,
Mm-hmm.
you've kind of opened yourself up to it.
100%.
Yeah.
It is
parts of the
trade-off.
job you just never want to deal with.
Oh, I love this video.
So this is police officer Christopher Martinez's very first encounter with an alligator, and suffice it to say, he did not enjoy it. The police had been called because an alligator had wandered onto someone's property. Officer Martinez, who just started in Largo, Florida, after working in New York, worked up the courage to hold it and eventually managed to strike a pose with
Honestly-
the lizard. The gator was safe.
Normally,
I
I'd
would
be
react like that with a snake. Not so. I think an alligator I'd be okay with.
I'd normally am like, dog, you're soft. That'd be me.
Yeah, because I'm
I
like,
wouldn't
I
even
feel
pick
like
it up, to be honest.
I feel like because I kind of know what like that bite might feel like because I've been around dogs.
Right.
Like the teeth are roughly the same because it's a smaller alligator. I'm like, okay, maybe I'll hold it. A snake, no, because they're poison and that's like the bigger snakes where they can just wrap around your neck and choke you out.
Yeah. The shout out to Cassie, or not
spiders,
Cassie,
dude.
Chelsea, because she was a Chelsea. She handled that thing just fine.
That was her canine, dude.
Right. I won't criticize that officer because I personally, homie don't play that. I don't do cold-blooded animals, and I don't like snakes. I don't like alligators. I don't like any of those things. I wouldn't mess with it. Spiders freak me out a little less, but
Oh, really?
I can
I
kill
don't know,
them
it's the-
easier.
They got too many eyes and too many damn. It's you know what it is. It's Black Widow spiders specifically got me scared of all spiders.
Yeah, I could see that.
Where I'm like, I don't know what level of poisonous you are,
Okay.
and I don't know that I can stop you before you bite me.
Gabriella says, not all snakes are venomous.
Yeah, but the
Snakes are
ones that aren't venomous will choke you out. They're gonna VNR you, and not in the responsible way.
Chemically VNR you. Yeah, I don't mind. Like I have a good friend of mine that does D&D with us that she has a snake, and that snake's very nice. And it's a venomous snake, but like she was able to take it to the Ren Fair and have like 100 people touch the snake and have no issues. Like
I do have a picture with me with a snake.
yeah,
now
now
that, I'm
now that
remembering,
I've
but-
seen, if I can see that the temperament of the snake is chill, I'll touch that snake.
Mm-hmm.
But like one out in the wild,
So I have
nah.
a law enforcement question then. Did y'all get any training on handling of any kind of animals, like dog, like pets, anything like that
Canines,
whatsoever?
that was it.
Just canines?
Yep.
Okay, not even
And
cats?
And that's T. No, not cats. I think it's T code required that you now have canine encounters. Like it's like a whole class specifically for it. Mostly because I think it's a numbers game. There's more residences with dogs than there's going to be with cats. And although a cat can mess you up just as much as the next dog, right? I think because there's specific laws pertaining to, like, especially on the books for municipalities, there's a lot of cities that won't let you have certain breeds of dogs. And so my guess is it was a big enough issue, at least politically speaking, that they forced you to have training around it. Generally, the stuff that goes for dogs also goes for cats. A lot of the posture stuff, ears getting pinned back, showing teeth, a lot of that stuff's relatively universal. I don't know what the hell alligator does when it's angry. I don't know what a snake does when it's angry, right? But like generally speaking, yeah, one would work.
Policy on like shooting a cat be the same, given that it can do a lot less damage than a dog?
Well, no, because it's still going to be like again like a bite, right? Let's discuss a bite. So let's say this dog's going to bite me. That's SBI, right? That's going to fall under the criteria. It's going to take time for this to heal. It's not like I'm getting offended that the dog bit me. This dog can easily break skin and injure me, right? Or another person, or it could have rabies, right? There's a couple of criteria where you think dispatching that animal is the safest thing to do, right? Cats are going to fall under the exact same criteria. And I would argue, if anything, cats and dogs are actually, because they're household pets, like they're not fur-bearing animals, they're not cattle, you're going to have certain criteria for like feeding them, providing them food. If you were providing them food and you stop like that, you can absolutely have like the law applied to you depending on what you're doing. Like if you move and you leave the cat there or the dog there, like the law is going to apply to you the same way versus like a snake in your backyard. If you move, the law is not coming and hunting you down for cruelty to an animal, unless it's a pet snake, I guess. But there's going to be some delineation there, but most of it's going to be most of the law is going to say something specific about this is not a like a fowl, which is a bird, or like a segment of birds. Cats and dogs are actually treated relatively the same as far as from a law enforcement perspective. But the training is only specific to dogs. I think that's also partially because law enforcement utilizes dogs. That probably has something else to do with it. But
it's easier to do dog encounters when you have dogs available.
That's true. Yeah, that too. Yeah. And weirdly enough, in our canine encounters class, there was not a single dog present.
So when you have like a training sergeant on all fours just like running up to you.
They had like drawn diagrams and stuff. Now we got in my academy, they brought our bite dogs to just discuss like how to work around a canine, just so that we wouldn't be ignorant. They're like, I let the thing loose, move. Like if you're in front of it, a leg is a leg. They warn you about that. But like, they'll bite your leg just as much as the next person. But yeah, legally speaking, there's no. Reptiles.
I'm an advocate of like just bracers, just like even carbon fiber, just like a little attachment right here, because then you can just go like this and it.
Well, and most dogs, even pretty motivated dogs, I already had. I've taught this multiple times to people. I called it a donation arm and a donation leg. That I would take my non-dominant arm and my non-dominant leg, and I knew that's what I was going to feed that animal first. I was like, hey, it's going to want to latch onto something. Let's pick what it latches on to, right? So that I can keep my hand that can do the hurting the most efficiently free. And either I'm more likely to land a punch accurately to like its nose. I'm more likely to do like some sort of pull on its collar, something like that with my dominant hand than my non-dominant. And if I'm going to have one out of action, that's the one I want to lose, right? But I pre-planned that the same way I would pre-plan but active shooter or a fist fight that's going to happen, right? Like, hey, we get to pregame some of this and decide if I see a certain stimuli, I can react in a very specific way. And part of it's a mental game, and the other part of it's actually put in practice. That there's been multiple times where I've had to stiff arm a dog, and it was always with the left hand. I like always practiced. If you're stiff arming people or dogs or doors or whatever, do it with your non-shooty shoot hand. Because if it becomes a deadly force situation, I want that hand available. DPD had a funny policy. If they caught you carrying anything, in your right hand, like in your gun hand, they would make you carry like a bucket or something weird. It was like a horrible. They would make you carry something so that it's like a bucket of shame or something.
That's funny.
It was hilarious.
So in doggy training class, when I took my dog to go just like teach her how to sit and stuff, they gave us like a very small brief on like, hey, if you get attacked by a dog at the dog park or whatever, one of the things they told us is like they like to just take trophies, right? So like so they're like, if you're wearing a hoodie or a jacket, just take it off and toss it at the dog because they'll just grab that and take it. So what I'm saying is you should just give it your gun so that it can have a little trophy to run off with, and then you're fine. No one gets hurt. No one gets bit. Everybody's happy. Happy, safe dog.
Gabriella, non-shooty shoot is a technical term.
100% is a technical term. It's TCOL.
Yeah,
that's a TCOL term.
TCOL term.
I don't know what it is in other states, but in TCOL it is non-shooty shoot.
I don't know what tasty dolphin means. I'm nervous to Google that.
What?
I don't know.
I thought I was keeping up with chat, and
okay,
I'm gonna pin that.
Let's see this. Is it ASP? Yes, this is.
Oh, it's Arkansas.
State boys on the highway. They stopping everything.
I see him, that bastard. A-tab. Dude, they were out in force today. I had to drive out to Kaufman. Oh my god, the amount of deputies outside.
It's a middle of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it's the middle of the week, that means that you got the senior officers that are out there trying to,
Quota time.
Yep, quota time, baby.
Boy Charles Sam, 587. Boy Charles Sam, 587.
Yeah, little hatchback. That's a Mazda 3. Those drive really nice. I used to have one.
You know what's weird about Arkansas? This is a total aside, but I'm Team Pitt here, Tyler. But the woods look nice, but that's like the most tick-infested, like terrible wooded area to run into. Ugh. And it has what's called kudzu, which I learned the other day. It's like a weed. It's the best way I could describe it. And I don't remember why they originally brought the weed.
Pronounce that for me again.
Kudzu is what they call it. It's
C-U-T?
Yeah, I think it's Chinese.
Z-O-O?
Yeah.
Or Z-U?
Z-U. Kudzu.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what they refer to it as. I'm sure that's some Louisiana pronunciation I heard, but it's everywhere.
It's like an 1800s Chinese slur.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a vine is the best way I could describe it.
K-U-D-Z-U.
Yeah,
fast-growing invasive vine. There we go.
Yeah, awful.
The vine that ate the South is its nickname.
Seriously,
that's amazing.
It's everywhere down there. It is crazy how it's everywhere.
It looks cool.
It does look cool, but it's like crazy invasive, and like they don't know what to do
yeah.
with it, and yeah, it's wild.
Literally, like the second picture is it just consuming a house.
Yeah, pretty much. But kudzu, it's out there. One trying to bat Josh in the face. The Shannon were experienced.
You snuck an N in there, I swear.
Whoa. Benji, hello.
Passing on the shoulder.
Oh, he was almost a hero.
Got some semis up here.
Wrong way driver. I like these like little middle turn lane, yellow line lanes.
They're great, but you know what the nickname for these are? Suicide line
lanes.
lanes. Yeah, basically, because it's like, hey man, both of y'all aren't paying attention at the same time, and you happen to enter at the same time, and yeah, that's a bad time.
Passing the shoulder.
That's a donut on the left rear.
Come back, better bro.
That's why the cops chasing him, custodians, because he saw a donut.
Here it comes.
I think it is. I think he's right.
Stand by. Turn lane is on. Limit traffic.
Oh, damn. Doing that on a spare tire as well.
road's open like this too, dude, hitting 100 plus is easy. Like very, very easy.
I wouldn't know.
He said I wouldn't know. This guy.
For any troopers out there, I wouldn't know.
There it is. There it is.
Get him, get him.
Be a hero.
Oh, come on. Oh, you're way too long. It's gonna... Exactly. Ah, you waited too long.
So this, here it is, boys and girls. Here's your opening. Nice wide open track. You're on a hill, so you can see kind of further away. This is the time. Now, a pit at a $120. I feel like
deadly.
it would be safer to shoot at the car for the driver, but I'm not.
Just do a gentle pit.
I'm not pit certified, so this. Although,
so Dougie G said he's doing Evoc pursuit training this week.
oh, it's one of the funnest classes. That out of the police related classes that you get to take, Evoc is a blast.
Didn't you and Bill pass in like an
it
hour?
was the worst. We passed in like 30 minutes, and it's a 2-day class. And so you spend the rest of the time shagging cones for the losers that can't drive. Oh, thank you, my love.
So what you should do, Dougie, is just
Sandbag it, dude.
sandbag it at the very beginning.
Suck the
That
whole
way
time.
you get to drive it more. Yeah.
It was worse, too, because it was raining and cold the whole time we did it. So we're stuck outside in the cold, watching people who
Does seem
can't
like
drive.
a good training environment, though, especially with Dallas roads.
It was perfect.
They're the worst to drive in the rain.
This is, here it is. This is over easy eggs.
Ooh. We're back to breakfast for dinner.
Spicy sausage. And
See the
then
sausage.
wife hit me with some maple syrup for my Canadian friends.
Did Emu send you that?
Yes.
Straight from the tree.
I hit a
Oh,
button.
that looks like control. You could hit control
There it
I.
is.
There you go.
Here, let's give me a sausage pit.
You gotta pass the time to shag the cones.
Coming up on grade 42.
Don't start with the eggs.
Oh, that was. Oh, you
Slipped
felt
on the brakes on me.
super pit.
Just in southbound.
Uno reverse on the pit.
That was an Uno reverse for sure.
Big comes out to you back in Grant County with her as well. 10 we're coming up the north interchange now.
Draw 2 more police units.
Interesting discussion here. So the guy decides to try to pit you, or you're trying to pit them, and that could have easily been deadly force against you, right?
120, yeah.
So now permissible to shoot at this car? 99.9% of the times, absolutely not. That would be the last day you're a police officer if you'd shoot at this car. Our policy expressly stated you cannot shoot while you're in a car, at a car, or at other people. And genuinely, that's a good idea. It's not a stable shooting platform. We don't practice it. They don't train you on it. They don't suggest it. But
Your backstop is traffic.
no kidding. No kidding. You're like a speed bump away from sailing it or sending it into the pavement, you know.
Or just your own lack of practice away from
Yeah,
training or
yeah.
sailing it.
Here's kind of where I see they had that. I don't remember which sheriff's office it was. They had an aviation unit that practiced shooting out of the helicopter. Here's where it starts to, because that's way more smooth. If you know what you're doing, like a helicopter kind of going at a steady speed, there's no speed bump. Well, I guess there's turbulence, but I don't know. Would taser be against policy? Yes. It would not get
It'd be
you
against good sense.
yeah, but it would get you in less trouble. I tell you what.
They do need to just make like EMP tasers that just disable the electronics.
That's an idea.
Somebody donate to our Kickstarter.
Staying southbound on the bypass. Just past the north interchange.
Grappler would be good.
Here
we go. Oh, this is a smart driver. This is not his first pursuit.
Turn back.
So the grass is almost never the meta in a car. You got a truck or maybe something that's all-wheel drive. Like you got a Subaru, You're probably taking that just fine, right? But front wheel drive Mazda is not the call on grass, especially when like those can at times be like sloped.
Can confirm.
Same thing goes for patrol cars. If this is like a Charger or something, like a 2-wheel drive Charger does very poorly the second it's not on pavement. I have driven one a couple times off road, but our Tahoes were a lot better about it. Just be careful.
We're going northbound now, northbound side.
Dispatch copy northbound.
Get on.
I'll tell you what, that truck
sketchy.
almost picked violence. It was like, you know what? I can end this
Thought
right
about
now.
it. There's intrusive thoughts lost. Oh, he almost got him there.
Business route.
Tried.
Southbound 167 business. Coming up on Memorial Gardens.
Southbound for Memorial Gardens, southbound. Dispatch, we're past the due for around 100.
Oh, we got a good question from Cuff Slapper.
I'm ready.
Where is? Oh, there's a question for Josh. Does T-Cole allow? Jesus. Does T-Cole allow out-of-state transfers with remedial transfer classes? I'm in Louisiana and potentially looking at moving. I'm not trying to go through another full academy. That is a
Yes.
good question.
If you take the supplemental peace officers course, I know because I had to take it. The Texas A&M School of Engineering puts it on. It took me about like 4.5 weeks to get through it, and that's because I was doing it very, very, very part-time. Basically, they'll take you on the transfer. You can take that supplemental peace officer's license. It'll be department-specific. Some departments will, some departments won't. But there are departments that'll let you do what they call a lateral academy, where it's like a very abbreviated, like you're not doing PT, you're not getting smoked. Like this is strictly like, hey, let's make sure like you're on the up and up for
These
like,
are Texas laws.
yeah, versus where you're coming from, because they are different, very, very different. Also, GOs, and this is going from one police department to another within the same county. SOPs can be wildly different. There is no uniformity in most states, but Texas is particularly bad about there being zero uniformity in the way that we conduct business as police officers. So, yes. I hope I answered that.
I like how he posted, or how he spelled T-Cole, because it looks like T-Pain, and it makes me think of like a law enforcement rapper.
Hell yes.
And now I want to make that a shirt.
T. Cole does cost T-Pain.
Responder, you got smacked? Yeah. You're set up right there.
109, you get around, you're just that car.
Go ahead. We got smacked set up the car.
10-4, just back there passing Vine Street, still southbound.
I got the radio. Still traveling southbound, 167. Spikes are successful. Spikes are successful.
Rule number 1, not a parish, you live in a county now.
Do what?
He said rule number 1, you live... Not in a parish, you live in a county now.
Rule number
Bro,
1.
I used to do oil and gas in Louisiana. That was the wildest thing to learn, the dollar parishes. That was so weird.
You're also not under a consent decree in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much anywhere.
As much as Josh says that's consent,
Yeah. Anyways.
different thing.
Okay, Okay, dispatch, copy, dispatch. Dispatch, we're turning on the 278 eastbound.
Dude, I think this just looks like every other Arkansas State Police chase. I don't think we've seen this one before. Because this is very recent.
Hey, at
This
Oklahoma.
is from June 6th. Yo, this guy is like hit resistant. This is a great advertisement for Mazda. Wow, that's a write-up.
Yeah, that right there. This is PD, I think. We're not used to pitting people, and it shows. That rear alignment is toast. Oh, look at this rear wheel. Oh. Yep, that car's toast. On a cell phone.
Green down Oklahoma.
Can you only pit from one side? Because they seem to be trying to really get on the right
Yeah,
side
they
to
probably
then
just
do
have a
it.
goal of where they want the car to end up, and that's why they're doing
Okay.
it from there. Yeah, I'm not pit certified, but that's my guess.
He wants it to end up inside this Sheridan White Rock building.
That's my guess.
10-400.
Whoever's in this is forward, let me stop.
Oh, he's bailing.
What? Why is he so motivated?
I don't know.
Don't move here yet.
It was a lot of this was already done before we even got to him.
He may have. I know.
Minor damage. He turned it in the gas. He was all.
Huh.
Read the description. Let's see what he was being chased for.
No.
No description was that. Wow. Freaking losers. Yeah.
I guess I'll give him 5 for effort. It was kind of bad. You know what? I can offset this with points to suspects for top tier suspects.
Well, you know, A-tab. So
A-tab. This guy. I need to wash my hands real quick, but we're going to start the next video. Stand by.
It was very clear to us that you're not going to do things like this. You can't be running your ex-wife's new boyfriends. You can't be running vehicles and driver's licenses and warrants. That is a big no-no. It always has been.
Tonight, a Utah police officer misusing the tools of his trade, in this case, the government database that has your private information in it.
It's a story Chief Investigative Reporter Wendy Halloran has been tracking for months now. And Wendy, the officer appears to be getting support from his chief.
Well, yes, Heidi and Jim, unauthorized access by police officers is a crime, a Class B misdemeanor.
Ooh, this stress pause. Ooh. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? What?
They're just kind of describing what's happening.
Okay.
So apparently he's being shielded by his chief. Internal misuse of the criminal database to like run his girlfriend's new boyfriends and stuff like that.
Ooh.
You know, Columbus type stuff. So
This smells like Columbus or Baltimore.
Investigation found a Springville police sergeant committed this not once, not twice, but at least 3 times to find dirt on his soon-to-be ex-wife's new boyfriend and more. And his chief went to bat for him anyway.
When you come into my office, shut the door.
This is Springville Police Sergeant Larry Tusher. He's about to run a statewide database check on a person's information he reportedly developed a personal vendetta against. Here's his reaction when the information comes back with a suspended license.
Oh, yeah. That's all I needed.
Moving on is free. That needs to be like a motto more often.
Bro, I would have gotten fired doing this for a LexisNexis. Like, this is ridiculous.
As a younger man,
apparently
I understand
gave-
it. What?
You gave points to the wrong department. Or took points. It was state, not deputized.
Oh, okay, that's fair. They were involved. They were involved.
Everybody was involved in that. The
Tuning in from
PD
work.
failed to pay it.
Little Duck, welcome.
Hey, Little Duck.
You know what? I should probably take points from PD for self-pitting. And I had to break up the band with this.
Yes, they did cosmic dark matter. They, in fact, used police software for personal reasons in The Rookie. Remember when Nolan, God that he is, used it to track down his son's new fiance's criminal history, and we were roasted his ass for that? Because that's wildly inappropriate. Oh, also, question before we move on. Gabriella asked, I didn't know you had to be PIT certified. What's the training process like?
So similar
Well,
to
you wouldn't know, you didn't get PIT certified.
Yeah, but similar to EVOC, like, because they'd ask over the radio. Now, in my department, in my agency, nobody got PIT certified because it was against GOs to do it. So to learn how to conduct a PIT maneuver, they also have a blocking version of this where you basically like box someone in.
Box them in. That, every time we've seen that, it doesn't work.
Doesn't work great, right? It's a class, so like it's the same thing with pistols. Like even though I came into policing being decent at shooting, because I already carried and owned a pistol, you don't get to do it as a police officer until you take the course that says, "Hey, I have the skills according to the state to do it." The PIT maneuver is the exact same thing because it's a different type of use of force. That's why we have to get OC'd to carry OC. It's why we had to get tased to carry a taser, both of which were required by my department. But I couldn't utilize like a 40 mic even if we had one because I hadn't taken the training class. And so like it would be against, or it would be an unauthorized use of XYZ. Now you can pit someone, you just kind of make it up as you go. It's not a complicated process, but, you're going to be doing an unauthorized one. And whether or not, now you could be justified.
Your brakes might have accidentally failed right at that moment.
Right. But
because it's not like they do great upkeep on these fleet vehicles.
And the big reason behind a lot of that stuff is also so that people aren't hiding like an accident as a pit attempt or whatever it was, like failing to maintain the control of your car versus, hitting somebody when you didn't want to or whatever. It's a very different ballgame. They want to see that you're in control of your motor vehicle. It was the same thing for rifle. Even though we got pistol and shotgun certified, I had to go to a whole separate week-long class just to be rifle certified. So, like, it's a whole thing. Anything with the government, it's the class, and whatever.
Do they make you get shot to carry a firearm? No, but they should. I'm kidding.
If I was going to get to use it with impunity, I'd take a shot. To the vest? Sure, why not?
I mean, y'all have to deal. I mean, it's just your department, but you got simunitions, which is not fun.
That's damn near
it's not
close.
The same, but
it sucks. In close range, it is very, very unpleasant. It's like
I think
an airsoft
a bunch
BB
of
on
simunition
steroids.
rounds, added up, can equal one bullet.
I can see that. Well, I mean, if it's getting stopped by a vest, yeah.
The ratio I think is
you just got to get hit enough. Tactical boops are highly prohibited. Yes, very much so. Timothy, welcome.
That's all I needed.
That was September 1st, 2023. Now it's March 20th, 2025.
Larry Tusher accessed protected government records regarding his ex-wife's boyfriend and solicited another officer to access protected records on the same party.
These are the Springville Police Internal Affairs Investigation documents. It shows that search happened on April 2nd, 2024. Approximately 7 months later, Tusher messaged a Utah County Sheriff's deputy asking him to look up a man's driver's license. This is the instant messaging thread. Is it a car you're watching? Tusher messages no. It's who my ex is dating. I found out he got a DUI and has been driving my kids around, and I want to see if he has a valid license. The deputy messages he's sanctioned. Tusher asks, can you take a picture and send it to me? The deputy messaged saying he didn't feel comfortable texting him a copy of the driver's license.
The second time, he deceives another law enforcement agency.
The deputy told a Springville police officer what.
So, and marriages are complicated, right? Mine's not, but clearly, I'm I guess the exception, not the rule, right? But if you wanted to be the person driving your kids to and from school, maybe you make the marriage work, right? or don't bring kids into this world not prepared to go and take on the responsibility of parenthood. And most of the time that is just with your spouse. Like if you're truly well paired, like it's going to sort itself out. I'm not saying kids aren't complicated or whatever, but like there's people in far worse off situations making parenting work. Like, I don't know. I have no sympathy for this guy whatsoever. And new husband could totally be a douchebag. I'm not saying that's not the case, right? And not irresponsible or whatever, but you lost the right to make decisions about who the man in that kid's life's going to be the second you couldn't make it work out with their mother. Get good at husbanding.
Happened who told his sergeant.
There is a deceit issue. I asked somebody to do something when I know I shouldn't have done that.
But the IA investigation makes no mention of dishonesty or deceit issues. An audit revealed yet another incident of unauthorized access by Sergeant Tusher, demoted to a temporary civilian code enforcement officer with a reduction in pay.
The next matter is Larry Tusher. Yes.
Tusher went before the Peace Officer Board on March 20th of this year.
In my almost 14-year career, I never thought I'd be standing here today.
In your 14-year career, you had plenty of time to figure out that was a very unlawful breach of the trust given to you to have access to people's personal information. He had the nerve to cry.
I just never thought there'd be consequences.
I lied and I abused my position of power.
I know I'm usually consequences, but that's the right reserved to me.
He's a 30 for 30 cop.
Yeah.
I think it's man brain. This shit pisses me off, dude. I have no this
DEI hire. Look at him.
And what makes me mad about
when did we start hiring gingers? That's what I want to know.
Right.
Like brunettes only.
So this is PD, right? Yeah, where's admin? I'm gonna text that ass too, man. I'm so pissed right now.
Dix, did I miss why they were recording? Because they're dumb and they wanted proof of their crimes available, like every other dumb criminal.
My guy used the quiver voice. Dude, if the state doesn't take his license, I'm gonna be pissed. It's too soon, so I'm assuming this is March of this year.
Tyler, he was not prior. He was pioneering 30 for 30 before it was a thing. He was before his time.
Kidding. I just a call to authority like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's misconduct, it doesn't matter if it's day 1 or day 30 or year 30. It's misconduct. Mm-hmm. Like they're not vague about the rules, and if anything, you're supposed to be
it's worse at year 30.
I know, dude.
You should know better by now. Like day 1, you can maybe play the card that I'm like, I was dumb and get away with just being fired.
Dude, I don't know, man.
Or like a retraining or whatever. If you really want to be super lenient because they're kind of dumb.
There's no room for this.
I'm embarrassed, disappointed in myself. Nope. And I know I let my partner
You
down.
weren't in that video.
Admitting he violated his oath.
When they took the badge off of me.
Oh, they took the badge off. Whoa. Okay, hold on.
Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions.
When this whole thing started, it was one of the hardest days of my life.
Promising post.
You know what would have made that easier? I'm gonna be so mean. I'm sorry. Being there for your marriage.
Oh.
Could have been the easiest.
Maybe you should have driven your kid around.
Yeah. Like your marriage falling apart and not being able to provide like a happy home for your kids wasn't the hardest day. Like when you finally realized that wasn't going to work out, that wasn't the hardest day of your life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, 100%, it was not that guy was driving his kid around. That's just the excuse he gave.
That's what I mean, dude.
He just wants to creep on old lady's new boyfriend.
Bro.
It's like any teenager on Instagram.
I don't know, man. This I don't know.
Those council members, it will never happen again.
I'm asking if there's any way you could give me a 3-month suspension instead of a
No.
6-month.
You're getting a 6 month. Get fired.
Sorry, I'm getting upset.
So I can put that badge back on as soon as possible and bring honor back to the community I serve, the department I work for, and most importantly, the badge I wear.
Enter this letter of leniency from his chief.
I just wanted to make note that there is a letter from his agency, Springville.
Chief Lance Haight explained Tusher was going through a divorce, writing he's been an exemplary employee and hopes he will continue to work for Spring.
It does not matter. You can be a deacon in the church, but the second you touch a kid, and I'm not.
But he was great to everybody else in the community, Josh.
That's like, it's an integrity thing. That's my beef with it. Like
hey, how many other? Let's talk about how many other cops go through divorces. It's a pretty high rate without doing this. Right?
You have
the expectation for the emotional maturity that you need to have here.
Because
it's pretty low, to be honest. Like,
That's
just
what I mean.
Don't use a criminal database that you have access to look up.
Hey, you're a law enforcement officer? Don't commit crimes. It's like the basis of your job. Like I'm genuinely more upset about
Leave
this.
that to us
Like,
degens out here who didn't take a
that's what
damn
I mean.
oath.
That's what I mean, dude. Like, I get manpower's kind of low, but what the fuck? Like, I just, I don't know.
It's a boys club. It's a small town. I guarantee
That's
you.
my guess. Yeah.
Friggin' Utah.
Yeah.
Years to come, asking them to consider his demotion as time served toward the post suspension. The letter carried weight.
Make a motion to download your suspension based
You saw it on your cow. Oh. Oh, here, I'll read it for everybody. Here's my letter recommending this fool never being a cop again.
Oh, I misspelled disgusting. Sorry. I left out
There's
the
a T. And, yeah, there you go. You got it.
Still not it.
Well, you spelled it so bad it didn't even recognize it as disgusting.
Oh, come on.
I wanted to make it disguising.
Anyways, I'm done. I'm done with this story. I took my pound of flesh. Where's admin again? Hold on. Taxing that ass. And then...
And this was... You take PD?
Oh, bro, I took a lot from PD. We were at like 180 something. I got rid of it. Hold on. Control Shift T. I'm so used to like erasing or like clicking off. Yeah, there's no excuse.
She was not at home when
I'll forgive. I turned left when I was supposed to turn right. That's different. That's an honest mistake. I'll forgive. You know, in a split second, I thought I saw a gun when it was really a phone. And that's a bang bang play, right? I'll forgive in the middle of using force that you get a little emotional. Drop an F-bomb or two, you know, threaten somebody, whatever. Like, because everything you did was justified. It was just kind of like you would consider it conduct unbecoming, right?
Mm-hmm.
A weird political post, though I think those should have, we've already kind of discussed that. If you're in uniform, you're not allowed to have political opinions. Willfully, like betraying the oath and doing it like surreptitious. What else are you doing? Like, well, he needs to go to jail. So even though like it's illegal, I'm just going to plant evidence. Like that's the same thought process. And if it's acceptable to you, then it's going to be like, I cannot trust you to do it again.
I'm just going to search the bag and we'll figure out the justification later.
And I'm a very outspoken, I'm slowly becoming problematically probably outspoken. As a Christian, I believe in forgiveness, and I want that for everybody. However, we are talking about an oath of being a law enforcement officer where I now have to back up what you're saying legally. I now have to put up insurance liability stuff on you, and I'm having to trust you in a way. It's the most vulnerable place you could outside of being like a surgeon.
I can forgive you without giving you taxpayer money.
Right, exactly. That's kind of my point. That's kind of my
It's not that hard.
Like I don't know. Trust but verify. But like that's such, especially because it was multiple times. If he started doing it and didn't realize what he was doing was illegal, although I call cap on that, right?
After 14 years, yeah, totally.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like if it was once, he did it, gets demoted, does the whole 9, sure. Maybe I'd have felt a little differently about it. But he's over here making videos. Well, I got him. And he's harassing his ex-wife's new husband. Like, get out of here, dude. Like,
You know what? The Rookie was a good example of this, where like if he had like, let's say that sheriff that he was talking about had seen this and recognized the name and been like, hey, I found this thing about your new boy's or your wife's new boy toy.
Totally different.
Send it to him, and he's like, oh my God, let me look at that. Very different. He's actively looking for it.
Yeah. Goat glitcher. I'm usually a really nice guy. Like and I'll be honest, like that's the kind of mindset, and this is probably going to trigger some people. That is the kind of thought process that allows and excuses the line stepping that allows for domestic abuse. Truly. Well, he's normally good, but in this instance, he completely betrayed my trust. And I'm not saying there's not room for forgiveness in there, but how much did he betray your trust, right? Like, stepping out in your marriage is kind of shitty. It'd be really hard to earn that back, but you're not starting on the same footing you were at, right? If you're going to earn it, this is now going to be, you're starting right back from basically dating, admitting to you that I've cheated
You're
on
PD at
yeah,
negative points.
That's what I mean, dude. Like I'd make him redo the background eval. The whole 9. You have to reapply with that with a termination.
And like do an investigation on, okay, now we're going to have to look at every single search you've done for the last 14 years. Because give me your dating history. I'm talking like one night stands. I'm talking everything, because we need to find out if you were looking up anybody else. Like how many of these are not your ex-wife?
Yeah.
And
that's
slipped under the radar because it was a girl that you met for
on
for
Tinder
2 weeks.
or some shit. Yeah. Yeah. That's my beef. Is it just like it showcases, because I am a bad person. Like I have dark thoughts, right? I fear consequences more than I have a motivation to act out those bad thoughts. That's why I don't drink. That's why I don't speed. I put on my little, what is it called? Cruise control.
Your car can't go that fast.
Yeah, right. That too.
Oh, maybe the Corolla.
The new
can,
one.
but
The new one
truck
can't.
can't. Yeah, the new one definitely
can.
can.
Yeah.
Bro, the new one can drive on grass.
Dude, right? But like that's kind of what I'm getting at is like, and that's what you're really recruiting for. I don't care that you're like you're a natural born bad person. I believe everybody's born into sin right here and have a natural inclination to hedonism. I believe that. But like, you take an oath like that, you know what I mean?
You have a prefrontal cortex for a reason. Use it.
Yeah, I don't know, Doug. Anyways, we're gonna move on. I get salty about that.
At the very least, if you're gonna be a messy bitch, do it outside of work.
Right. I don't care if it's your 4th divorce. At least you're being responsible and leaving. Right? You're like, oh, I'm bad for you. You're bad for me. We can move on. Moving on's perfectly free. And I'm okay with that. But like this bullshit where you're going to be pulling, I have beef, like mad beef with that. That's a betrayal. From a men's standpoint, from a law enforcement standpoint, I have like a...
Yeah, again, you have chosen to have power over society. You are given this trust and responsibility, and then you just abuse it.
Because
that's why you're not allowed to have opinions.
And I'll step off it before we get too much on the soapbox. But like, if he had realized that his kids were being driven around by somebody that had 18 DWIs and he was afraid for him, the second he found that out, he'd be quiver voicing it, just like he was in that courtroom where they were looking at whether or not they were going to keep his license or not, or suspend him for longer or whatever. If he was truly scared about that. No, he's only quivering because he's finally getting a consequence for his action. That's my beef. Does he have done it and just owned up to it like a man? You know what I mean? Eat the year suspension. Maybe we think about getting you your license back after you do all this other BS, maybe. But you're like, yeah, I knowingly and intentionally did the wrong thing. I'm suffering consequences for it. I don't know. Anyways.
SWAT team tore through her house, but she was there for every moment after. And now, years of fighting in court ends with the judge saying the city of McKinney must pay an 81-year-old woman for the damage police caused to her home. This is a landmark win, according to our Matt
WFAA, I think that's us, yeah.
Oh, that's our McKinney.
Howerton, who's been following the case since it was filed in 2021. It is also a ruling that could ripple far beyond one North Texas street.
This is a case that will help not just me, but a lot of people. And that's why we continued to fight.
And Vicki Baker didn't ask to fight, but when the city of McKinney wouldn't make her whole after a SWAT team wrecked her home searching for a few...
Bro. Like, now your girl's got a Corvette. She ain't doing too bad with a Corvette in McKinney.
Mm-hmm.
But this is an expensive fence. This is board on board, like a privacy fence.
Also, this is
with
just the back of the house.
With
so
the
you don't see,
topper.
like, the
Oh,
front.
dude,
It's a
the
big house.
inside, yeah. Do you know how much this garage door is going to cost to fix by itself? You know, like you can't park there, Bill. What's up, Benji?
Fugitive in 2020, the cancer survivor put on the gloves, not just for her house, but for this principle. You break it, you fix it.
And I had just paid all of this money to fix up my house to put it on the market.
She filed a lawsuit in 2021, the road anything but smooth, a win at trial,
Should've
a
hired me for
loss
those
on
pictures. It
appeal,
would've
and
been
the
sold
U.S.
before SWAT
Supreme
got
Court
there.
declined.
That's fair.
To hear her case, but last week, a federal judge took another look.
But we went back down to the trial court, and the trial court said, well, that's fine, but you still win under the Texas Constitution.
Baker's attorney Jeffrey Redfern made the same argument under both the U.S. and Texas constitutions. If the government destroys your home, it's no different than taking it under the Fourth Amendment, and Baker should be paid. The U.S. Constitution didn't help her, but the Texas Constitution did.
If you're taking their property and you're not paying them for it, you're not doing a very good job as a government.
We began reporting on these cases in 2020, including one of the only wins from attorney Michael Lamson in the state. In Houston in 1980, police let a home burn during a standoff with 3 fugitives.
It was actually very similar to Vicki Baker's case.
The Texas Supreme Court ruling in favor of the homeowners, that case, decades old, became precedent, and now McKinney has been ordered to pay Baker nearly $60,000 for her damage.
They have paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees, and they could have gotten off with paying me, $60,000.
Cities in Texas have long dodged payouts like this by citing sovereign immunity, a legal doctrine making them immune from lawsuits unless waived. Redfern didn't challenge that. He just went around it. The city of McKinney telling us it's evaluating its options for appealing this ruling.
And I really would like
spend
to
another $200,000 appealing a $60,000 ruling.
So I'd also... McKinney doesn't give a shit what I have to say, right? But in the off chance, I would question the long-term ramifications of allowing a case that you've now lost in the Texas Supreme Court to go any higher. Because right now, all they're saying is it's a Fourth Amendment violation. You're having to pay out. It goes to the Supreme Court. They could take sovereign immunity away altogether and decide, you know what? We're going to look at this on a case-by-case basis. You would have invented just like how DWI lawyers are a thing. Once SFSTs became a thing, once DWIs, again, in like the 80s or the 70s, wasn't a thing.
You could drive with a beer in your...
It'd ask you what you're drinking, back then. So DWIs becoming a thing invented... Entire law firms came out of that specific precedence, right? You're going to have really good law firms that are going to say, hey, man, these are big payouts that I can take a percentage of. And I don't care. The client's not going to care. You know what I mean? They'll take them pro bono because they only got to win so many. I would be very careful of that. Mostly because and maybe there was a legitimate reason that they broke into her house, right? Maybe they had a legit good reason. Maybe her stepson is like a fugitive from justice or whatever, and she was harboring him. Notice they didn't go over any of those details, right? Which is a little sus. But
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, I want to know what their rationale.
So, and for X-Bane, so the Supreme Court case you're talking about was one, I forget if we covered it or not, but it was Supreme Court making a ruling about wrong house raids. that essentially the police departments
Yeah.
are now liable for if you go to the wrong house and destroy it like they did this one. So it kind of goes to Josh's point where like you keep pushing this up, and the current Supreme Court is showing that they kind of don't like you just breaking people's stuff when you're doing these raids and then not giving anybody restitution for it.
And I was this way as a police officer, right? Like, I don't mind my job being harder because all that means is that when I take the uniform off, I got a little bit more rights, right? Like, and I'm okay with that. If you're doing the job the right way, people are committing crimes, you're going to find them. Finding someone to take to jail, if that's what gets you off, it's not hard as a police officer. People commit crimes all the time. However, a cop in 2010 in Texas could see that your switchblade was longer than 5 inches, and boom, you were gone. You know, they saw that you were carrying a gun concealed, boom, you were gone. In 2021 or in 2020, dude straight up open carrying an AR with a katana was fine, right? And I don't care, right? But that's how quickly the landscape can change on your authority to arrest people for felonies. This is point the guns out, prone them out, drag them out of the car, and take them to jail. And that's just on a legal sense, right? If they can find a constitutional right that you were dealing with, and in that one it was the Second Amendment, right? Knives, guns, whatever. It was arms of some sort. If they're going to make Fourth Amendment claims on this, whew, and they have a good standing clearly because they won in the Texas Supreme Court, which is, I mean, bro, I think we're the Sixth Circuit court, like over here, which is different. That's the federal side of it. But if you're winning there, like, ooh, they don't like having to set precedences that are going to piss off all of their constituency, right? But they also don't want to run awry of the Supreme Court and what the Constitution says. So just be real careful about that. Why don't you go cut that check and be done with it, yeah? For the rest of us. Because ultimately the taxpayer is going to be the one that's eating that. This is municipals. You know what? No. I can put this on admin. Let's go. Make that 950.
So here's the write-up of the case, basically what happened. So in July 2020, Wesley Little knocked on Baker's front door with a 15-year-old girl he was holding hostage. Baker's daughter allowed them into the home and alerted Baker, who sought police assistance. Upon arrival, officers convinced Little to release the hostage. However, he remained in the house armed with several firearms, attempting to resolve the situation. Quotes. This is funny. Police officers used toxic gas grenades, explosives, and multiple armored personnel carriers. The officers eventually found that Little had taken his own life.
Thank you, custodies.
In their pursuit of Little, police officers destroyed a large portion of Baker's home, which is what we saw. Baker sought compensation from the city, but it denied her request because police had immunity while in the course and scope of their duties. So that's when she sued the city for approximately $50,000 of damages under the respective takings clauses of the United States and Texas constitutions. So apparently judges didn't give a judgment under the U.S. Constitution, but it did under the Texas. I'm guessing verbiage changed.
I've broken people's windows. I've broken people's doors, and I just knew that the city had people for that. Now, on the police level, it's probably not changing much of what you're doing. But you're likely going to see policy changes. You better be damn sure. That's really all it is, you know.
So here's kind of the ruling here. Okay, so the city argued that Baker's Fifth Amendment claim should fail because a legitimate exercise of the city's police power does not constitute a taking under the Fifth Amendment. But the court declined to adopt any such categorical police power rule. Instead, it conducted a per se taking analysis, finding that the city owed Baker compensation for taking her home through total destruction. I love that phrasing.
Wow.
The court thus granted Baker's motion directly under the Fifth Amendment and did not reach her 1983 claim, whatever the statute. It also found compensation due under the Texas Constitution. Then Fifth Circuit course reversed that, and then I'm guessing Supreme Court went back in and gave it back to her.
On Shannon's case,
it's a big write-up. I'm gonna just drop the link for it if anybody wants. to
put it in chat.
Write-up. Yeah.
So for Shannon's comment about insurance, maybe obviously there would have been a deductible, just like roof damage or something like that. There's going to be deductible if it's within the scope of your policy. However, this was a willful act by somebody. If there's like a difference between like some hail hit my roof, which punched a hole in my roof, and now there's rain coming into my house, the adjuster shows up. Oh yeah, That's rain. Cool. Let's cover this. Versus hail hit my roof a year ago. I don't do anything about it, and rain has slowly been accumulating in my house, and I'm just now telling you. So now there's mold. Now there's all this other stuff. They might not, because they might consider it negligence, right? Like I refuse to do anything about it, and the problem got so much worse that they're damn near having to replace my whole house because there's now mold throughout most of the house, right? Where it'll fall outside of the scope of your insurance policy. So I don't know. It depends on her policy, right? As to whether or not it'd cover it. But there'd still be a deductible. And worse, once that deductible's on your claim, like in your like claim history, you're going to pay more. You're a more problematic person.
If you don't just get dropped.
Right, altogether, which does happen. And so like insurance is kind of the devil, but
insurance is getting worse too. Like they're
Right.
getting much worse about whether or not they'll cover you, whether or not they'll replace your damn roof even.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say like the other thing too is like they're probably going to try to argue that it should be the city's insurance paying for it, which means there's going to be a protracted legal battle probably between insurance companies.
Yeah, on Shannon's, I think 100%. If it qualifies under the like payment thing, 1,000%. I'm assuming she's suing because it didn't. That's my assumption. There's likely going to be a specific clause that's in most. It's probably universal now, where the city says, "Hey, like the city will pay the deductible for the insurance," and then they probably work it out like, "Hey, we willfully did it. It probably doesn't actually affect your insurance," and that if that's the case. But I'm assuming it didn't, and she had to take out like a loan, like a home equity loan or something like that to pay for the damages, which she just ends up losing on the back end after she sells the house. But it was all a civil thing, obviously. Like this is kind of where this all went through. It was a civil deal, but
the police destroyed your house and they went, "Oh, this looks civil," and left. So.
Literally. But yeah, I'm assuming insurance would at least cut the check. But then it's like, well, whose hunk of flesh is going to pay for it? And then. This was an excellent video. I think Emu shared this. You know what?
Yes.
Where are they at? Legit. Excellent video. I'm glad they shared this. We're going to watch it for a little bit.
Couple of years, one of the most successful niches on YouTube is the police body cam footage videos. Channels like EWU Bodycam have racked up hundreds of millions of views.
Mega based.
As people can't get enough of seeing these arrest body cam videos. This niche is so successful, I even uploaded one of these videos to my channel years ago as well.
Hello. Hello, officer. I'm from California. I'm clueless. Oh, are you?
With these videos becoming so popular on YouTube, more and more of these channels have popped up. The actual job of requesting these body cam videos from various police departments around the USA can be a full-time job in itself, so it was only a matter of time before some channels decided to start faking body cam videos in order to suck up that sweet ad revenue money. About a month ago, the YouTube channel Grim made a video talking about one of these channels, Body Cam Declassified.
Right? I want to say we've seen these, at least one of these. I want to say.
We have.
And why he believed
As
that
you can
all
see
of
right
the
there, it's the third one. Black female lawyer versus arrogant cop was the one we saw on stream.
I henceforth allow, and if I have to change permissions, I will. If I see one of these get submitted to the Patreon group or the Discord, you're getting a name change. I have henceforth made the declaration. I have legally authorized force on people that submit these. I hate them getting any help
You
whatsoever.
will go to the hospital and then to jail.
Oh my God, stop. Metaphorically.
Metaphorically.
Videos on the channel are fake body cam videos. Most of the titles of the videos are rage bait, designed to get clicks based around racial issues, such as arrogant police officer pulls over black F.
Conversely, and I want to now shed a little bit of light on the Karens, the entitled teens, the whatever of the world, because I think that's like the new currency for comeuppance, like in the internet, where we have seen unlawful uses of force where I'm like, hey dog, like I hate that I got to root for them, but bro, this is bad, like objectively bad. Doing the same thing with real body cams, where we're now mischaracterizing a situation where somebody's suffering from potentially like a mental health issue and officers are just being
Or they're just an
douchebags about
a-hole,
it.
but they're not committing any crime.
Right, and it's perfectly lawful to be a douchebag. It's not to abuse your authority.
Dude
as
at
a
the
police officer.
because I just resaw this one again, was that dude that was just sitting outside at the CVS because he's just ended shift and he's waiting for his lift, and the cop comes up and is like starts asking him for ID and whatever, and the dude's kind of a dick back, and the cop gets all mad about it, and it's like you got no reason to talk to him.
The only reason why I think it matters, and this happened with, what was it, that channel that was kind of doing like a ghetto version of To Catch a Predator, where they would text. So this guy shows up to like a convenience store to go meet a minor, and they find the guy, no issue with the social shame. I think I even blessed like the first push or two when they're like caving this dude's head in the parking lot. And I was like,
They threw him off like a ledge that was like a 6-foot ledge in the
Right.
parking lot
And I
or
was
something.
like,
And I was like, no. And you know, I think 3 people just got arrested from one of those channels because what they were doing was lying to the dudes that they were texting, telling them like the girl was like 20 or something. They show up and then they claim she's
Right.
17. What are you doing? And then they do the whole thing.
I mean,
And it's like, and that's why. Well,
It-
and that's why like it's exactly the same as this. It's like you really have no idea who is behind this channel, what they're doing, why they're doing it.
Right.
If any of what they're claiming is real, or if you're just watching some poor dude who thought he was meeting a 25-year-old woman who is now being told that he's a pedophile. Like you just don't know.
Yep. So that's
Because
kind
it's
of,
framed in a way that somebody's getting their comeuppance for something, like your lizard brain turns on, going, "Hell yeah, let's burn him."
right. And so that's kind of my beef with some of this stuff.
Yeah, digital witch burning.
Literally.
FBI agent and regrets it. Now, another one is a black female lawyer versus arrogant cop. And of course, cops going after disabled people would always bring in the views. So the video titled "Police Officer Thinks Black Blind Man's Cane is a Dangerous Weapon" got tons of views.
Done anything wrong? Got no proof.
So
I
this
got
is
no
funny
weapons
that
on
he
me.
mentioned this because this video is almost exactly the same thing as that one video we saw where that guy in the wheelchair was accused of kicking that lady's door in.
It was a
And then
Darman one, right?
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the actual body cam where the dude was accused. He goes to the police station. He's like, they told me I had a warrant, and I'm like, I'm clearly paralyzed. And the cop's like, you're not paralyzed. You're faking it.
And they pulled him
arrests
out of the chair.
Yup, and then arrest him, and I was like, oh my
forgot
god.
about that.
So
Oh, because
it's
it was like a crackhead like kind of lady that totally made up
Yes.
this BS. Like he
made up the
kicked in my
entire
door.
story.
Yeah.
And it's like,
forgot
this
about
dude's been a
that.
paraplegic for years.
Damn.
And so when I watched this part of the video, that was the first thing I thought of, and I'm like, you have real body cams that are doing this. You don't need to fake them.
Bill Smith, welcome, brother.
You're right. Now you don't have a weapon. What you doing? And you know what? I'm not buying this whole blind thing. Hey, what you doing? These are mine. Confiscated by the law. I don't have enough evidence to take you in, but I am confiscating this weapon and these glasses. I need my stuff, bro.
Now, I have to point out that all of these videos are 100% fake, but nowhere in the description of the videos does the owner of this channel ever state that. This has led to the channel getting millions of views, and most of the viewers in the comments now think these are all real cases of cops treating people of color in extremely offensive and illegal ways. Comments like,
The reason why this is important is because in the same way that like in a real situation, you can look at like with the Rodney King situation, you can look at like what happened with George Floyd and all that, right? That those instances have ripple effects when they make national news or when they get like propagated throughout the internet and everyone kind of sees it, right? These have very real consequences in an officer's day-to-day life. Or worse, I think the more depressing part of it is there's now a kid or a young person that's now growing up believing this is a possibility, right? Like a very real possibility for them because they're seeing more. It was always what I heard when we first started this channel. This is literally the reason why this channel got started. Was I would get people that would get very much, oh, this happens every day. You know, we're just running over, pull people over and just shoot them in the face. I was like, fuck, sorry to tell you that's never happened literally in the history of my department. Like, but whatever. And we do thousands of arrests a day, you know, like, I don't know. That's why this is dangerous. It also sets a precedence. It's kind of like it's why I had issue with what that sheriff was saying earlier. They spit on us. We're going to put you in the hospital. I was like, what? Did he deserve to be put in the hospital? Or we just like carte blanche, I can do whatever I want.
A cop like Josh hears that and has some actual discretion. Some dumbass that barely made it through academy hears that and goes, I have carte blanche to beat people up.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
you
you
have a
spit.
wide spectrum of
Yeah.
people. That's
I'm gonna
why you
beat you till you're
set these
unconscious. Right.
policies to the lowest common denominator, as annoying as that is to
Also,
people
in
trying to do the job correctly.
It's the same thing with it's why people are nervous about like AI stuff. It's why people are nervous about a lot of that. It's like you can perpetuate a false narrative of things that are occurring. We thought it was nervous because imagine if I convince people the end times are legitimately happening, right? If I can convince them, how much is their behavior going to change, right? If you're lucky, it's just they repent. If you're not lucky, it's like, well, we're all going to die anyways. So, like, you know what I mean? And that can have very real consequences.
Just look up people who sold all their stuff in 2012 because of that stupid 2012 end of the world Mayan calendar shit.
Yeah.
Like, there were legitimately hundreds of people who like sold all their possessions and were just ready to get raptured or whatever.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense because the Mayan calendar wouldn't have known what the hell the rapture was. Sure.
Right. But that's why this kind of stuff's dangerous.
Yeah.
If this doesn't make your blood boil, you must be a cop.
There it is.
As well as, this is the worst case of police harassment I've ever seen. Also, hope this guy files a huge lawsuit and wins. There are
that would be me.
hundreds of these comments on each and every one of these videos,
those
making it clear that this fake rage bait has convinced millions of people this content is all real. Now, the YouTube channel Grim
Y2K
pointed out some obvious
also,
tells
yeah.
in the video.
And the only thing I will do to push back on this is there are very real examples of this happening. And when it's a real example, we're the first people to go out and talk shit about it and go put comments in the comment section. I've done it in this stream myself, right?
We'll see them later today.
Exactly. But we don't need any help covering. You don't need to make up police misconduct, when misconduct's already there.
Video that it's fake, like in one video when the fake cop claims to be handcuffing a man, but then the body cam footage clearly shows he was never handcuffed, as well as the over-the-top and just who exactly is behind this obvious rage bait content that is getting millions of views. I uncovered a web of channels connected to this obvious scam, and they all lead back to a famous YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers that seems to be the center of this channel's success. We'll dig deeper into that story right after a word from today's sponsor. One of the many hassles of life is dealing with phone companies that just give Bodycam declassified.
I like his
was
Scam
deeper
Buster shirt though.
I did too, yeah.
That was cool.
Than I ever thought, and to be honest, at the time of making this video, I'm still uncovering deeper connections to other channels, and I may need to do a deeper dive at a later date once it's all uncovered. But to start the investigation, I want to point out 3 things that show up in almost every single one of these scam videos. The first is that the officers mentioned Florida many times, and all the license plates are Florida plates as well. The second is that every video comes from...
Oh, this guy's going to figure out who it is? Bro.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Media's going to get some good points today. Media's eating good today. Let's go.
I'm here for it.
I earned my points back from that time I made that one joke and you got all mad and took 100 points.
That's fair.
From the same police department known as Mango Park Police Department. And finally, in about half of all the videos, the same building keeps showing up in the background with the name Miller Machinery and Supply Co. At this point, it should be 100% obvious that these are fake. How is this channel getting hundreds of rage bait body cam videos all from the same police department, and all the police stops are happening right next to the same building? I decided to dig deeper and found there is no reference to a city by the name of Mango Park anywhere in the state of Florida, or a Mango Park Police Department as well. After searching online, it doesn't seem that a Mango Park Police Department exists anywhere in the US, and seems to have been made up, created specifically for a production company. Eventually, I decided to put Mango Park Police Department into YouTube search, which then led me to the very successful YouTube channel known as Soul Snack. This channel with over...
Soul Snack. We've watched some of these, Josh. They didn't make it onto... This was when we were doing the Darman and Life Lessons with Louise.
No.
Time. Yeah,
such a
we didn't
beating.
get to these because those other videos didn't do very well. But you might recognize some of the actors.
Over 1 million subscribers, puts out very cheesy scripted content that is
This was like the
similar
one
to
where the
these
kid that
successful...
like knocked off his wheelchair because he was like buying a PlayStation or something.
Oh,
and the cop
and
thinks he
yeah, the
stole it.
lady.
Yeah.
Is that what this is?
Yeah. That's that channel, yeah.
YouTuber known as Darman, who got famous for this bad...
Is this going this deep? Is this Darman? Oh, dude.
It's not Darman. It's just inspired by
acting scripted style content. The channel description reads that Soul Snack is a channel for passion, purpose, and positivity videos. We want to make the world a better place by
Darman
producing
has
and displaying
integrity,
content that
Josh.
helps you in your path of personal development. The videos on the channel don't seem to follow that description though, as it's all rage bait content like crazy Karen takes law into her own hands, and even has a video titled Rookie Cop Detains Innocent Black Man. What's interesting about this channel is that the videos aren't shown from the perspective of bodycam footage and clearly state that it isn't real, making it much different than Bodycam Declassified channel, which is trying to pass all their videos off as real. What's interesting about this channel is that SoulSnack uses the same fake police department, Mango Park Police, in all of their videos as well. So it's clear these two channels are connected in some way. Digging even deeper into SoulSnack, we see that they have an actor in the banner of their YouTube channel who is also the star of another YouTube channel titled Judge Porter. This channel focuses on Judge Porter.
I have seen this. The conspiracy runs deep. I have totally seen this guy. Bro, we're about to start a crusade.
Porter trying different cases in a Judge Judy style series, and in several episodes, police officers from the Mango Park Police Department show up in the cases as well.
Bro, this looks good. This is top-notch production value.
To be honest,
As
they
you
do
can
a better job of making it look real than like
real?
Darman's a little too overproduced.
Yeah.
They do a little bit better job of making it feel like,
it,
no, this
it
could
feels
be an
taxpayer,
actual thing.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
See, this rabbit hole
Which
is
is a sign of
incredibly
high
deep,
production values.
and these channels all seem to
Ironically.
be connected or possibly run and managed by the same person. The actor playing Judge James Porter has an IMDb page where we see his real name is Vern Alexander and is listed in several other projects that also mention the fictional police force of Mango Park as well.
So this is like the Joel Osteen of who's that other guy? He's like an older guy that's got like the evil face.
The white hair.
Yeah.
Guy. Shoot.
He's like, God wanted me to have this jet. Kind of
Yeah, that guy.
that guy. He's the that of this.
Your jealousy's a sin. You should
Yeah,
love me for
yeah,
having this jet. Give me more money or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, this is kind of like the devil of this type of problem.
Well, he's just an actor.
No, right.
He's taking on a job because he's got to,
I want to see
himself and his
behind
family.
this.
And this is
Yeah.
probably the only work he's going to get.
Maybe right.
Well, there is a video titled
honestly,
Rideshare Predator.
If it was like the Darman, where it's very obviously soap opera-y and it's meant to be doing it's a very specific type of, like,
Sure.
this is fictional, but even in the back of your mind, you're like, well, this could be real, blah, blah, blah. It's like, fine. Okay, whatever. You have your predetermined biases about it, but you know it's fictional content that you're watching.
Right.
Try to pass it off as real.
That's
is where I draw
that's
the
what
line.
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. This is like deep fakes on steroids.
That lists the police department and Vern starring in it, as well as Mango Park versus Charles O'Brien, which is an episode of Judge Porter that lists the actor and fake department as well. Now, to be clear, I don't think that Vern runs SoulSnack or the company that is producing the fake bodycam videos, but it is interesting to see the connection this guy has to multiple years of working in videos with this fake police department that also shows up in every one of the rage bait bodycam videos. Now, I dug even deeper and found two more names with deep connections to SoulSnack, but I'm unsure if they actually own the company or just work for it. The first name I came across was a man by the name of Marcus Fremont, who in several articles was stated as the writer and producer of SoulSnack, and is listed in connection with the Judge Porter show on
We found the devil. Okay, we're ready.
There we go.
IMDb. On the SoulSnack Facebook page, another man is shown in most of their photos who goes by the name Anthony Gaeta. He lists himself
We have found the head demon.
as an actor,
man bun.
Yeah,
It's PC.
but I'm not sure why he shows up as the prominent face all over SoulSnack's Facebook page.
He looks
Looking
like
into
somebody
his
who would ask you to sell your soul.
Right.
public Instagram account, I came across several pictures of him dressed as a cop and filming at the same building, which features as the backdrop for Bodycam Declassified's viral video, Black Female Lawyer versus Arrogant Cop.
Yeah, this whole thing just seems very suspicious. I'll be right back. I need to run this ID.
You don't need to
It
run
is
my
crazy
ID.
to get all dressed up as a cop when you're not going to be in the video. I guess maybe reflections, but
that's what I'm
like,
saying.
You're just the body cam person. Avoid the windows, and nobody's even going to know what you're
This
dressed
is
like. Just wear some
wild, dude.
comfy shorts.
Sir, you don't need to. I'm an attorney, like I said. That'll be against your jurisdiction if you're trying to run my driver's license.
In another photo, we can see Anthony posed in front of a Mango Police Department vehicle, and in the background, you can see the famous building that appears in many of the Rage Bait Bodycam videos, Miller Machinery and Supply Co. Finally, I was able to find the SoulSnack Mango Park filming location, which is listed in Miami, Florida, and sure enough, right across the street is the building that shows up in the Bodycam Declassified videos, Miller Machinery and Supply Co. Now, for legal reasons, I do want to state that I don't know for sure if SoulSnack owns the Bodycam Declassified RageBait channel, but it's clear these two channels are connected, as all of the Bodycam videos feature the same fake police department used in SoulSnack and film at the same location that the SoulSnack actor proudly displays on his Instagram account. In my personal opinion, it seems like SoulSnack had the resources from its main channel to create this new channel and present these obviously RageBait videos as real to quickly grow Bodycam Declassified. Whoever runs Declassified knows that posting this fake content would obviously piss people off once it was exposed, which is why it isn't publicly connected to any other channels. This channel clearly has a lot of money behind it to create a fake police force and hire a bunch of actors to appear in the videos, so it's clearly a well-funded team behind this channel. These types of videos should not be on YouTube, as they are designed to create rage and hate for events that never actually happened. In the USA, for the past few years, many people are very divided on their support for the police, with defund the police being a major talking point just a few years ago. When people see this content and believe it to be real, it just fuels more hatred for cops and serves no purpose other than to line the pockets of the scumbags running this channel. Finally, I want to point out just how viral this content can go. The channel released a video 2 weeks ago titled, "Cop Pulls Over Black Judge and Lives to Regret It." In the video, a fake police officer breaks the black lady's taillights while covering his body cam and then attempts to arrest her for driving with a broken taillight.
What I do know is I have not searched this entire vehicle. You have a broken taillight, ma'am. That's another citation.
What are you doing?
It's illegal to be riding around with a broken taillight.
Yeah, after you broke it.
I did not break it. I'm trying to keep this safe.
That video now has 1.5 million views and is filled with comments from people who all think it's real and hating on cops for something that never actually happened. This is a bad cop and needs to be fired and never rehired again. This cop is dirty, dirty, dirty. How many citizens' rights has he tampered all over? Who is this officer? This deserves mass media coverage. As you can see, most people believe...
Bro, it kills me because, oh boy... real actual bad cop like gets to skate while these dudes. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm upset.
This to be real, and it's truly sickening to me that this channel is creating fake rage-bait videos and profiting off of helping destroy people's faith in law enforcement. What's interesting about this video is just a few days ago, YouTube added a header that says that the video is proven fake. I've seen YouTube put disclaimers on videos when talking about sensitive topics, but I've never actually seen YouTube out.
That is a good feature.
Shout out to YouTube. Gonna get him in that 420. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Outright state that a video is fake in a header like that. It does bother me that YouTube knows it's fake, but is perfectly fine with it staying up and collecting money off of rage bait that is
Well, as someone who works in advertising, I touch probably like $20 million worth of advertising inventory annually in my day job. Clearly we don't make that here, but
that's why we still have day jobs.
That's why I still have day jobs. Yeah,
we don't make fake body cam videos to get
if
rich real
something's
fast.
getting you impressions and views and click-throughs, it's pretty hard to say no to free money. YouTube, I feel like could do better, but the same thing was kind of sussy when they were doing like the kids stuff that was like very like on the line sexual. And they were like, yeah, but these kids really love this stuff. It's kind of YouTube's approach. It's really what it was. It was sick. That I was like, bro, what is going on? Like, how is this passing the, like, how is this not getting mass reported? And then when it does, they're like, yeah, but money. Where they have a hard time saying no to the dollars it brings in because they're able to fulfill their contracts with their advertisers, who've got to be everybody. Ford, Frito-Lay, Kellogg's, I don't know, Pfizer, whoever it is. Almost everybody spends money. YouTube's probably worth in the billions of dollars of ad revenue, right? But that's I get what he's saying, but I've seen the business discussion of like, well, we told them it's fake, right? Like, well, we did our job. This is still worth X amount of dollars to us. That's why they're willing to pay on monetizable content. Right?
And not obviously on that specific example that you're saying, but let's bring it back to like this, right?
Sure.
You do then also have the discussion of like, hey, you start limiting this, and where is the line between now you're limiting free speech, now you're limiting, my ability to express myself, now you're limiting whatever, right? I think I like the little banner that says, hey, this is fake. I think that's good. I think the channel has an ethical responsibility to make it obvious that it's fake. If they did, I honestly probably wouldn't have a problem with it, even if it is like clearly, specifically going for a time, because like you trying to get a specific point across is not a bad thing. It's not unethical. It's not what
Right.
it is your opinion. You have every right to say it the same way that we're saying whatever we're saying here.
In America.
Somebody might take offense to that.
Yeah.
Right. The way that you choose to do it is one thing, but you purporting that as a real thing that actually happened
I'm with
versus
you.
like
I'm with you.
this is a, let's say, mockumentary, right? Or let's say this is a hypothetical scenario or whatever. Two completely different things. They're two drastically different ways to approach it. The ethics of it are very different. And
to Shannon's point, and I'm 100% with you that yes, a platform can do whatever they want. I'm saying that these decisions, I'm talking millions of dollars. I decided to throw one lever, and who's in the CEO board that's going to say, hey, for moral reasons, let's lose a third of our revenue, right? It was a big discussion with like pornography, right? Like that was a big argument where Texas is one of the very few states that took a pretty hardline stance on that. And you better believe Texas-based servers or advertisers that were like, well, damn, like I was selling a lot of ads. And that's a huge population to take away from advertisers, right? California by itself, even if you take all the commerce and shipping and all of that, just because they got bodies is worth so much in advertising because the people that live there, right? And so, yes, you're 100% right. I don't trust companies to make decisions based on ethics. They're going to make decisions based on money. I watch it happen every day where I'm like, duh, what? I've watched, not to get too terribly political, with the HPA that was passing, this is the Hearing Protection Act, which would have deregulated suppressors, right? Which you would think in gun companies is a good thing. I get to sell more, right? But they were certain companies, not naming names, because I'm under a few NDAs, but that were like, well, my business model's based on that, though. I had optimized myself. So rather than we're all oorah on Second Amendment until it starts running into the bottom line, right? Same thing happened. I think it was Lead and Steel. I'll name them just because it was scummy. They were selling non-NIJ certified ballistic like armor to police department. It was a couple. It was them and somebody else that were selling it. It was police departments, people, whatever. They just lied about the testing. They were just pulling in fake Chinese body armor and giving it to people. And I was like, you find out when you die that this thing that was supposed to save my life didn't. And obviously
you're doing the was it the Ford Pinto where it's like, well,
Literally.
how many exploded cars versus is
and so
how much money you can make? Yeah,
I'm with Juan. Juan and I are 100% on the same page that I don't think it should be on YouTube. I think they should totally nuke the channel. I think the whole nine. It's just when it performs, and I believe they knew it. We know it. Even this guy knows it performs very well. And when it performs well, it keeps people on the app for longer, so on and so forth, right? We've grown because you guys care about what we have to say, right? We're doing it in a moral and ethical way, but like, I don't know. We also don't grow because we do it.
There is a nuanced discussion to be had, money or not, about whether or not, even as a private entity, when you are a platform,
right,
you should be picking and choosing which voices are and are not heard.
Right.
And that again is more of an ethical question than,
it's not a legal one.
It's not a hard line. Yeah, it's not a legal one. It's not a legal hard line on that.
Yeah.
As a private entity, you can, but if you start doing that, you can then. Right. Where does the line stop? Also, like, you are, like, to Josh's point, they are making the determination that, like, if they were to nuke this channel, is the financial hit of people getting pissed off at them and losing the channel worth the, like, is there any upside to that versus just leaving it up and putting a warning up or whatever? And most of these decisions are not made based on philosophical or ethical lines. They're made on, hey, is this going to hurt our bottom line? If it's not, what's the least thing we can do? It's actually, I was just reading about it because YouTube's changing their like ad blocker policy, right? If you have an ad block, they're slowing down your load times, right? They're not preventing you from exiting the site, but they're going to make it a little bit more uncomfortable, right? And it's not, they know they can't stop you from using ad blockers. It's just not going to happen. But they can make it a little bit more annoying so that 2-3% of people decide it's not worth using the ad blocker anymore, and they make 2-3% more money, and that makes them more money than the amount of engineer pay that they have to pay to make that change, right? The little banner is kind of the exact same thing. It is the sort of half-hearted attempt to do something because they know they should, while also not really doing anything. What is the... Great job on this video. We have seen a lot of these on our channel doing body cam breakdowns and have seen the issues they cause. These guys are now on our short list. Wait, that makes it sound like... Oh, okay.
I can't say hit list.
No, I know. I thought you meant like the channel we're watching now is on your short list as opposed to the channel they're talking about.
I told them excellent video. Thank you for your service. Subbed. I thanked him for his service.
Pretending to be real. In my opinion, this type of content shouldn't be on the platform at all. But let me know in the comments below if you...
I agree completely, bro. Great video. Shout out to I think it was Gandalf's allowing himself to be held like a baby. Super cute.
Dylan, 100% you should. He said if those fake body cams are allowed, I should be allowed to make fake videos of the CIA.
He was walking.
Yeah, go for it.
Or
Those are both.
A random tower falling without anything hitting it.
I mean, but that's the thing. Like that's on there, right? Like that's all there. Like there's a thing to be said about whether or not you think speech as a whole is worth having.
That is the ultimate.
It's a very complex discussion.
It is,
and it makes me uncomfortable to start stepping over that line.
Yeah, God bless America.
Because I know it gets used against me. Like I am, and this is why again I'm very, very not happy with the way the ICE is conducting the raids, right? Because it's like, hey, guess what? When they decide, when somebody new comes in, they decide, or just the same people decide that, like, oh, they just want to turn that on somebody else. You've set precedent, and you have now decided that this is how you want to do things. And everybody decided it was okay when it was somebody else, and you didn't care about them.
And I had a discussion.
The pornography decision is exactly the same thing, right?
Right.
That's all cool and all when it's something you don't care about. When suddenly it comes for your violent video games, or suddenly it comes for your political speech, or suddenly you have to ID to enter rooms, right? Like then it becomes a problem. But you didn't say no at the beginning.
Right.
You say no when it affects you.
I gave this example to somebody that I said, I found illegal immigrants all the time, right? All the time in the course of my job. And it's not my job to deport. It was never my job to deport people, right? I would just tell them like, hey, you'd be lucky, yo soy policía, not federal. That's kind of what I tell them and explain to them. I was like, yo, you need to be careful, dog. Like you need to drive more responsibly because I stopped you and I don't care. I was like, Trooper Dan down the street stops you. That might be a different discussion. He might have an axe to grind and he's got time, right? But ultimately, like, I find you doing something illegal. I realize you don't have to be here. You're gone. It would be easy to do just that and just say, hey, I might just be conducting traffic stops near places where I believe you're going to have, or you do it like through paperwork where you're like, hey, you have a bunch of money coming out, but no 1099s, right? Like you're clearly paying everybody in cash. And that's just from a taxes standpoint, that there would be an easier way of doing it rather than saying, we're going to suspend the need for reasonable suspicion. I was like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't like what that precedent sets. Like you said, it's like you still have to do the job by the rules. At least here. We talked about it with martial law, right? Where I was like, if you're doing it the right way, you shouldn't need that. There's certain circumstances where like the National Guard can help with things that you just don't have the tools for. Trying to search a huge wooded area, that's like thousands of miles wide. There's only so many deputies in that area, right? Stuff like that. But like, yeah, the government will never relinquish its power. It will only take more. Remember that. You learn that here.
And your good guys can become your bad guys very, very quickly.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like, you don't ever want the same tool it's a great, as the example I gave people, is that you kind of live by the sword, die by the sword kind of thing. It's like, dog, you just hope it's the hilt and not going in the wrong direction. That's all you mean. It's like, 'cause that's how you're going to get it. Anyways, there's some wisdom to that.
He was walking around LA with a lightsaber when he noticed a police officer with a light stick, and they both naturally knew it was time.
Assaulted a peace officer,
immediately
pedestrian in a roadway.
This guy gets dusted.
For a friendly lightsaber duel. But
He
it
looks
didn't
Hispanic,
last
Calais.
long, and only one would be crowned the champion of the night.
He took his theft.
Robbery. It's from a person.
Oh, robbery. That's true. Damn.
I thought that was very cool of him, to be honest.
That was cool.
I will give only 10 points because I thought it was wildly unsafe.
Speaking of exaggerating, Midwest safety, here we go.
Oh, no kidding. Hold on. Sorry.
And this is like a pretty generic title, too, but they deserve it. They've earned it.
It's a judgment call. I know there's a lot of like I'm a municipal cop, right? So everything makes me nervous. Like I'm a pretty cagey person. There were times where I would allow safety, what you could perceive as a safety concern, go because I read the room and realized like, hey, this person's just trying to be cool with me, right? Typically I did that with Bill standing next to me. So I was like, Bill can be a douchebag and I could be nice, and we like it evens out, right? It's like a net, nothing happens, right? I gave points because I think it was a good thing to do. I do believe there is a benefit to humanizing the badge to some degree. We do a little bit of that here. It's a day shift thing. So you're like conducting traffic, like you're moving traffic. You got time to go around and do something entirely different. That's my only criticism. I think it was funny. I gave him points because I thought it was a good thing. But just be careful.
He's walking out with a beer. Okay. Did he push you or something? Yeah. Seriously, I'm like, yo, you can't leave with the beer, man. I'm gonna just come back inside, finish the beer, and you can take off. Yeah. You. What are you gonna do about it? I go to Greece for the beer. His wife grabbed me. I'm like, whoa. So I walk back inside. I caught the plate.
Just down the road, another officer pulls over a vehicle that happens to have the same exact people that just left Dave and Buster's.
Okay, so this is going to be an investigative stop. The reasonable suspicion here, I'm assuming, is a potential assault that happened with the security guard, which in some cases could be a felony, so I have no beef with the stop so far. Conversely, they were just consuming alcohol and they're now operating a motor vehicle. You have a reliable third-party witness. You'd like two. A warrant will require two, at least in Texas, but you're going to conduct an investigation based off of that testimony. I'm okay with that, or that statement. This is literally textbook a Terry stop. You match the description of people that are close to a criminal offense. I don't know if it's a misdemeanor. I don't know if it's a felony, depending on the state law, but I'm okay with this so far.
I do.
We're all A, sir.
Hold on.
Is that the beer in his lap?
No way. Probably.
I thought I saw like a.
Excuse me? Part of your file?
You heard me.
Give me your ideas.
Who you want? You're drinking a beer in the car right now. Give me your ID.
Also, there's definitely a kid in the car seat. No, that was not Bruno Mars. You need to chill.
I'm in the back seat, am I?
Is that legal?
Yes, it is.
It is?
I'm not driving, am I?
Step out of the car.
It's not a DUI, is it? It's not a DUI, is
Step
it?
out of the car.
Is this just open container? What's the criminal offense?
That's going to be my guess. It depends on the state, right? We're still going to have to deal. I don't know what the law is there. But you could have open container. They're in a car. I think that erodes a little bit of that. If he was being very crafty, it would be not wearing a seatbelt, which you can be guilty of as a passenger. I'd be fine with that. You can't do PI. He's in the car. There's no way in the universe you're getting PI. But yeah, potentially open container. I still would have a hard time just because they're in a car with it. He can take possession of the beer and have it or whatever. But that would be my rationale for that if I was this guy.
I can't.
Step out of the car.
I can't step out of the car.
Unlock the car right now.
Get out of that car right
Step
now.
out of the f***ing car right now.
I don't know that you get to get this animated. Like, is the guy being a bit of a douche? Sure. Like, he told him F you when they first pulled up. I kind of get it, but there's no reason to get this intense. Also, your backstop's an infant and your partner, so maybe try not to escalate the situation unnecessarily. I'm not saying don't get the guy out of the car, right? He's not being helpful. I don't know that I'm getting him out of the car for a Class C ticket, but it is what it is.
Step out of the car right now.
Baby in the back seat.
I don't give a shit. Step out of the car. Get your ass back in the car.
Don't touch me!
Get your ass.
Do not touch me!
Get out of the car.
Don't your hands
This is
off
Pennsylvania
me!
v. Bibbs, right?
Yeah.
For blank.
Yeah, before for blank. My issues, so these are all misdemeanors so far, unless we believe we have DWI with a kid in the car. That might be a felony. Or the assault on the security guard, right? Potentially a felony. But that's on the driver. That has nothing to do with his back passenger right now. We are cussing out and pulling out of a car a passenger for maybe not having a seatbelt on. That is accurate, actually. Juan.
Yeah.
That is the
Pink
new
Pony
song.
Club
That is the
does
new
work
song
for
that plays,
CPR.
yeah.
Pink Pony Club. I'ma keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. There you
It's
go.
going to do
Saved a
what we
life.
call showcasing bias. And so I'm choosing to escalate this because I'm mad at this guy. Again, bring back robot cops, right? Don't do this.
Also, don't have your handcuffs in your hand before
right.
you got any control whatsoever of the person.
We're new to this, right? That's what we're going to say.
Yeah, this is our first arrest.
Ever.
Ever.
Natalia! Do not touch me! I have my son in my car! I have my son in my car!
She might be drunk too.
Put your hands behind your f***ing back right now.
I have my son in my
Put your hands
car.
behind your f***ing back right now.
It's not a terrible position. This is taut. So he's isolating the shoulder, moving the wrist back.
Give me your other hand.
Relatively dominant.
I ain't going back in
This is a terrible idea. But
person.
so if I had, let's say I had a good reason to take this guy. I'm not convinced this guy does, but let's say he does. I'm fighting over handcuffs, which it shouldn't be, but let's just say I am. Old boy's getting punched in the face. I mean, we're basically struggling over a weapon at this point. It's his poor tactics that created that circumstance in Texas. Actually, no, nationally, because the Supreme Court. How I got to this position matters. I don't get to use in the moment of force. It is now the totality of the circumstances and everything leading up to that use of force that is going to decide whether or not this is justified. So maybe you don't punch this guy in the face for trying to take your handcuffs from you, but from a safety standpoint, there's definitely a place where I could articulate that this guy's starting to pose more of a deadly threat to you.
So Lisa's asking, what are we arresting her for? Yellow shirt.
So yellow shirt. So the initial stop, I believe, was because there was an altercation with the security guard, right? Mm-hmm. Conversely, he was saying that they were dealing with alcohol, that she's drunk and driving, right? They also likely saw the kid. We didn't get to see the full interview with the security guard. If they mentioned the kid and if this lady was drinking and is driving, that's a felony in all 50 states. So you're going to go after that car for the welfare of that kid, right? Second, you see her and she's like, I'm legal to drive and drink or whatever. Like, you got pretty good PC. Obviously, you'd still like to verify, trust, but verify, right? We're going to have to do a blood warrant likely. It'd be nice if you could do SFSTs. That's probably off the table here, just given how bad this scene is going. But that's what that initial contact was for, which I was fine with initially. This whole altercation in the backseat with this guy, I don't know, maybe seatbelts, maybe.
Well, no, I think they're talking to him because they think he's the guy that pushed the security guard.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Actually,
because he's got his beer that he's drinking, and he was the one, like, she was the one that was just yelling at the security guard, and then he said
she ignored.
Oh no, she pushed him. She pushed him. He just took the beer out.
Yeah,
whatever. Basically, the idea is like one of them ran out with a beer in their hand into the car, and then the other one was pushing the security guard.
I think too, part of this is just not knowing how to talk to people. Like, I got people out of cars all the time, knowing damn well these people are totally going to jail.
Do you have it if when she decides to get out of the car while you're talking to this guy and confront you? Would you just at least detain her on that point? Is that
if she becomes like
for
resistant?
the safety? Yeah, for the safety of the scene.
Yeah, I have no beef. I have no beef with just
she's getting out of the car,
she's getting belligerent and getting out.
Coming
100%.
up to you.
Oh, interference. You know, what is it? What is the other one? Interference is the one I can think of, but there's another one where you're impeding.
Pedestrian roadway, like
no,
she got all of it.
You pulled her out of the car. You can't do that.
No, she stepped out on her own. and came up to you, different. So yeah, it's one of those. You got yourself into this situation.
Get out of the car.
Having those social
Nephew's
skills.
in the back of the car. Let me get out of the car then.
Put it behind your back now.
There's my brother's not getting on my license. I have to
Shut your mouth.
That has nothing to do with my son. That is my son.
Get out of the car. Let me get out of the car then. Get out of the car. Let me get out of the car then.
Keep your mouth shut.
I will if you let me go.
Let me get out of the car. My nephew's crying. Nephew's.
I'll be honest, he's not doing much to keep himself in said car. If you can't pull him out, maybe you shouldn't be a cop.
Well, it'd be nice if you could use two hands.
Right.
What if
right. One's occupied.
We need to do a car extraction video too.
Bro, for real. It was a great class. I got to take 2 different classes on car extraction. They were pretty good. It's a hard thing to do. I'm not saying it's easy, but like, I don't know. Maybe if they weren't 30 for 30 hires, they'd be able to do this. 30. See, look at that. Useless men not being able to do the job.
Because nowadays, this is not MHMR unless the M stands for margaritas.
Yeah, margaritas hammered
They're
mom.
drunk. Yeah.
Right now.
There you go.
They're all hammered.
He's crying. Don't keep your mouth shut.
I'm not doing no harm to you at all. Let me get my brother out of there. Let me do it. Only I can.
Put her in a car.
Let me do it.
Get in the car.
I'm getting serious.
Sit your ass in the car. Sit in the car.
I'm getting serious. Let me do
Oh, they
it.
got the divider.
What's going my name?
Right up.
Dude, you ain't got a f***ing mouth to fucking.
I'll be honest. I've only done it once. But we were in a situation like this where this guy had fully like splayed out. He took a punch right to the dick. He got right out of that car. If this was a real dangerous situation, is what I'm getting at. This situation, this is dumb cops interacting with a dumb suspect. So they all deserve each other here. But there's a real fear here. This guy rears up and like heel kicks you in the face. You get hit in the face like that, you're falling into traffic, getting run over, and die. That's not a good way to go, right?
With those boots, you might break your nose.
That's what I mean, dude. Like, that's a bad... not to mention, if this guy's appendix carrying a pistol, he just postures up on you, you're taking rounds right then and there. And your backstop's a baby, so the likelihood that you're going to be able to shoot back's pretty small. At least safely do it.
This guy probably would, though.
Yeah, let's be honest.
With his left hand, because his right hand's holding him.
Yep, exactly. He's going to mag up this whole
He's going to cross-draw it backwards.
I don't know. These are safety concerns, regardless of what's going on here, right, that you would think about if you were stuck in this situation. Have I been here? Yes. They're not doing anything to control his head, which would help a lot. You just simply put your hand on the nape of his neck and crank down on his. It's a very uncomfortable, awful feeling to have that happen. And it's not hard because you got all the leverage. They try to posture back up on you. They're just helping you with leverage to pull them out of the car. Kind of the same thing with once you get a hold of one of these like pant legs. Jeans are great because, dude, jeans, you could really, get a very, very nice handle on that ankle, work that knee most of the way out. I'll be honest, you're taking like an elbow to like the fat part of your, like the outside part of your quad. That'll fold you pretty quickly and not be a dick punch. But dick punches are also on the table here. There's stuff like that. There's ways to get people out. Strikes aren't the best way to do it. There's better ways to do it, but I'd have to demo it for it to make sense. But yeah.
I'm a fucking.
Grabbing at his wrist is not the way.
Come on. Stop it. No, I ain't about to stop it. All right, I'm gonna tase you if you don't get out of the car. Tase me then. But I have my fucking son in the back, my fucking nephew in the back of the car right now. I have my nephew in the back of the car. Out of the car now. I'll get out of the car now, or you're getting tased. I'll get out of the car if you get out of the car.
Okay, I want to pause it.
Oh.
I want to give a shout out to the only black person in this car understanding exactly how to like handle this interaction.
And he's not suspects.
No.
He's society.
But he's like, I need better friends. He's like, I thought I'd be fine with the white people, but apparently...
Y'all were supposed to help me.
Yeah. They act up.
Y'all almost got me killed out here.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to him. Be that guy.
Yeah. He immediately recognized the situation he was in.
Yeah.
He's like, all right.
I'm not trying to die today.
I know how this goes.
Yeah.
I'll get out of the car if you guys leave me alone. I am my nephew in the back. I am my nephew in the back. Only one not drunk. Huh? Only one not drunk.
You should have been driving, dog.
For real.
You seem cool. What's everyone's deal? Put your hands on the car.
Okay, somebody needs to help this baby. I'm gonna start. You're about to start to get.
Oh, he's gonna get tased. The baby's gonna get tased.
Ignorant me if this baby has to sit here and cry for too long. This is gonna start pissing me off.
I'll get out of the car. I'll get out of the car. I am my nephew. Get out of the car.
Oh my God! Why is the taser laser on the child's legs?
I don't know, dog. This is my people, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're doing so well.
I don't want to get hurt.
I think we talked about this before. If you're the tasing officer, you're not supposed to go hands-on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Unless there's something crazy going on, it should never be you.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a gun. It's the same thing. But whatever.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Get out of the car. Hey, Bubba. Hey, Bubba.
Do me a favor, have a seat, okay?
Somebody get a car and bring along the side. All right, Bubba. Come on out of the car. Hands. Hands back. Stop resisting, man. Got it, Brian? Just stop resisting. All right. We got him. You don't. Right here. Stop. You got me? Yeah. Stop. All right, let's go.
Oh
Put your leg. Get
in the car.
Did you reopen that door?
Don't worry.
Do what?
It looks like they reopened the door with yellow
probably
shirt girl in
there. They don't know what she's detained for or arrested for.
Yeah.
They don't know what's going on.
Well, and then she got her foot out and now they can't get it closed.
Right.
Worry about who I am. Yeah, my fucking nephew in the fucking car and he's fucking crying. I can hear him.
Flying out at me, trying to grab me, so I grabbed her, put her in cuffs, put her in my car.
You all good?
Yeah.
You break that.
The king officer realized that you needed to take care of the baby in the car.
Hey, when the 30 for 30 hires got her priorities right, God bless her. You know what? So far, the most intelligent cop on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
By a mile. You have one innocent victim here, and that is that child, because she's being subjected to all of these idiots. Shout out to her.
I think Blue
God.
Shirt is like half innocent victim. He did choose this company.
I was about to say, no. This is
but-
not new behavior, okay? This is no.
Who knows? Might be his first date with homegirl.
It better be.
12-11. Let me out of here! Just leave it. Get brakes and you get to towing. Break! No. Whose car's next time?
Shout out to whoever said don't open it.
Do what?
Shout out to whoever said don't open it.
Right.
Somebody had to tell that guy don't open it.
It'll be -20 if it opens, and they're not at the jail.
Who's my fucking shit?
How many drinks would you say she had? Was she drinking the Twisted Tea in the car? She was? You've been cool the whole time. Are you going to be alright if I take you out? I don't think you're going to be under arrest for anything. You didn't do anything. So you guys, how much time did you guys get to? I got there by like 4. Yeah.
This is ignoring me.
What?
Let me talk to my son. I'm his mother, not you.
Okay, we're not doing that right now.
Let me call my son down.
You shouldn't be drinking in the car driving.
I was not drinking in my car driving.
Okay.
I had to put that on God.
Okay.
Look, I'm in the second book of Kings. That is not the play, homie. that comment should make everyone uncomfortable. Like, you're asking to get smote here. Chill. Also, especially when you're clearly intoxicated. Maybe lie better. Be better at lying.
You believe in Jesus?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Let me on my car, not my son.
Put your knee in the car.
How long am I gonna be here until my son starts crying?
A little bit longer. Put your knee in the car.
How long? I wanna know.
I don't know. Put your knee in the
I
car.
wanna know.
He's coming back to the station with us. You're under arrest. Couple things.
I don't know what. I don't anything wrong. What's my boyfriend doing?
Which one's your boyfriend?
The black guy.
Oh, he's fine. He's cool.
Tell him to take my son home. He knows where I live. Tell him to take my son home.
Hey, she said this is her boyfriend and he could take the son home if you guys want. He's gonna.
So 0 out of 10 times does boyfriend get to take the son home. From a liability standpoint, that's not a biological parent, right? Don't care if they got like they've been cool, they've been dating for a long time, doesn't matter. There's 0 legal precedence. Now they're in the home and the boyfriend's there and done been there and lives there. Maybe you call a sergeant. The sergeant's like, let's call CPS and let CPS know we're arresting mom. The safety plans for boyfriend to be there. CPS will document it. And that's probably the only time we're leaving baby there, especially at that age. But on a traffic stop, when a biological parent or like sibling, like, right? Like, you know, my kid, I'm getting arrested for being an idiot and Juan's there and Juan's my biological brother. I can let him, he's uncle, right? At that point, uncle could probably do it. Still telling CPS, and CPS is going to know that uncle took the kid. But we're not just doing the handoff there. We're not doing that. Maybe
even after consent from the mother.
That's what I mean. That's what
also,
I mean.
She's
like,
drunk,
no.
so
yeah,
her
the reason
decisions aren't making.
And I love this guy. I truly, boyfriend's out here crushing it at life outside of his decision to date this woman, right? And maybe she's cooler when she's not drunk, but bro, that is the welfare of a child. That is completely on you if you decide to take a parent into custody. If you don't cross the T's and dot the I's and ensure, I have multiple times, so much so I got made fun of by our victim services because I was like, damn it, why do I always get stuck arresting parents? I had almost 4 full shifts taken from me because I arrested somebody that had an infant with them, and I was stuck there mixing baby formula and having to wait for someone to come change the poopy diapers and stuff like that. Like, it was awful. I got because you can't leave. If you're the arresting officer, you are now stuck with that baby, and you are not allowed to, because it's chain of custody at that point. It's like, this is now a ward of the state temporarily, and I'm the only one imbued with the authority to hold on to said child until CPS shows up. It's a whole thing. And of course, Tarrant County CPS was slow going there. So, anyways. Dot your lowercase J's. Chris, God bless you, brother. I haven't seen you in a minute. I love you.
Gonna come back with us, with you.
No, I want him to take my son home.
I don't make the decisions.
We're at the jail, thank God.
Have a cigarette?
Yeah, you can have a cigarette if you stop.
Later on. Can I?
Yes.
Or is that just bullshit?
Oh, if you get out of the car.
Because it's not, I want to make a hell for you guys.
Okay, I'm gonna let you smoke, but you gotta get out of
No,
the
you're
car.
gonna make hell for the jail.
I want to get a cigarette.
Then get out.
Then get out. You got.
So, we generally speaking, there's exceptions. There's very real exceptions, but I like the although I don't agree with all the decisions that were made by that administration. It was in the George Bush era that we adopted. We don't negotiate with terrorists. I'm there with that because what it's doing is it's encouraging line stepping. This guy's going to ask for a cigarette now. He's going to ask for something else later to just slow down this process. You say, well, I'm telling you to get out and you're in custody, which means you stop getting to do what you wanted to do the second I put you in handcuffs, right? So you're going to step out. You're going to pick up an additional charge for resisting or interference, right? And I'll be forced to use force on you to make you comply. And I don't want to do that because, quite frankly, I just ate or I got to go pee. And fighting you is not going to help either of those things, right? They say pound sand. I say, okay, well, you made this bed. Time to lay in it, right? And then you demotivate their willingness to resist whatever's going on here. I don't like getting in this in between. The few times that I really made exceptions for this on emergency detentions, so this person's only crime is being crazy and being a danger to themselves or others, right? On those, I tended to be a lot more lenient because it's really, I'm doing this for their welfare. Like, I don't want them to die, and the state empowered me with the ability to save their life, right? I'm gonna let that guy smoke a cigarette, right? I'm gonna let that guy drink a beer if he's gonna get cool with me, and I get to use less force so he trusts law enforcement more next time he needs help, right? Sure, I'll do that, but that's a very different set of circumstances of to fuck around, find out here. That's going to jail for an offense. Very different ball game, because it's a very different application of your authority as a peace officer. But couple other things, you're interviewing people. That's a little different because you're trying to rapport build there. I'll let people smoke cigarettes. I kept cigarettes for a short period of time for that very purpose. But not here. Hell no.
You guys don't want a problem.
What's that plastic tub at the other seat?
I don't know. It's probably just how they're keeping maybe road flares or just equipment for patrol. We had like a patrol bag that I kept all my paperwork and stuff in, but it wasn't like a tub like this. And I didn't keep it in the back seat. It stayed either in the trunk or in my passenger seat because we didn't ride 2-man. YouTube membership gets Discord access. Yes, Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a hard time finding it, my mods can get you there, or producer Juan can get you there.
me.
Yeah.
Either on Patreon or here.
But yes,
Instagram,
you should be in the Discord.
Yeah, if you're a member, there should be a link when you join.
Yeah. You can harass me 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting out for the cigarette, let's go.
Yeah, under the community tab, Emu's right.
We gotta do a couple things, okay?
Good, get me out of here.
Maybe step out.
I'll leave my phone on the wall. I'm gonna call my mother and I'm suing you.
Okay, we're gonna do that when we're done.
There's nothing wrong. I want my son to take him home. That's all we're doing.
Okay, take your handcuffs off, but you can't act up. Alright, so first things first.
Leave my phone.
Have you been arrested before?
No, cuz I've done nothing wrong.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court of law or the proceedings. Do you understand?
Good face. I've done nothing wrong.
Okay. I'm gonna have you step forward a little bit here. Do you have any eye problems or abnormalities?
Explain.
Oh, we're doing SFSTs. This is an interesting play here.
This at the jail?
I mean, it's a safe place to do it, I guess. I never did it this way. Shout out, bro, X-Bane, my brother.
X-Bane.
He's bought himself. He's bought himself another week of staying on the thank you.
I think they're trying to get Google D as a gifted sub, but keep missing. Buxom got one, even though Buxom super chatter extraordinaire over here.
Well, shout out. Welcome to all the new members. Thanks, Juan. Oh, bro, you're getting a straight thank you for the officers. Where's chat? You know what?
Mark was one of the people that helped pay for it with super chats.
Bro, there it is. I'm gonna give chat points for thanking Juan. That man works hard. Anyways, we gotta finish this damn thing. This is a weird. I never did. If I decided I was gonna have to do a warrant, I assumed he was gonna have to do a warrant for it. He's got the eyewitness testimony of a security guard saying she's drinking. I have now my second witness with the boyfriend, right? 2 witnesses of a misdemeanor, likely now a felony because this is a kid in the car, right? I feel pretty comfortable saying can smell it, can see it, got 2 witnesses based off the statements being given. I believe this lady was intoxicated, so on the end go to push for just a blood warrant. Maybe you do HGN here, maybe. Now the only thing I find odd about this is there's 4th and 5th Amendment considerations to be made during field sobriety test, right? 1, a field sobriety test is providing evidence, right? I'm trying to prove that I'm not drunk, and you're trying to prove that I am. You don't have to submit to them. That is a 5th Amendment thing, right? I don't have to provide evidence against myself to the state. Conversely, on the 4th Amendment side of things, I am searching you for evidence. So even something as simple as HGN, I could just shut my eyes and not consent to it, right? You can't charge me for not consenting to a search, right? He read Miranda, whether it was lazy or not, and she said I plead the 5th. We get to do SFSTs after that? I don't know. I don't think if she's pleading the 5th, which is saying I don't waive my rights to speak to somebody until I have an attorney present, I'm probably also not consenting to searches. Like it would be a very easy line of thinking, right? I don't know that you can proceed with SFSTs if that's the case. But that's me giving a shit because I don't like my cases getting kicked. But we'll see what he does.
Any problems with your eyes?
The glasses, yeah.
Just glasses, no diseases or anything like that. You're not blind, right?
No, and I'm not going to jail either, so I don't bring these. I'm not going to jail.
How's your general health?
Better than yours, because you're trying to arrest me. Everything you're trying to do, I ain't stupid.
Okay. Can you just put your glasses on the hood of my car?
Oh, you retarded.
I know.
Oh.
I know. Come here.
No, it's stupid.
You're gonna put your feet together and put your hands down your sides, just like this. I want you to keep your head still and follow the movement of my finger with your eyes only.
She's got nystagmus.
Doing good.
I know, because I'm sober, duh.
Alright, I'm gonna stand next to you. Okay, you're gonna place your left foot on the line. Imagine a line right from here to the door. When I say begin, you're gonna take 9 heel to toe steps on the line. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, we can start.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
She gets all points for using her hands for balance. Likely not
That's
taking heel to toe steps and then starting before I said to start.
But he also didn't demonstrate. Now, it might have been cut, but
agreed.
It's on him.
Agreed.
Okay.
An improper turn.
Alright, you're gonna put your feet together and put your arms down at your sides. This is the last one. When I tell you to, you're gonna raise either foot, your left or your right, approximately 6 inches off the ground. And you're gonna count aloud in the following manner. 1001, 1002, 1003, until...
You got all your points you need.
So, right. Now, you try to get as many as you can if you're doing an investigation like this. Her complying with the SFSTs, they might be able to argue, okay, well, then she's consenting to the search, right? I just still I was very legalistic when it came to that kind of stuff because it's just not worth the violation.
And is it procedurally even normal to do it at the jail versus on the traffic stop?
It doesn't matter.
Seems like
we move
Okay.
people all the time.
Okay.
Now I'm assuming arresting her already for resisting or whatever it was because they tried to get her out of the. How did Chris get a membership? What the fuck? Okay, I can say hello.
Freaking
to
Chris the
everybody.
cop. Take that.
That's what I
Somebody
mean.
else deserves that one.
Everyday family, high maintenance, Manuel, Miguel, the medic, Wolf Winter, Purple Panda,
Instinct Drone.
Instant Drone.
Just joined the Patreon. I saw the email that they.
Welcome
So, look at
welcome
that,
to
they
the
doubled
membership
up.
program.
Until you're told to stop. Until I tell you to stop. But you gotta keep that leg straight, okay?
I saw a question. Hold on. I saw a question.
Points for the chop.
I got a mod with one. Yeah, that was Chris. So if you ask for a lawyer, should they not give SFSTs? I don't believe they should. Now, this is totally going to be argued in court, right? So it's up to a judge or up to a jury whether they think so or not. But when you're pleading the fifth, you were saying, I'm not going to provide any more information to the law enforcement officer until I have a lawyer present, because that is my constitutionally protected right. The SFSTs it's a form of communication where I'm providing evidence against myself. You are allowed to refuse. Yeah, I'm not allowed to charge you with something extra because you refuse SFSTs. That's not your name, that's not your date of birth, and it's not your address. I cannot compel you to give me those on penalty of a criminal offense. That's why I say no. You better have done a good investigation for the warrant. That's all I'm saying. Or take her to the jail on the resisting, write in the charge for the DWI, go based off of what you have, apply for the warrant. If they deny it, that's on the judge, not on you. You can't circumvent people's rights. You got to do the job the right way.
You can start.
I'm mid-starting.
You gotta look down your foot and count.
You don't look at your foot, it's when you fall. You look away.
Straighten that leg out.
Hope nothing. Getting locked up for what?
DUI and obstructing resisting.
What? Screw the distance.
Now this drunk and disorderly.
I get the resisting charge, but I'm surprised if he doesn't get blood. If that would stick. We're gonna take 10 just because of how poorly that whole thing went down.
Question.
Yes.
From Aman. Would having a lazy eye make me fail the sober tests?
Do what?
Would having a lazy eye make you fail the sober test?
Depends. I would assume so. Anytime something got brought up that I would believe, because like, you'd imagine like if you have like just straight up like it can't look in the same direction. You're not a medical professional, right? So I would just go for walk and turn and the one leg stand. They have a couple of other that I wasn't certified to do. But I would say, well, do you have ankle problems? Do you have whatever? Does it ever impede you being able to concentrate on something? It could possibly, at least for HGN, exclude you from the test, and I might just notate that. Or I'll still maybe try to do the test, but notate that you did, because I mentioned everything. They did have contacts. They did have to wear glasses. They were wearing an eye patch. You know what I mean? They were crying because I caught them and they were drunk, right? Boyfriend broke up with them, whatever it was. Dude, paragraph. We're going to do this report writing stream one of these days, because these are very information dense if you're doing it the right way. Because again, I'm trying to build totality of the circumstances, but maybe. It's definitely a good angle to go for when you're talking about trying to disqualify SFSTs. Your defense attorney for damn sure is going to try to argue that it does, right? That's what you pay in the big bucks for, but yeah, maybe. Is this really what this is called? Oh, Inside Edition.
Excited? I want to dance.
A stunning video of the accused assassin dancing. 57-year-old Lance Belter is preaching at a church in the Congo, a rousing sermon that couldn't be farther removed from the hatred police say fueled his shocking murder spree. This video has also surfaced of Belter claiming to work with law enforcement with a specialty in removing bodies from crime scenes.
We're working with a lot of police officers. And
ooh, this is the guy that shot the senators? Or the senator and her husband?
And what? Yeah.
Wild. Dude, talk about like, one, incredibly disappointed that guy got away at the scene. I was like, bro, what? Like, that you like, you're doing there's no way it didn't make it in the call text. You're doing a welfare check on a state senator right after a pretty major vote. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe you got to be locked in, but he got away. Maybe he's crafty.
And death investigators at the location where the decedent is found. Could be a crime scene or just a natural death.
Belter is charged with the murder of State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, and the attempted murder of State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. We're learning chilling new details of these shootings. The attempt to assassinate the Hoffmans was caught on home security video. A federal prosecutor said that video was the stuff of nightmares. He said the suspect pretended to be a cop and banged on the door, shining a flashlight on them. The senator opened the front door and quickly realized this was no cop.
When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Belter out and stop him from entering his home, Belter shot him repeatedly. Belter then shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly. Belter fled the scene, and the Hoffman's daughter called 911.
Their 28-year-old daughter's life was saved by her heroic mom, who shielded her with her body. An hour later, cops almost captured Belter as he was about to murder the Hortmans.
When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his...
Oh, dude, there's body cam of this? I mean, there's got to be, right? Like,
yeah. Sure, we'll get it soon, but...
That is wild.
I don't think it's released
yet. I bet you DOD's, like, trying to make sure this shit can't happen again. Gosh, so... And this is really... I talk about line stepping, we talk about violence, we talk about all that stuff. Is there a discussion to be had that the consequences of what politicians do is very real? You pass a bill, it absolutely affects human beings, right? You pass a budget, it absolutely affects people. However, in a first world country, we do not solve political issues with violence, period. We don't solve getting spit in the face with putting people in the hospital, right? Whether you're law enforcement. I think this is the reason why that rage bait like video pisses me off. It's the reason why I get really upset. It's the whole nexus of us even starting the channel of watching The Rookie and being like, this does not happen. It's objectively, this does not happen. And why we get on this channel when it does happen, we contextualize that, hey, this is not acceptable or should not be acceptable behavior. And we're not allowed to pearl clutch when douchebags like these get around and get it in their head that the government's bad and we need to go kill these people. If we're over here not taking licenses and we're not taking, you know what I mean? All of that stuff slowly adds up. It wasn't one vote that got somebody killed, right? This wasn't one, congressional session or whatever it was. This is a collection and a concerted effort of rage baiting media people, also like internet edgelords that just kind of edge each other on, right? And a fail
chatbots at this point too.
No shit, right? And a concerted effort for certain isolated, because rural parts of America don't have to worry about this. Truly. They don't have the numbers game isn't there. You got 1,000 people in your county. The likelihood of out of that 1,000, you got some crazy people that you're ever going to see is very, very low. Right? They can even find where you live, right? But in like these guys that are here in like urban areas, when you're a representative of a pretty big area, that can be a problem. And conversely, when you become a public figure and you're making decisions over other people, there are consequences. That's the unfortunate reality of today. But this is why I have beef. And I have dark humor. I make jokes. We do stuff in the Discord that I can't do out here, right? Which is why in a private setting and your friends, you can make whatever jokes you want. But like, these were murders. These were political assassinations. And I'm sure this is much more complicated. Heck, you can look at the Trump assassination attempts. These were clearly more complicated than just one person deciding to act out, though it could be that, right? But we just need to be careful about what we let the algorithm do. It continues to push forward why we discussed why YouTube probably shouldn't allow for stuff like that to happen, at least from a moral standpoint, or you potentially find yourself civilly liable for the consequences of the actions. If I find that this guy's feed was nothing but government being bad and whatever, and you fed it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but that is
yeah
every social media site now ever.
Oh, dude.
Like
yeah.
every single one of them, that is
Every
exactly
single-
what
every single one.
That's all they do.
Yeah.
Right? You
who
go
owns it or
on
whatever,
yeah. And not by accident, right? Because that's just what they're designed. They're designed to keep you in a bubble.
It
to feed you
performs
what you
well.
like,
Yep.
to prefer your engagement, and it feeds you rage bait, and it feeds that hype you up emotionally, so you'll stay on these sites.
I will
longer.
give municipals only 10 points because they did end up actually catching the guy.
So
But
I do want to watch the rest of this video because I have questions.
Okay.
See that are safety oriented.
Okay.
About this, we can leave the
Weapon
sort of political discussion
and began
after.
firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark.
The shooter is still in the house. They believe barricaded with the firearm.
Before escaping, he shot and wounded the Hortman's dog, Gilbert.
Yeah.
Sorry. We'll go back. My bad.
Who had to be euthanized. Police say this image shows Belter dressed as a police officer and wearing a hyper-realistic latex Halloween mask. Here's what the mask looks like in the light of day when we tried it on. Cops recovered weapons and a hit list from Belter's SUV and a notebook listing websites and search engines he used to research his victims. After the murders, the FBI says Belter texted his family, warning them
I think she yelled at the cat.
Dad went to war last night. There's going to be some people coming to the house armed and trigger happy, and I don't want you guys around. And this is the moment Belter surrendered to cops late last night after an hour-long siege near his home in rural Minnesota.
Okay.
Oh, I thought they were going to actually show the like surveillance video portion because what I wanted to ask was basically like, if you are a hypothetical normal person, right? Because
Right.
it seems like this has been a little bit more in the news now, where there are people. There was that one person who like tried to kidnap his girlfriend or whatever. He got
yeah.
like the ice costume and tried to kidnap somebody. Like that kind of thing is happening. So what I wanted to kind of talk about with this video was, how do you recognize it's legitimate law enforcement? Like, do you, even if they are legitimate law enforcement, do you have a requirement to even open that door? Do you have to talk to them? Like what sort of are your legal rights here in terms of interacting with police in a situation where they knock on your door and tell you to open it?
Again, Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights, right? The only thing in most situations that the state says you have to give, right? Name, date of birth, and your address is the only thing you have to give law enforcement. Everything else, you could comply, right? But as long as you're not actively resisting, you cannot be charged with resisting. You can't pick up additional charges for whatever thing that they said. I've had multiple times. I'm not opening my door on like a welfare check. And I'm like, dog, it's a domestic welfare check based on call text. I'm going in there. They're like, that's fine. And I'm like, cool. It's going to be a pucker moment. Thank you for putting me into a shoot, no shoot scenario, but I'm going to force entry. We're going to go do our thing because I owe it to potential victims, right? But I didn't charge them, and I couldn't charge them with interference when I had to kick their door. How did that qualify? He's under no legal obligation to open that door for me, right? And it's as simple as calling 911 and being like, "Is that?" I've let people do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "Hey, will you open it if I let you call dispatch to verify that I'm actually a police officer?" Bro, after 2020, worse after the Dallas kid that got shot from the off-duty cop.
Mm-hmm.
Minding his own business, chick walks into somebody else's apartment and smokes the guy. Better believe there was a lot of distrust with law enforcement at the time, especially in DFW. That was an adjacent jurisdiction from mine. I had no beef with that, especially because I would run into you'd be like single moms or like college kids that like this is the first time they ever lived on their own. They realize they live in the ghetto, and some guy's knocking on the door in a neighborhood that has robberies all the time. Is law enforcement need you to open up? Hell no. Well, what criteria do you need to feel comfortable for this? And I would always I had that in my back pocket. Call 911. You won't get charged with abuse of 911 because I'm asking you to do it to verify who I am. I'm name, badge number. I'd give them name and badge number. My call number is whatever. I was like, I'll call 911. They will tell you that I am who I am and that I'm supposed to be here. That got me into like 10 or 15 doors because that's how freaked out people were at the time. Now, sometimes push is going to come to shove, and it's a judgment call whether or not you think you need to push the envelope as a police officer. But, like, you have to articulate your reasonable suspicion the same way you have to articulate your probable cause, the same way you have to articulate your use of force. I always advise people to trust but verify. That's kind of always my joke. Well, you do it with your kids. You need to do it with whoever you're buying your car from, whatever. A law enforcement officer might get peeved at you, but I think that it's rational and reasonable. If you have to go to court, he tries to charge you with resisting. He's like, I have no, there's state senators out here getting killed on fate. Like, I have the right to verify, right? Like, nor do I have an obligation to open the door. Mm-hmm. So I have no beef with that personally. Now, there's going to be people that feel differently, but that's a they problem, not a y'all problem, right?
Do you have a self-defense justification if they're trying to kick in your door?
Yes, but it's gonna be really contingent on reasonableness, just like any use of force discussion, right? And you can make it as simple as that. It's like, hey, like, I don't feel comfortable with you coming in here, right? And it's gonna turn into a standoff, right? If you're really gonna push the envelope and say, I'm gonna barricade myself in here, I'm armed, don't come in here. Law enforcement's got to make the decision. Do I have enough to force the issue with this person, right? And force entry. We let propane tank guy go after shooting a shotgun off his porch because it was only a misdemeanor. It was a discharge of a firearm. He didn't point it at anybody. He just did some celebratory gunfire in the middle of an apartment complex. And after tasing him twice, him being able to scramble back at his apartment and probably having like 30 officers point a gun at him, we had to let him go because we weren't going to force entry into his house. It's too big a risk for a misdemeanor offense. And we let him go. And that was just a pure business decision on. Now I had my beef with the decision as a cop, but it's not. Yes, in America, yes. In most stand your ground clause or castle doctrine states, yes, you absolutely have the right. If you want to go get into a gunfight with law enforcement, knock yourself out. Likely it's not going to go well for you because there's more cops than there are people in your house, right? Mm-hmm. And good luck with the legal defense, but there is precedence. We could talk about the, not Sandra Bland. Gosh, what's her name? Boyfriend got let off. She died. They shot her at the wall.
Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor. What did I miss? I'm caught up. So anyways, that's kind of the... yes, there is some argument for it, but I would again.
Police dash.
That is not a winning proposition. You shoot a cop, you're going to get the SWAT team, and they're going to win that gunfight. They have way more tools, way more training. You just committed a felony. You are, whether you were justified or not, or whether that officer was justified or not, y'all are both committing felonies on each other. That gunfight's not worth it. Violence is never the option, right? Or never the best choice or a good outcome, but. If you think it's a shady dude and he's not willing, he's like, well, you don't have to call dispatch. He's being weird. Hey, man, that's your life. You do what you do. There is legal precedence that you are allowed to defend yourself, depending on the state, depending on your jurisdiction and all that kind of stuff. Yes, but
So, safety tips.
Don't ever answer your door for anybody.
Don't answer your door.
Yeah.
Call 911 to verify.
Yep.
Number one. I would also add probably don't stand in your doorway.
Yes.
Stand off and yell at the door.
Bro.
Because they're probably going to
Ring camera. If you have
Well,
Wi-Fi.
they had a Ring camera.
Yeah.
They had a Ring camera, so check that also
Check
first.
that.
I think somebody mentioned like the plastic mask was the telltale sign. Where it's like the quality of those Ring cameras is not great.
pretty
You
terrible.
might not be able to tell, right? Like especially at night, you might not be able to tell. Also, probably
cheesecake.
maybe go look up what your uniforms for your police department look like, and kind of like the rookie episode that members get to watch. There is a part in that, spoilers, where somebody is fake. They're wearing a cop uniform that does not have all of its pieces attached to it. So if you can tell, oh, they're not wearing a vest like a normal cop would. They're not wearing a body cam. They're not wearing a handpiece where they have handpieces. In LA, they're wearing a handpiece, what they shouldn't be.
Also, something as simple as, well, why are you here? You're allowed to ask. It's not resisting or interference. That's what's wild. It's not a traffic stop. You're at your home. Same thing with even a traffic stop. If you don't feel comfortable with something, just wait. That whole thing about like I want your supervisor and all that kind of stuff, that's fine.
Yeah.
If I have the lawful authority, I'm gonna do my thing, right? Like I can go make my arguments and go, but like I'm not gonna push the envelope for a misdemeanor offense. I'm gonna be annoyed, and I'm not probably forcibly extracting you without somebody with me anyways. Like, you know what I mean? Or call dispatch. I multiple times with sovereign citizens I was like, you know what? If you put it on speakerphone, I'll let you call dispatch. And I'll sit by and you can verify that I'm a real police officer and I'm absolutely here and I have you stopped if it's gonna keep me from having to beat the hell out of you and get into a gunfight in the middle of I-30, let's do that. That's a great de-escalation tactic. But yeah. Trust but verify. I never had issues with people deciding to check whether I was legit or not. Never once. Not when I was going to a training thing, not online. That people, I bet you guys were never cops. His name and badge number. Get wrecked. I have no issue with that one. You know what I mean? Genuinely, a cop should not have issue with that. Military guys and gals don't have issue with.
If you'd been a cop, you would know the rookie was the most accurate show ever.
Anyways, we'll go.
Cam shows a DoorDash driver turn onto a one-way street going the wrong direction. The officer activates his lights and initiates a traffic stop. What he doesn't know is the massive controversy that sparks from the events that are about to unfold.
Northbound and the southbound lane.
Good
There's a lot of furtive movement. I'll take a second. Hold the plate. They're digging around a lot in the passenger side and the center console and everything else.
Very, very good observation by the officer. Typically, rummaging can be for insurance, but as a former goer of the streets, that can also be for the Draco in the back seat. So just be careful.
Your hands where we can see them.
Your hands up. Driver with your left.
Okay. So. Was I okay with them asking him to get out of the car rather than approach because they were sussed out based on his posture? Sure. My issue here is where's the deadly threat? What verbally has been said? What has been produced? I'm not saying don't be sussed out, right? I wouldn't even have beef with maybe you're one of these guys that's going to be slick and like take your gun out of your holster and hide it behind your leg. Because the elements of the offense for aggravated assault are going to be that you see the threats there and feel threatened, right? If not, it's just deadly conduct. But pointing a firearm at somebody is a threat to kill them, right? But you have to, this has to be reasonable. And I don't know that this qualifies as reasonable. So I can see where this is maybe a lawsuit.
Hands! Reach down, open the door! Do it now!
So furtive movement, rummaging around your car is not going to be considered that. I'm not saying it's a bang-bang play. I totally understand the position these officers are in. I've been in sussy situations, but like, you have a misdemeanor currently, and furtive movement's not a criminal offense, right? So like the justification's going to be like, let's say this is not a law enforcement encounter, right? Let's just say I'm in Juan's house, right? And Juan's like, yo, dog, I thought you left. The party ended last night. And I start reaching for my waistband, and he just says, go out and smoke me right then and there in his house. It's not that he can't forcibly remove me. They're going to be like, you didn't ask him to leave? You didn't ask him to not do it? You just went straight to the shooting? That's the discussion here, right? I'd just be curious to see how this ends up, whether he sees the guns or whatever.
With your left hand, grab the door handle and open the door. Do it now. Unlock it. Keep your hands up. Slowly step out of the vehicle and face away from us. Face away. Keep your hands up, face away from us.
Here's the same thing, right? So let's say it was a furtive movement was your articulation for pulling out your gun initially. The threat still needs to be there for you to have your gun out, right? And furtive movement's not that's not brandishing. That's not any of that stuff. I don't see it. Oh, yeah.
Right now.
What?
Face away. Keep your hands up, face away from us right now.
So just so that we can hold YouTube accountable here, this is a taser. This is not a firearm. So, whatever. Accuracy matters. Because pulling out a taser on somebody and pulling out a gun on somebody is two very different things.
All right, put your hands top of your head, interlace your fingers.
Face away.
Face away from us right now. Sorry, Jess. No, you're good.
Just listen to his instruction.
You're not listening. Move slowly backwards to the sound of my voice. Do you understand? Start moving. Slow down. Keep facing forward. Keep walking. Put your hands on top of your head. Put your hands on top of your head and face forward right now.
I feel like I'm being extended. Stop moving. Hold up. Let me take over for a second. Keep looking forward. Don't do anything other than keep your hands.
So he goes the wrong way in a one-way and is rummaging in his backseat. If I pulled a gun on every person that did a moving violation in front of me and rummaged around in their car, I would have quadrupled my use as a force. Like, whoa. And the fact that so many did it. Now, everyone that shows up afterwards doesn't know what's going on, so maybe they're just like, well, I see guns, so I want a gun. I have a gun. I don't see a rifle yet, so I guess the more the merrier, I guess. But this is weird.
Hands on top of your head. That's it. Put your hands on top of your head. Stop moving. Guys, you have guns on me? I really do not feel like I'm being... Follow our instructions.
Take him into custody. That requires your hands.
I want you to get down on your left knee.
Oh, come on.
Get down on your left knee.
Pull your own handcuffs out of your own pockets.
Do what?
I said pull your own handcuffs out of your own pockets and cuff yourself. Then walk backwards towards us and put yourself in our patrol car.
Something else about the taser right here. Like, let's say the guns didn't come out. Let's say they just verbally asked this guy to get out, right? What is he doing that merits the taser deployment, right? Is he running? Is he pulling away from you? Is he... Yeah, but he
has an offensive haircut.
Pretty compliant. You know what I mean? You've made no attempt to take him into custody and then tasing him, right, while he's standing over concrete. He's not running, so this would be kosher technically. Would I be cool with batoning this guy in the knee? Like, is anyone going to sign off on, you know what sounds like an appropriate thing? Or like a 40 mic round, right? Small the back. Just drill this guy. Beanbag shotgun. Drill this. Hell no. He wouldn't. He'd be like, bro, this is gross misconduct. The taser's the same thing. Right? Would it be cool to suplex this guy? How about leg sweep him? Like all of these things, which are escalations, which would be justified under active resistance, right? This guy's running. This guy's pulling away from me. He's shoving officers all day long. That's not assaultive, but it's at least active, right? But this guy goes and decides to just do the planking challenge and just lay down and not help us. It's like passive resistance, basically. Or even if it's active resistance, but it's not assaultive, like you're not really justified. Where was the threat that said I needed to use this much force now, or he was going to somehow? You see, they're not even running. I don't know. WWE body slam. Yeah, you're not going from the top rope on this guy. Okay.
Get down on your left knee. Get his hand. Get the hand.
Don't move or you're going to get tased again.
I'm gonna die here.
Keep watching the vehicle, 19.
Yep, I got it. Let's get this vehicle out of here. Go. Turn down the alley.
Go that way.
Go down the alley.
Go.
He's good. Is there anyone? Can you see anyone else in the vehicle, Chris?
I'm not seeing anything right now.
Passenger in the vehicle. We know you're there.
He's bluffing the car.
I think I might have one in his leg here. This one is.
I'm gonna roll you to me, okay? Put your hands up! What did I do?
Show us your hands!
No, one person come in.
Okay.
Passenger in the vehicle, put your hands up!
Right. Also, SIG 320s. Hey, pull out the hat, Juan.
Oh, yeah. Wait, which hat? My admin hat?
No,
I wasn't paying attention.
It's a SIG Sauer.
Oh. Let's go.
Sorry.
I'm trying to unhide one of our members from the comments.
Listen. Tuck your knees up to your chest. Bring your knees up to your chest.
Knees to your chest. I can't feel my legs.
Your knees up to your chest.
I can't feel my legs.
Okay, do you need medical attention?
Do I fucking cost me money?
Okay. So it's not that he needs medical attention. You tased him, and policy should be that he gets medical attention no matter what. Kind of the same thing. Every time we charge somebody with resisting, which if you're tasing somebody and you're not charging them with resisting, something probably happened that shouldn't have. We would have to, take pictures of them if they sustained any injuries due to the resisting, right? And us having to use force. And EMS was called automatically, right? That's how we don't have people die in custody. Just saying.
Do you need medical attention?
What does that entail?
It entails an ambulance coming to look at you to make sure that you are medically okay.
Can I get some time to collect my
We're going to need you to stand up now, or we're going to stand you up. You either do it yourself or we do it for you.
Put your hands up!
You can send me up. There's no one else in the vehicle.
I have
How many
shirts
people?
off. There's no one in there. There's no one else in the car. I have shirts in the back, seat covering the windows because I banged in there one time. Passenger in the vehicle, we know that you're there. Put your hands up. But there's no one in there.
Take your knees and bring them forward.
Oh, my dick hurts so bad. Can you just
Bring your knees to your chest. 1, 2,
I give you
3.
consent. Just put me however you want.
1, 2, thanks.
Yeah.
Walking back this way. Walking back this way.
This is crazy.
Behind the squad.
This is so crazy. I've never just been like hurt like that before. Hey, this is a great place for you right now.
Okay, I'm going to take a look.
So this is not a safe place for you right now. I wonder why. You're within a breath of 320.
He's not answering my question about medical, so I'm just going to do it myself.
No. There's no medical that
If you tase somebody, typically policy is that EMS removes the probes. I'm going to say, in the off chance that this is not their policy, that they're saying, well, he's refusing EMS, so I'm going to pull him myself. This is likely, I'm not going to say I'd be terminated at my old department, but I'm for sure looking at days off. Oh, whatever. Maybe I don't go back.
I need, I just said I hurt is all, I'll tell you what. You want to come over to my side? Yep. I'll hold this without going in front of the lights. Go back around the car.
What are we doing, dog? Clear the car.
Is my car suspicious or something? I just really would like to know what's happening.
We'll explain what's happening in a second.
You turned the wrong way on a one-way, and moved around in your back seat. That's what it was. That's all they can yell. That's the only thing that's accurate.
Partner pulled you over and called for more squads, and here we are. And then we're in this position because you were not following our commands.
Well, I pulled over right away, and then like a bunch of cops.
You were not following our commands. That is why we are in the position we are in.
I followed all your commands.
You sure didn't.
What didn't I do?
You sure did not follow.
What did I not do?
We can discuss that in a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious if the rest of the vehicle is locked, considering that he unlocked from that front door. Probably is. But what we'll do is we'll both go up on the front passenger side here, or on the passenger side. When we get to the trunk, I'll check it. I want you to hold the trunk. I'll move up to the...
Come on, Big Sarge. This is enough. You got enough, dog. Let's just clear the car.
Gotta make an arrest plan for the car.
Let's give Sarge the benefit of the doubt. There's a mass murderer inside the backseat of this car, right? He's, putting on the suppressor, installing his FRT trigger, doing the whole nine, right? He's doing all this stuff. You're giving him all this time to game plan and slip his body armor on, stretch, do some warm-up burpees before you decide to get in this gunfight. Like, what are we doing, dog? The scene is not secure, which is why they're standing there with this dude, waiting, till you clear this car. Even if you were going to get him EMS. Like, you can't until this car is cleared.
The back seat and then the front seat. And then what we'll end up having to do is come around to the back, and you'll keep holding that. I'll come behind you. I'll go open it from the driver's seat, and then I'll coordinate with you so when we open it, you can step back a little. Sound good? Sounds good. All right, moving on. So you hold that.
This is a rookie. Maybe this is his first time clearing a car.
It might be. So this might be a small department, and maybe this is the first. This is taught in academy. I could take a rookie not even in field training, straight out of the academy, and they will know how to do this. I won't have to explain it to them. I'll be like, hey, you're on me, right? Cool. All right. We got everybody we're gonna get? Yeah. All right, let's go. Very, very straightforward. Like, the responsibilities are not complicated. I could give Juan a 60-second demo of how to approach a car like this. In 60 seconds, he could be prepared for the rest of his life to help with lethal cover on approaching an unsecured car. Like,
I'm jumping on the hood and I'm mag dumping. Hope.
Dude, imagine if this was a foot chase. They'd still be standing there at the car.
So you're going to put your left foot and then your right foot right after that. Make sure you bend your knees.
Right. Now, there's a curb down there. You make sure you pick your foot up high enough so you can get over that curb.
All right, that's clear. Coming behind you. 565 status.
What? Free advice.
This is going great.
Free advice for my cops out there, because maybe you're in a small town, right? And maybe you've never done this before. In general, the easiest way to do this is you both go up there. One person kind of skims by one side. You guys stay on the same side of the car, so we're not doing this weird ghetto. We become each other's backstops, because what if there is? El Chapo's hitman is back there. He's only going to get one of you. The other one's got a shot, right? Generally, we try to avoid this, especially when you have 15 minutes to game plan it and have a whole ass discussion, like where it's like the last play of the game with 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Like, you know what I mean? When you got that much time, it shouldn't be that complicated. But like, generally, let's try not to do this. Same thing. Like, if you go up to the front seat, this guy's got the back seat, then you got to check the trunk. The only thing I could think of is to check the trunk, and maybe he's holding the trunk, but still.
Put your thumbprint on it and you're fine.
Do what?
Put your thumbprint on it and you're fine.
Right.
All right, I'm popping it. But I'm going to go around the front of the vehicle once I do it.
I'll bless him a little bit.
Okay. I'm on this traffic stop. Ready?
Yep. Clear.
We have details on this incident's trial, and it takes a complete left turn. The following body cam footage plays a huge role in the shocking decision the jury makes.
So am I under arrest?
At this point, you are not free to leave.
Tell you what, this is embarrassing to me.
Do you need an ambulance?
I have so little money,
Okay, do you...
I have so little money. They had to do this to a poor person. It makes it so much worse.
You need medical attention.
Like, when I tell you I'm broke, I tell you I don't even have...
Do you need medical attention?
Do what?
If you are put in an ambulance because police put you in an ambulance, do you have to pay for that?
We pay
that
for
sucks.
it. We pay for it.
City should pay for that.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, city pays for it. I was asking like, you as a person.
If we put you in an ambulance, yes. Now, if you get you haven't said a damn thing, you get to the jail and you say, I want to go to the hospital, then you're paying because you're requesting medical help, right? And we make sure you get it before you get there. Now, we put you in there, it's a very different ballgame.
Now, if they're asking him, do you need medical attention, and he says yes, does he pay for it?
Likely no. In this instance, because he's arrested, right? Same thing. The biggest delineating factor here too is they did use force on him, and you can't use force on somebody and not provide medical. Like we did the thing to you, right? Like it's not like he was driving and drunk or whatever. He hits a tree and we find him. That's different because we didn't use force on him. And even if we did after the fact, there's at least a legitimate argument as to, well, he fucked himself up before we got there. Why are we paying for his medical bills? But
so it shouldn't be a question. It should be EMS should already be on their way.
The second he got tased, yes. That was our policy at least. But I don't know. This is the boonies clearly because they don't.
I missed that part while I was trying to save Burry Strawberry. From
See, Shannon gets it.
The depths of hell.
It's like we tased him. There should be no discussion here. You're getting EMS.
No. What would you like us to do with your car?
I'll bring it back to where my...
I'm not driving it. Do you want me to lock it up and secure it?
I guess lock it then.
Is there anything in it that I can get for you?
Do you have your ID in the vehicle?
Why is he
going? Not on me, I don't know. Is there if my sergeant looks for your ID within the vehicle? It should be in the passenger. Hey, Sarge, can you look for his ID too?
Do I have his consent to?
Can I say that you should just look in the driver's
It's a yes
seat?
or no question, but we have consent to go into your vehicle.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So consent to search. God, what case law is this?
This is true, Gunilla. They only said he was not free to go. Never said he was under arrest.
So he got a yes. He got mixed signals. One said you're just detained. One said yes.
Okay.
So you got mixed signals here. If he's under arrest, it would be search incident to arrest. But clearly they don't know that yet, right? Because this was a traffic stop, and if he's arrested while occupying a vehicle, you would search incident to arrest. Or conversely, you'd be towing the car. In that case, you can do an inventory of the vehicle to make sure there's no valuables there for the civil side of it, right? In which case, you can look in there anyways. Even more incorrect, if he's consenting to search, he is allowed to limit the amount you can search your car if you're simply going based off consent. If you don't have PC for the search, he can give you and retract however much you can search at any time. And in fact, when you're going based off consent, you have to allow the detainee a visual of what you're searching so that he can retract it when he feels like it. It's a Fourth Amendment violation otherwise because he's waiving it voluntarily, and it should only be voluntarily. If he's doing it under some compulsion, like if you don't give us consent to search, we're going to take you to jail for something. This is a violation of the Fourth Amendment, like a huge one. Like they're wrong no matter which way you cut it. Either he's under arrest, then why the fuck are you asking? Either he's under arrest, but for some odd reason his car wasn't involved, and in that case you're inventorying it because you're towing it. Or he can consent, or he can say yes and then change his mind 2 seconds later. He could be a douchebag. Say yes, wait till you unlock the car, and then say no.
Ben P has a question. Can you just lay down, hands behind your back, and wait for them to come to you? I'm not playing Simon Says with the police if they are that paranoid already.
1,000%. It's not resisting. Objectively. You cannot be charged for passive resistance. That doesn't count. You're gonna have a hard time. Now, I do think, just as from a safety standpoint, getting out of the vehicle, great idea. Getting your hands up, great idea. And just laying down outside of your vehicle, excellent idea. They cannot charge you if you don't do any more than that. Absolutely not. Ridiculous. Now, would I like for you to walk all the way to me so I don't have to get any closer to your car so, Pookie in the back seat doesn't smoke me? Sure, but you're not obligated to do. Like, where does it say in the law that you have to do more? Yes, I can control your movement, right? But once you're under arrest, in that case, like I'm issuing you these commands because you're under arrest. You don't have to help me do shit. Not legally, you know? I don't know, dog. It was Josh's idea. Oh my god. Anyways.
Sure, yeah.
Go ahead and have a seat in the vehicle. Alright, what's your elbow?
Just so I'm on the same page.
So I was trying to catch up to him on Tower Avenue because his tag light's out. Cuts over here.
It's a good stop. The tag light being out's a good stop, but it's a Class C.
Stops like in the middle of the roadway and eventually goes and he turns up going the wrong way here. I didn't light him up or anything like that. That's when I lit him up, and then he was like diving across the side of the vehicle, digging around a lot.
This was down at his feet.
He's like tucked under his driver's seat.
It's okay. Felt like he's trying to evade me.
He can only evade you if your lights and sirens are on. And weird that the second you turned your lights and sirens on, he turned down a street and put it in park. You are not charging this guy with evading. Absolutely not.
Are you door dashing?
Yeah.
Where's that order need to go to?
I was taking it to 2 different houses I was door dashing to. But you know what? I think they can just get a refund. It's okay.
What's your name?
My name is Ian Kuipers. Standing up a date right now.
I'm sorry, dude. What'd you say?
I'm standing up a date right now. I was in the middle of a conversation with a girl. Man, this sucks.
Bro, insult to injury. This guy's finally getting some action here, and he runs into these yahoos.
Here, I'll try to get the heat up for you in just a second, okay?
No.
He's tweaking.
I'll shiver or whatever.
This is a shock response. It's very, very common when you have a really big adrenaline dump from fear responses, stuff like that. When you come down off of it, you will get the shakes. I'm not saying they did anything wrong for that, but that's pretty common.
Yep, I'll try to get the heat. It just doesn't flow that well back.
Don't worry about me. So, someone said they'd let me know why I had to have the squad called on me.
So, I was going to pull you over on Tower Avenue there, because your tag light is out. I caught up behind you, there was another vehicle between us.
Your shoes? I don't think they're with you. Oh, here. You're getting temporarily no Josh. Go for it. Kenzie's getting her shoes.
No free feet pics.
No free feet pics. I'm going to play it while I do that.
You stopped in the middle of the roadway, and then you went north on going the wrong direction in a one-way.
So that doesn't that doesn't explain that though. Everything that happened.
And so that's the reason I pulled you over, and then the reason all these other officers arrived and everything else transpired, you were reaching over across your vehicle, moving around a lot. We call that furtive movement.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I was looking for my insurance.
Right.
But yeah, okay.
I would suggest in the future, if you ever get pulled over, don't do that.
You know, okay.
Especially not there. Shit. He's lucky he wasn't on the wrong part of the shade chart, dog. I've had people jump out of their car after a traffic stop, and I didn't pull a gun on them. Now, they got attitude adjusted. Don't get me wrong. But, like... someone somewhere would have been like, wait, what's this for? Josh is wearing undies. 1,000%.
Because of that,
I'd make him show them on camera.
Oh.
That's the reason I ordered you out of your vehicle. That's the reason all these officers were there, and then you...
Alright, well, you answered my question.
Okay.
Thought I had a gun. Alright. Tried to make it clear I didn't.
I can see the street has like no criminal history. Okay.
Weird. Now, you can't know about their criminal history before time, but like that plays zero basis on how you treat people unless it's like a warrant service or something like that, right? If I'm serving a warrant, the warrant's for aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon. Yeah, I'm probably approaching this person a little different than it would be for like tax evasion.
He should date that other cop's ex-wife, and then he doesn't have.
He'll have no problem.
he just stood up a date, so he's single clearly. And
no kidding. You go based off of what you're indicating. I'll be honest, you probably fail this in academy. If I present to you dude that stops and rummages around his car and you go straight to pulling a gun, like, probably fail this. I'm not saying there's not a time where you're right, but you got lucky if you're right. I don't want to base my use of force decisions on that. That's wild.
Absolutely, everything was justified there. I'm just looking past that. It's up to you, but this might be a situation that is more desirable to go to the ordinance route than we can start going through the court process, considering that I think it's all bad decision making on his behalf and not following directions that were really clear and stuff, but I don't. My own gut feeling on it is maybe there's some others, like how we interpret the world maybe a little different than how we do, which is a strict part of our job. That's my 2 cents after kind of looking. I'm like, he's got nothing. So you're trusting your instinct. You did everything right as far as I can tell.
That is incorrect, but whatever.
He was not following directions, but the outcome can be different if we want it to be.
I was just under the impression that force is used. We didn't have to.
If we use force, you can still ultimately effectuate the arrest and like unarrest somebody. And so then you just wouldn't book him, you would do the citation, and then you could go hop with someone else, you can release him, walk back, drive him back to the car, you have all sorts of options. My own take on this is that a nice conversation about, hey man, when we're giving you directions, we need you to follow them very explicitly. And hopefully there is no...
So what this guy's saying is actually correct, right? So let's say I think it's a duck, right? I it's happened a lot. I've pointed a gun at plenty of people that didn't deserve a gun and pointed at them, right? Shooting in progress in an apartment complex. Guys wearing, of all things, a Chicago Bulls jersey with dreads. We're running, making some little baby cop Josh, right? Little piglet. Running with a rifle in his hand because I'm lethal cover for this now. And dude with a Michael Jordan Chicago Bulls jersey comes out, dreads, gets a gun pointed at him, poor guy, you know. He got proned out the whole nine. And the caller shows up and is like, not him. Guess what we did? Sorry, dog. Hit him with the Sandra Bland card and took off. He was pissed. But I was like, somebody get his info. We still had it a live scene. I couldn't sit there and like chit chat with him. But he's like, I want your name. And I literally pulled it out of my shirt. It was like, it's on the card, and threw it at him because I had other stuff I had to do. And sure, my sergeant probably got an ass chewing for that. I didn't get one because it was justified. But 100%, you're going to let that guy go. Because I knew, like, what I had a reason to do it at the time. And the second that reason was dissolved, we stopped what we were doing. This guy's making the right decision here, saying that I'm not saying you didn't see what you saw. I'm trusting your judgment, but the enforcement action we're taking is a little like sus. Like, are we really arresting this guy for whatever? Not having a license plate light and going the wrong way on a one-way? Would you normally arrest people for that? And what is furtive movement? Where's that in penal code? Not saying don't point the gun. Do you feel bad once you realize he's not armed? Yeah, that's what I mean. Anyways.
Next time this could go very different because there's something did that puts us in a situation where
every time I started the conversation with him, he said, well, I was reaching across trying to find my insurance. I was like, well, in the future, if you get stopped, I was like, do not do that. You know? Or me jumping and trying to do stuff. It's completely up to you. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good route.
I thought that was like a gang hood, you know, on my head. I thought that's why you were going so hard on me.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Cool bandana though.
Yeah, you know.
Ian? Alright, you know, have to go ahead and step up for me, bud. Any chance I could use the bathroom? No. What I'm going to be doing is I'm issuing you 2 citations. It's going to be a city ordinance citation for resisting obstruction. Another one is for driving.
Resisting obstructing how? It's whatever.
So, in one way.
Do I have a chance to appeal the first one? I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I was being as cooperative as I could have been. I was scared. I didn't know what was going on. I tried to do everything that you guys were asking me to do, but shaky and like really scared about the laser sights that were everywhere.
There will be a court date where you can appeal those, okay? You don't have much criminal record, right?
I'm not criminal.
It's here. However, I don't want to enter you into the world of criminal justice this way. I want to start you down the road of having issues, law enforcement, stuff like that, which is why I'm choosing not to put you in jail. I'd be well within my right with my authority to put you in jail right now.
Certainly.
Literally, his issuance of that resisting charge opened the door for the lawsuit. By itself, almost. Obviously, the conduct is stupid, but maybe this could be explained away of like, oh, well, it looked like a duck, quack like a duck. And, you know, qualified immunity. But the second you now then put a criminal charge on it, and that's going to be the basis of your justification, I'm going to go with no.
Understand that.
I'll be mailing these citations to you.
Okay. Does that mean I get to go home tonight?
Yes. Have you been on the force for long? Not too long. Long enough. There.
Clearly not long enough. Or maybe too long at the wrong department.
You want me to put the seatbelt on you?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Yep,
Wait, did they get my phone? Or did
I believe it's still in your car.
Okay, so I'm going back to my car.
I'm sorry. Isn't it policy for them to turn off their body cams when they walk to the station? It depends. If they have, we had cameras that recorded video and audio in there, so we could turn them off, but it's not like a policy violation for you not to. The only place we had to turn them off was in hospitals, and there was HIPAA reasons we had to turn them off in hospitals. Yeah.
Car? Yep. Okay. I'll be giving you a ride back. Watch your own. There, you can go into I'm gonna take this left handcuff off. When I do so, please left hand top of your hand. Understand? Okay. Same thing with your right.
A little bit.
And then just turn it into this alley here so you're not driving the wrong
one-way street and resisting While 22-year-old Ian Kuipers was cited for driving the wrong way on a one-way street and resisting obstructing, he held true to his statement about appealing the resisting obstructing charge. On July 16, 2024, a jury acquitted Ian of that charge. Now, Ian and his attorneys have filed a multi-count federal civil rights lawsuit against the city of Superior, Wisconsin, and multiple Superior Police Department officers involved in the incident. The lawsuit claims excessive force and failure to intervene against the officers and indemnification, which is where one party compensates another for losses against the city of Superior. Ian has since said that he received a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder.
Man, so that was a nice check for that diagnosis. I'm not, now don't get me wrong, it's a stressful thing. What's the difference in between getting robbed and getting handled by law enforcement? Very little, to be honest. You're minding your own damn business and armed people come and jack you up. But which could easily cause PTSD, but I'm just saying.
Related to the incident, for which he is receiving ongoing therapy and has been prescribed medication. He has also since moved to Denver, Colorado, after no longer feeling safe living in the Superior.
Walked the walk on all of the fear stuff, dude. These guys are screwed.
Solid.
Area. He also claims to feel extreme distress while driving, causing him to no longer work for DoorDash. In addition,
Loss of income. Let's go, bro. He's got good lawyer for being a poor bro. Some good lawyers saw.
Somebody saw this and licked their chops because this is going to be pain and suffering. This is going to be incurred medical. Kinsey, I can cover the camera. Kinsey's like military crawling behind me. What an absolute Chad. Or I guess you're a Chelsea. Sorry. She goes, I'm not a man. You should know that. The cost of moving, and then what is it? Lost wages or whatever it is?
Yep.
It's like 4 different sums of money that have to get doled out if he wins. And I think he might.
he also lost his job in Denver due to having to travel back to Wisconsin for his criminal trial.
Oh, extra losses. Oh my God. Double
all
up,
the
bro.
lost, bro. If I was his attorney, I'd be paying for this stuff. I'd be like, look, dog.
Oh, 100%.
Give me 30%, and I'll just pay for your stuff for now.
Police Chief Paul Winterscheid has since stated that the use of a taser during the traffic stop was due to Ian's continued resistance.
I hope you get personally. Y'all call that resistance in Superior, Wisconsin?
Passive resistance. Active is pulling away, right? Like, so the guy's in the car and he's like actively holding himself in there. That's one thing. Just going limp, which is passive, or just standing there is passive resistance. I can't BNR somebody for passive resistance. I can't leg sweep them for that. I can empty hand techniques all day long. I would even articulate like a baby wrist lock just to make sure that I could take the steam out of. Dude, What?
Oh, and no ticket for the busted tag light that prompted everything to begin.
Right.
Yeah, bait.
Yeah. Right.
But okay. Also, would there be something with them not getting a BMS, even though technically
1,000%. Yeah.
'Cause
Oh,
it
so
should
you're a
be.
medical professional, so that's why you remove those taser probes. You know, those things
Mhm.
that punctured his skin. Are you a phlebotomist? Did you clean the site in which you extracted those probes from? Oh, you didn't. Oh, weird. Bro. I won't be going back to Superior Police, wherever the hell this place is. I ain't going back
Wisconsin.
there. Jeez.
Claiming that the taser was
More like
deployed to
inferior Wisconsin.
Yeah, no kidding.
prevent the situation from escalating. While it's unclear
He said to prevent it from escalating. This guy. This guy's got jokes.
how the lawsuit has progressed, let us know in the comments what you think about it.
And always remember the body.
I'll take 30. At least this guy's gonna make money. Suspecting. I mean, he didn't do himself any favors, but he didn't do anything.
Take the
unlawful.
percentage the lawyers are taking.
Right. 30%. Yeah, that was
No, lacrosse would have known better. Cosmic.
lacrosse.
That
Would
was
have known
Superior,
better.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, they would have.
We've seen plenty of lacrosse.
But y'all be hoeing me. It's a great video. Like I don't want to complain because I think there was a lot of talking points there. But
Very
like, y'all be hurting me. At least this is counties.
They want more than 30. They're out for blood.
for okay.
I mean, it does.
I'll appease. Here, there you go. There
It
you go.
does deserve.
I doubled it. Oh,
Points to suspects for getting paid.
I gave him some. I'll give him more. How about that? There you go. More points. Yeah, don't travel through that, bro. Ugh.
Now, in a case involving a former deputy who stormed into a family's home without a warrant.
Even though he was fired because of this incident, 19 Investigates has learned he's now working for another local law enforcement
Surprise.
agency. But first, we must warn you that some of the images in this report may be disturbing.
19 investigator Mike Mason broke the story. He has the breaking details.
A concerned viewer who watched our reports sent us this tip about that former deputy. They say he's being paid more than new officers, even though he's had some major problems in the past.
On June 17th, at around 3 a.m., a resident of this New London trailer park called police, claiming his neighbor James Perez was threatening to fight him. Now former Huron County Deputy Noah Perry and former New London police officer Brett Harrington took the call. Bodycam footage shows Perry banging on the door. That's when Perez's partner Jessica tells the officers to leave them alone.
I need to talk to James, not you. Oh, well, this is my house. Sorry, I can't help you.
But when she tries closing the door, video shows...
Yeah, forcing entry on a complaint, because this is a conditional threat, right? So this is... I'm going to fight you likely if you step outside or whatever. You don't talk to, like, I'm not saying it's not a threat, right? But force an entry on that? Like, what's your exigency is my question. Like, destruction of evidence? Like, you think there's like a victim inside of there? Like, it's not domestic, you know? She looks like he's 12.
Perry wedging his foot in a threshold and forcing his way in, all without a warrant. Then suddenly, everything turns upside down.
Are you entering my house without permission? Wow! You're entering my house! James. Yes, get phone, Sky! Start recording! Get out of my...
Oof, yeah. I felt weird about the foot in there. So let's say this is domestic, right? So she's not cooperating, even if she's the victim, right? And she goes in there, am I blessing the foot in the door? 1,000%. Potential victims, right? I have an obligation in a shallow rest investigation to make sure that there's not a victim inside of there. My neighbor yelled at me and threatened me. What's your offense here? Like, whoa. Because putting a foot in the door and kicking it, there's no difference, legally speaking. None whatsoever. I am breaking the plate. Because let's say this is not a law enforcement officer, right? I invite Juan to my house. He's able to cross the threshold of my house as much as he wants, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say he's an Uber driver, and the instructions on this Uber driver are to open my front door and put it inside so people don't steal it from porch piracy. Well, I gave effective consent to do it. Now, Juan takes it upon himself to impromptu check to make sure that my cats are okay, forces entry into my house. It's different.
Or I would never do that.
Or, you know what I mean?
I don't care about your cats.
Yeah. He wants to, talk to me about my extended car insurance, right?
I want to fight
my truck. And I open my door. Right. I open my door to talk to him. And I go to shut it because I don't want to talk to him anymore. And he sticks a foot in the door. There's no difference. Like that's forced entry. This is burglary. I mean, in a civilian context, that's an FAFO kind of situation. Bro, in a castle doctrine state, you take your life in your hands. In that discussion we had about using force against officers, I'm not advising to do it. It's going to go very poorly here, right? But you'd have likely been justified. Because he's basically lost all qualified immunity because he doesn't have a law enforcement objective there. Also a fail in a academy if we're running kids through scenarios.
My house! Stop fighting! Look!
So we're arresting him for what?
Why are we...
Thank God this is deputies. Gosh, we're having a bad time. Okay, so is there times where this is going to happen, like I said, at the domestic? Sure. Have I pushed the envelope at a domestic, walked in, and there's 5 pit bulls, 18 kids, and 2 very upset adults? Sure. And guess what? You pulled on the fishing pole. Here's what you got. Here's what you get for being a good cop. But, like, yeah, I don't know, man.
Even though Perry lost his badge, 19 Investigates has learned he's now working for the Lorain County Sheriff's Office. He was hired last December, about a month after being released from probation. He works as a corrections officer at the jail, which doesn't require him to hold a law enforcement commission. We're told his salary is just over $70,000 a year.
He's making good
Sheriff
money.
Jack Hall tells 19 Investigates that Perry was hired by former Sheriff Phil Stamiti and given a lateral transfer, which increased his salary. Hall also says Perry will never work as a uniformed patrol officer as long as he remains in office.
We reached out to Perry and Harrington for comment, but haven't heard back. Harrington's now working for the Medina Township Police Department. His chief says that he has been doing a great job and hasn't had any complaints. Mike Mason, 19 News.
The jail's a little different. You're basically a glorified babysitter, but Josh, it's both deputy and PD. I'm going to act like I didn't read that comment. The deputy was the one that forced entry, to be fair. I'm only going to take... I'll take 25, right? That's going to get us a clean 80. And I'm going to take some from admin. I don't think he should be a jailer, but that's really not the end. That's less bad than him being a cop somewhere else, right?
Mirknir asks, why do you think police is so comfortable doing these
On August 20th,
even with body cam? It's just weird to me.
Yeah, they genuinely believe they're not doing anything wrong. It's not... Most of these situations, the sergeant was very different. You'll notice how very harsh I was on that sergeant who was looking up people's information, like willfully looking up his ex-wife's boyfriend's info, whatever. I was like, he knows what he's doing is wrong. He just got caught, which is why he lied to other agencies about it and all this other stuff. Like, he knew what he was doing. Like, that I find particularly heinous. In most of these misconduct instances, The guy at the traffic stop, he's like, well, he's reaching furtive. Again, the line of thinking to him seemed reasonable. He's like, well, furtive movement, so he could be dangerous, so I need to point a gun at him and treat him as a high-risk traffic stop. And they anchored themselves to that idea as a dangerous situation. I need to treat it like it's a dangerous situation. And though I would agree, complacency will kill you faster than maybe thinking something's a duck and it not being, right? Like, you always want to be safe, but you also have to respect the sanctity of other people's safety, right? And I can't just because if that was kosher, I'd approach every traffic stop that way. Pull my rifle out, put it in the window, right? And just call it a day. It's easy. I'll never lose that gunfight. But that's not the type of customer service people want. There's also some very real legal issues with that, right? Gosh, like, judgment is the one thing that I feel like should be way easier to recruit for. Where you getting them to pass the interviews and all that stuff's one thing, but like in academy, the kid that's like intentionally hazing other students, the kid that's getting on social media, taking selfies in full uniform, holding his fake gun, like, yo, I'm a cop, even though he's only a recruit, auto gone. Because they're clearly demonstrating poor judgment, right? Kind of the same thing. Like, you're like, wow, all of your ex-girlfriends hate your ass. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe you're bad at this. Like, maybe you show poor judgment because they can't all be assholes. There's a common denominator here, right? You know what I mean? One relationship's one thing, right? 2, 3, 4, maybe you're just a bad judge of character. 20? That's a trend, right? Like, we start to look into stuff like that, and you have to... more than fitness, more than your gender, more than how tall you are or what chromosomes you got, judgment is the single most important thing a law enforcement officer can possess. Good, solid judgment. And they'll recognize a deadly threat when it's a deadly threat, and they'll realize that deaf 8-year-old doesn't need a rifle in their face. I could probably just go hands-on and deal with this person, right? Or what I have's illegal, or what I have's not illegal, or that, like, I don't need to be emotionally invested in what this crackhead has to say about me and my hairline, right? Like, that's judgment. That's good judgment. And it's so undervalued in the profession as a whole. And I think that's really, they believe they're doing the right thing. So it's not like they're like bold and out and about. If this was back in the 50s when you had, sheriffs lynching people and stuff like that, that's different. They knew they were impugned to judgment there. They knew they could do it and there'd be no consequences, right? A lot of the stuff that was happening with Rodney King and the LA riots, there was cops that could get away with whatever the hell they wanted. They knew what they were doing was wrong and did it anyways in front of people because they felt that they couldn't get in trouble for it. Now with body cams, the only people you're catching are the idiots that don't realize what they're doing is wrong, or they truly believe or know that their administrators aren't going to do shit about it. That the people holding their license aren't going to take poor training. I'm with you on some of that. I do think some of the legal discussions, they didn't do enough to let them understand, again, CCP or just to fucking know the law, right? Like, there's not too many laws you enforce. I would say in an average career, you enforce only about 40 laws total, maybe 50. Now, there's thousands in that book, but most of them's domestic assault, DWI, speeding, pedestrian in a roadway, PI. All of those things have very simple elements of the offense. We talk about them all the time. Shoplifting, stuff like that. These are very, very common calls. You're going to run into them all the time. You should be a subject matter expert on when you meet the elements of the offense. It gets weird when it's like, well, it's fake money, but it says it's fake money, and he told him it's fake money, and he still let him buy the Audi with it. Is this fraud? Like, I don't know. That's when you go whip out the penal code book, and I call Juan and ask him because I have dyslexia. Am I reading this wrong? Yeah. Right? Like that's when that conversation happens, right? But generally speaking, yes, some of it could be training, but I really think a lot of it's that they're not doing enough to try to find people that have good judgment. I would take a shift of people with excellent judgment. I wouldn't care if they were fat or all those other things, because at least they'd be like, I'm fat. I don't need to get into this fist fight, or I'm not going to chase this guy on foot. I'm going to drive my car. Like, you'd be shocked. at what good judgment can do for you in those situations.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a cultural thing, and I do wonder if it does come a lot from the fact that a lot of it tends to be modeled off the military.
Right.
Which is an interesting thing because in the military, you don't necessarily need judgment.
It's the
Judgment is
opposite.
given
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
Right? Someone else provides it. So the focus is on, I'm going to turn you into a good little machine that does what it needs to do. And when I point it at a thing,
Yeah.
even if you're stupid, you know how to do this. And that's all I need you
Right.
to know how to do. And you don't need to ask questions about where it goes.
There's the Malcolm in the Middle skit where the kid's like, he's like a terrible like recruit.
Yes.
Like,
where he's
just
like,
awful.
When I realized that I just do what you say to do, it all becomes easy. I don't have to think about it.
And the guy tells him, he's like, "Are you proud? I think this is the biggest turnaround I've ever seen." And his response was, "Well, you haven't told me how to feel yet." And it like almost brought this drill instructor to tears. He's like, "There's only a soldier like you, one in every 100 years. And I'm just honored that you're here." Because it's true. That a perfect soldier doesn't experience PTSD because he's like, "I'm just doing what I'm told. And I'm good with that. I know that I'm part of a machine."
World War I or World War II soldier that he's like, overall, the war was a good time, and he like had nostalgia for it, and he like re-signed up over and over after losing like a leg and an arm, and but yeah, I think
some people are built that way. But that model, we are so different in what you're required to do, and you don't have the safety nets of having like a limited scope for a job. Really, it's why the military model works so well. Is they're going to be like, you're going to be a mechanic, but not a mechanic for everything, just for Humvees. And maybe you're okay with it. Like you can be lazy or you can be good at it. But generally speaking, the only thing I can like qualify you on being good at is fixing that thing. Heck, what's old girl? She was that TikTok star. She was loading munitions onto aircraft. So she's loading potentially $1 million bombs and missiles onto aircraft. And she's kind of a dumb little girl. But hey, I had enough time in the military to learn how to do that. And I made sure the right missile got on the right plane, and I didn't screw that up. Excellent. Great. They don't have to decide which one goes on there or whether it's the right weight or whether it's being distributed, because all that's in a piece of paper that I just got to IKEA together, right? I don't know. But the law enforcement requires so much more thinking. And again, like you don't get the benefit. Either you do get the benefit of the doubt and people are going to back you up and say, "Oh yeah, this douchebag made the right call," even if he didn't. But generally, you got to live with the decisions you make. And I think that's what makes the military harder. Is I think the military is subject to a lot of things that, hell no. They'll talk about like butter bars that'll come in. You have a lieutenant that's never seen combat. It's like your 15th tour. And he's going to be like, "You know what? We're going to do a patrol, but we're going to walk." And he's like, "You've never been shot at, and it shows." But they don't get to say so. They're stuck with the stress of, fuck, they can give me a terrible idea, and I got to do it, versus in law enforcement, you get to make all the decisions. But you have to wear and live with those decisions. It's nobody else's fault. I don't get to pass this blame off to orders. I don't get to pass this blame off into, well, the law said I'm supposed to XYZ, right? You have to morally live with everything that you're doing. So, Chris, you don't have to spend money here. You know I love you. Don't you dare super chat. I was technically for radios, but only on one plane. That wasn't my problem. It's really a great system, though. I really think the military, especially, again, and it proves in what they can do, right? There's plenty of things that are wrong with the military. You ask any veteran out there, there's like, this place is terrible. But ultimately, you can't argue with the capabilities that the military has on something as simple as logistics. Like, I can go have a Dairy Queen in the middle of Fallujah if I really wanted. If I needed one, if it was mission critical, the U.S. government could make it happen.
Yeah, it's that story of the Japanese soldiers that realized the war was lost when they saw that the American Navy could get ice cream on their ships, and they're over here eating crappy rations.
He's like, it's cold ice cream. They're like, yeah. He's like, but how? He's like, well, you see, we retrofitted. Yeah, we retrofitted these to be refrigerated. They're like,
also our logistics and supply chain gets this stuff to us out here in the Pacific.
Yeah, they find what's likely a classified berries. Right. These guys are pissed because they got the crappier MREs. Like, I didn't want pizza today. I wanted crackers or lasagna. Yeah, we're built different here. Anyways, There may be damage upon delivery, but it'll get to you. Bro, that's the motto for my current
That's what
mail.
PD says about their suspects.
I was going to say. I have been that person.
That Florida sheriff.
Dude, no shit. Well, you see, spit on me.
May 4th, 2024, police in Waukesha, Wisconsin, responded to a Walmart for a retail theft in progress. Loss prevention advised that
these guys are better than Superior.
Hopefully. Retail theft in progress means it's not shoplifting. Let's remember that, boys and girls. But concealing an item in Texas, concealing an item by itself was considered an offense. Typically, we didn't charge for it because I'm like, well, like, what if it's like a reusable bag? Like, what's the difference between a reusable bag and your purse? I didn't like the way the law was worded, but criminal trespass was easy. That was a layup of a call, and I'd make them return the stuff. If there was items like steaks that couldn't be returned, criminal mischief. That's so much easier to deal with. You grabbed it. You knew when you grabbed it. You weren't going to put that shit back. That you've deprived that place of the loss of it. We type it up. Here's your offense report. Get the hell out of here. Super easy. Super, super easy. But just...
Adamant cooks it up at the barbecue.
Exactly. Well, now we throw it away.
that the suspect, a 42-year-old named Kenya, had intentionally altered the price of items at the self-checkout.
That's a felony here in Texas. You don't pop them tags, not in the Lone Star State, don't you? No, anyways, don't do that. Seriously, it's a big deal. But this is worse than shoplifting, weirdly enough.
Out before attempting to leave the store. Loss prevention stopped Kenya, and she immediately became uncooperative. As officers arrived on scene, Kenya walked back into the store and attempted to return the items with customer service, but it was too late.
Hello.
Let's see it.
What's that?
Is that the service desk right now?
Okay, what's going on?
She's trying to steal, like, she was using everything to get a bunch of clothes.
Okay.
You pull in here, she's like,
Is this their loss prevention person?
Do what?
Is this their loss prevention person or just a customer?
Yes, this is loss prevention. That's the loss prevention door.
Okay, why is he
know.
dressed like that?
So they do it incognito. So they take turns like walking out to go check. If they see someone walking around weird, yeah.
I always thought it was the dude who checks your little whatever as
Nope.
loss prevention.
Not even part of loss prevention. They're literally
That's
a door
wild.
greeter. Yeah,
I learned something
it's
today.
pretty crazy. So yeah,
Now I
this little side door, it's crazy reinforced
If I
too.
get followed by a teenager, I'm gonna.
Mm-hmm. You'll know. Act more
I ain't
sussy.
stealing.
Act
Yeah.
more sussy.
I will. Then I could sue Walmart for racism or whatever.
Exactly.
Just running return.
Also, LP crushes here, and loss preventions in Walmart, pretty incredible.
Okay. So she has a legitimate return right now?
She's returning, well, she never paid for the items we used by solid. She's returning the stuff that she used, so she used like
So
$10
he's a narc?
short ticket, right? She had insurance.
He's a Walmart narc.
She's actually returning that, but she doesn't have this return. Yeah, this is her.
Hi. Hey, we gotta talk to you.
No, you don't. Okay, hold on, welcome like that because you don't know me. We don't got no problem. I just got done exchanging everything. They got everything together. This is what's paid for. I just like the problem.
Okay, so what's the misunderstanding?
Because he said I under
Got two Chelseas. Let's see how they do.
wrong, but they can't find these shorts. Like I told him, I'm gonna pay for everything. I just spent $500 in here.
Okay.
$250 in one line and $200 in another line. He said I under wrong, but how did I under ring? So I pay for everything else full price besides 2 fucking joggers. Get the fuck out of here. And I'm telling you the same thing I told him. I don't play no games. I got an autistic son. He watched everything. He said that clearly I underrun that, but I didn't. Everything is there.
These shorts are, she was using this keep it right skate. It was like, you get like some sweatshirts and stuff like that. So that's why she doesn't have any shorts. She used this $10 ticket to skate. It's got any shorts.
Oh, so that they're clever. They caught her. So she was being very cute. She scanned the same item multiple times that probably weighed the same or whatever to get it past the, because it also weighs. Or you do like skip bagging, right? Like you'll scan it and skip bag, scan it, skip bag, scan it, skip bag. Eventually, typically they'll make like a customer service person come and talk to you after that. Like they won't approve the purchase. Now, also conversely, Walmart has been sussy. There's been multiple times where just their checkout thing malfunctions. People have been arrested for that. And that has become lawsuits and issues. So I can see both sides of the fence here, but typically loss prevention's not wrong. They're very good at what they do.
Close and that's when we'll start. She's saying, I mean, she has like the actual other ticket in her hand, and she's like putting it in front of the thing, scanning it. So she got 40. She tried taking out.
I guess the things that she was sending.
Yeah, so it came out about 80 something, I think.
Do you have that receipt?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
From us?
Did you to make purchases, or did you come in to do a return?
No, we just got done shopping. I just spent $500 and something in this bitch.
Okay.
What?
Well, it sounds like you didn't actually buy shorts.
And this is what I'm telling him. I did have one pair of shorts for $5. They're in there on the counter. The other pair was Army fatigue. They were over there on the counter. Everything I did, Miss Lady, is over there. All the receipts, the lounger, everything is over there.
So a fun game we used to play with rookies is she detained? We just randomly ask. Like if you were like the third or fourth officer, especially when they were training, when they were in observations phase, they weren't allowed to do shit. They were just kind of just standing there, and their FTOs would stop and be like, "Do you think she's detained right now?" Because let's say she tries to walk off. Are we using force? It's an important line in the sand to know. All I know is this receipt's kind of sussy, and she's absolutely holding merchandise. I believe I have reasonable suspicion for shoplifting, potentially like merchandise fraud, like where you're popping tags and you're changing things. And I have reasonable suspicion, and I need to dispel that suspicion before I can let this lady go. Absolutely, she's detained. She's the officer, or the answer you want to give, but rookies are like, they're nervous. They're new. I get it, but
everyone's detained when I'm here.
Right. Don't be that person. Then you're like the last guys. But it's a great question. And like, when do you determine that you have it, and how much do you need, and can you articulate it? Because that's really what separates a rookie officer from like a veteran. You know what I mean?
So
every single thing.
So how did 4 or 5 different shorts
And this is the
pop
thing,
up on?
because for one, you're missing. This is a totally different practice. These are all things that's posted on clearance. I guess. So these are all things I grabbed out too. So that's what they run up at. So when I told him I got all the items right here. So if you run up, you
Chelsea looks squared away.
I run here plain as day. Every single item, every one. But I'm not
Except for
gonna.
the Apple Watch.
And this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I'll send you for that, girlfriend. But equipment looks good. Uniform looks squared away. She's got her hair pulled up like in a safe way, right? Like in a safe manner. Very squared away.
So all I'm saying to you, I told you I got this. All you had to do was come to me and say, hey,
Those are PCs.
So
I wasn't even gonna call that.
and listen, I don't even care because I told you I'm not saying the police. I have nothing to hide.
You guys want to go on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We are gonna have to take you into custody.
Crazy as hell for what?
So because for the misdemeanor.
Hold on, wait, stop, don't grab me.
Don't
Hold on, wait, I'm not fighting.
Don't fight with me. You're under arrest.
Excuse me, wait,
You're
hold
under
on.
arrest, We're not gonna fight
stop,
with you.
because I didn't under ring.
Okay.
What is y'all talking
That's
about?
something that you'll have to argue
First of all, let go of my back. No, hold on. Fuck.
Okay, so I'm not going to criticize him yet because I want to see how this actually goes down. This really, I call it the slow motion into custody, right? You wouldn't throw a punch like that. You shouldn't take people to jail like that. So typically the second they realized they were under arrest, I was already in a very dominant position to get a hold of their hands. This isn't sweeping the leg. This isn't like an elbow to the face or anything crazy like that. I would be talking to them. Randomly, another officer would just kind of flank them. And sometimes they would notice. If they turned to look, I immediately would shoot in. I already had full control over one arm. Like, you're going to be placed under arrest. But the handcuffs were coming on. Like, there's not a slow approach rationale behind that. Don't know if this lady's armed. This lady can then arm herself with something that I have on my uniform, which is what you don't want, right? You believe you got PC. Let's make it happen. The longer you let her sit in this not in custody position, the longer she can hurt you or hurt somebody else. Or it turns into a foot chase, and that's a whole other ballgame you don't want to deal with. But if we don't see a taser, I'll bless it. If they kind of shit or get off the pot here and decide this lady either needs to get proned out or just leverage a little more force, I'll bless them. But if it gets weird, we'll see. They're doing good so far.
No.
Kenneth, you're under arrest.
Stop. First of all, hold on.
You are under arrest.
Stop. Listen, please. I'm telling you, listen. Miss Lady, you don't got to do all this.
So there's a little overemphasis on the wrist. We talk about this a lot, that a lot of times they'll just grab onto the wrist. They think, well, I got the wrist, and that's what I'm going to handcuff. You need to control the arm, not the wrist. That's an important thing here. I kind of get that she's dealing with the phone. Phone's pretty inconsequential. I can handcuff somebody holding a phone. Maybe if it was a purse, I could see maybe trying to get the purse off because I don't want to destroy it on the back end. But most purses can be unlatched from a strap. Not that you need to know that, but you figure this out when you arrest people all the time. But it's not concentrated. Also notice all the help.
Please stop.
Under arrest.
I understand that, but please
We don't care about the
stop.
phone. We don't care about the phone.
Fighting with us.
I'm not fighting. I'm just telling you.
We don't care about the phone.
I don't got no problem with that at all, but y'all not finna just manhandle me like this for no fucking reason. It's my baby's birthday. Y'all sick as a bitch for this, and I ain't sick as fuck.
So the only sussed out part I got here, and I don't. Where's this at? Wisconsin. Well, I'll lower my expectations. In Agtown, a lot of people had guns. They typically keep it in front of them. I've found the occasional boob gun that was in a bra. This lady's heavy set enough that she could hide a boob gun. Appendix carry, also like the hoodie pocket, was a pretty sketchy place for them to be reaching. I'm not saying pull a gun on this lady because I don't think it's the case, but it was a thing you tried to avoid, especially once you're going hands-on because now stakes are high. She knows she's going to jail. She might get ignorant here. Let's not let her, I call it like hermiting basically, or crabbing, where basically she's pulling in here because now I have no idea what her hands are going for. We talked about furtive movements. She's not exhibiting that, and obviously these officers can see stuff I can't. Because the body cam's going to be pretty limited. But that, you start seeing that like in this specific position, just take her arm and drag her across the floor. You literally double C clamp that wrist and drag her out just to get her prone, because then if it's on her belly, it's harder for her to retrieve. And then if she tries to retrieve it, you just pin her, and then we're at least in a dominant position that if it turns into a deadly force thing, at least we're pointing it at the ground. We're sorting it out from there. But this seated position where she's able to have access to stuff is not helpful. And also potentially dangerous. Something else, and again, we talk about hoodie grabs. You grab that little piece of the hoodie, you just pull her. She's going to get folded in it. Her arm's going to get kind of folded in it. It's going to cover up her face. She can't see what's going on. It'll be easier to grab a hold of her wrist and continue to pull. It'll be a little immodest, but maybe don't get arrested. But they're lucky it's 2 Chelsea, so we don't have to worry about it yet. But.
Hell no.
Hands behind your back, you're going to get tased. Hands behind your back, you're going to get tased. You're under arrest.
Don't pull the taser.
Put your hands behind your back.
Also, the nape of the neck.
What are you using?
You can pull
Put your
on that.
hands
Why
behind your back.
are you elbowing me?
I got taser. Taser.
For what? For what?
You almost lost taser, girl.
Here.
You were doing so good.
Yeah, you were doing so good. You could create a deadly force situation here when you pull the taser way too close. It's also only going to be pain compliance. This will not create an MI, so it's not really a great place to do it. It's better. This is not a deadly force situation. If you would have effed this up, you would have created a deadly force situation where that didn't need to be. Literally, one arm grab. Pull. You got plenty of floor here. Just pull her across the floor. She'll straighten out. And then you can go do some work from there. This is training. Back to Frag's point, this is bad training. I don't think they've been given the skills to know how to navigate this, and that's not on them. I can't hold them accountable for what the department does not provide for them. This might be the only solution. Now, she's a bigger lady, you know what I mean? So maybe she's got some strength on her, right? But this is not. There's 2 of y'all there. This is a doable, winnable thing without the taser. But this is my issue with using tools. I'm not saying OC would be more appropriate here because she's pretty isolated, but I hated OC, like in general. I never personally used it. I never even threatened to use it, but that's a personal bias. It's a better tool because that doesn't automatically escalate this to a deadly force scenario. It also take the fight out of her really, really fast.
How much of a hindrance is being up against the wall like that for getting her into a handcuffing?
So that's the problem is you can't push her back, right? So you can really only pull her forward. That's kind of why I meant I was like, just drag her across the floor. Because while she's getting to brace on that, she's got her legs and her back muscles. It's the biggest muscles in her body, glutes, quads, and back muscles that she can kind of press up against there. So you can't like actually get her hands behind her. And even if you did, you're going to have to do it extended, and there's no way you're putting handcuffs on there. Literally in this position, nape and neck was getting pulled, like right back. Oh, I'm going to show this. We're going to go to this dojo, and I'm about to show how to do these things. We're going to take a bunch of videos and be like, all right, Someone's going to volunteer, but there's easy ways to kind of get around this. Why not use of tool if they're there to use?
Because would you use a drill to hammer a nail?
Right. So in this instant too, right? So let's say I tase and it doesn't work. Right? Now what? Like, you know what I mean? I that's kind of my problem. It's the
It's not like you can reholster the taser.
Right. And I don't have a problem with them using the taser. I have a problem with it. They're going to it this fast without trying anything else. We're not trying to one-arm drag. We're not trying to like move her in any other kind of position. We just kind of got stuck here. Right. And that's a training thing. That's not on them. But once I use it, if that was the only thing that I could think would solve that problem, what happens when it doesn't work? Because it works 20% of the time, every time, right? That's kind of my issue with its deployment a lot of times. And then specifically in this instance, especially now with how we've changed how we evaluate use of force decisions, right? Heck, there was a guy in the original use of force decisions that's still getting charged because someone took a taser from him and he shot him for it, which is normally in the code book would have been perfectly kosher. That guy's sitting in prison right now, which is sketchy, right? That was when it was considerably more in your favor, when all you had to do was look at the moment that force was used. They're going to say, could you have de-escalated? Could you have whatever? You losing control of your tool is not a great justification for deadly force. But if she grabs a hold of this taser, you're 100% pointing a gun at her, right? Like, that's an easy decision. But what happens if you get the wrong judge and you get the wrong appeals court and you get the wrong jury and they decide you're not doing it right? When you're in empty hands, it's a fight. That's what you should be prepared for as a police officer. This is an inevitability of the job. This should be a skill. You should be better at this than driving. And that's saying something, because they give you handcuffs for a reason. You handcuff people. You take people to jail. This should be, I would just be going to every wrestling team in high school and be like, that's the guy I want. That's the girl I want. Because you can get a girl with 50 pounds less, but has excellent empty hand skills. Excellent like body control and leverage-based moves. No jiu-jitsu, no nothing. Dude, easy money. I don't know. I have my opinions.
What? For what? Why are you tagging? What are you tagging?
This is a terrible idea.
Oh, this is bad.
Terrible idea.
That's a
purely pain complaint. She's no NMI has happened yet.
And you made her real mad.
Right.
Which is always my problem with pain compliance, is like, there you go. Yeah. Now you got a person who's extra bad because they're in pain.
Also in reasonable fear,
fight
right?
harder.
And so reasonable fear is going to turn off what? Prefrontal cortex is going to turn off. It's going to go straight to that corpus callosum. It's going to be like, bitch, survive, you know? We have now created our suspect in the terms of this suspect. It was a terrible idea.
With you, what did I do? Oh! What are you doing?
Shooting electricity is not going to let go of her.
Would you? Especially if you handed it to her. Like, you have nobody been mad at but ourselves.
Also, if it did lock up your muscles, you're just locking them on your taser.
What are we doing? I thought it was a gunshot. Yeah.
So there's a game that happens in bars in Mexico where a guy comes up to you with like a car battery and like 2 metal rods that are attached to it, and he's got like a little dial, and the whole thing is you like give him $1 and you hold on to it and then and see how long, like how high up on the dial you can go. That's that basically, and eventually it gets so high that you literally cannot let go anymore.
Yeah,
because your muscles are just
stupid.
Great.
And Goonilla, it's kind of the same thing. PCP is more rare than you think, but like in that situation, actually it's where a taser works very well if it's deployed correctly. So this guy's not going to reduce, like this person, not going to give a shit about pain, but a good taser probe lockup seizes their body from moving so you can get into a dominant position and apply handcuffs, right, while they're locked up. So they're not flailing like crazy people, because they'll flail with enough force to break their own arm and break their own hand and still continue to punch, right? So that's kind of, good night, Abby. That's kind of, taser's actually weirdly very useful there. But it has to be applied correctly, and it has to give the desired result. That's the problem.
What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
How many more cycles?
What are you doing? Tasha, take my phone. Tasha, take my phone.
Stop it. Stop it.
Tasha, just take my phone. Just take my phone, Tasha.
Kenya, put your hands
Just
behind
take
your
my
back.
phone. Listen, when I say you got the fucking line,
Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
Is she?
Tasha, please
Nothing's
record
free to
this.
go with her. She's going.
Please record this because she's kneeing me and punching me. Tasha, record it. Record it. Record it, Tasha.
Come
She's choking me.
Cassie.
She kneeing me. Look at her.
Let's go, Kenya.
Hell no.
Do it now.
So I'll be honest, her having a hold of this taser like this, now I don't know if there's any more shots in this thing. Probably not. So maybe it's like a mute point, right? But from a training standpoint, but I tell you what, this lady's getting pretty tuned up here. Like she's got a hold of a tool like that. Here's where you can articulate an escalation of force. The problem I have with that,
Supreme Court's gonna say no, you cannot.
right. Safety dictates, right? Because safety dictates I can approach every car with a gun. Right? That's what safety says. Affirmative movement automatically means I get to point guns at people. The reality of the circumstances is not that. You are in law enforcement. You are going to put yourself in intentionally dangerous positions. That's not good with you. Find another job. It'd be like an electrician saying, I don't want to be near a live wire. Dog, it's going to happen. One of these days, it's going to happen. You creating these circumstances is going to come back on you. That's my problem. But training and safety would say this lady gets a hold of a taser. She's getting drop kicked to the face and all this other stuff. Because, again, she could potentially pose a deadly threat to people.
This
should be an easy solution.
Twice already.
Break your thumb. Break your thumb.
You're gonna kill me. My God.
Another taser.
Behind your back.
How many more taser deployments?
Hands behind your back.
What?
Hands behind your back.
To
Keep them
this guy. His posture. Security will do this to you.
Yeah. He's seen this movie before.
Josh, would a SAP be useful? A SAP would be exceptionally useful here. Yes. The sound of asp deploying is more. I tell you what, there was a few times I had some old school dudes that were like from the 90s that were training at the time, and you would hear a shink, and everybody's ears would perk up like, oh shit. And he's like, I come from those days. I don't give a shit. No, okay. Well, let's not do that on Bodycam, please. You better figure it out, rookie, or I'm beating their ass. I'm like, okay, chill. I got very good at empty hand skills.
Kenya.
You mean?
Put your taser
Get
right.
down on the ground on your stomach.
Oh my God.
There's all paid for my gift card and everything. I'm not resisting. I am a pregnant woman. Why is you steady doing my wrist like that? I'm a pregnant woman. Hold on.
She says she's a pregnant woman?
I can lay on my
Big accent.
Oh, weird. Look at this
Get
officer
down.
does.
She's got her thing again.
I'm pregnant. I can lay on my side.
Pulls her away
I
from
can't
the
lay on my
wall.
stomach. I'm pregnant. I can't lay on my stomach.
Weird. It's like there was an easy solution. Shout out to this guy. He saved these ladies' life.
I'm pregnant. I'm not refusing. I'm not refusing.
Well,
I am a pregnant woman.
I'm not resisting.
Let's hold off. Yeah.
Taser.
Oh, no. Come on.
Told you.
Gosh, damn it.
This is clearly a department training problem that they have here.
They made this one for me.
Yeah, the second I saw him lose control of that hand, I was like, these guys are not much better.
Yeah.
They're just here to add to the pile of limbs.
Jeez. That one worked.
I didn't do nothing.
Relax.
I didn't do nothing, Tasha. Relax.
She's like, I've seen people get arrested. This is not how this is supposed to go.
That's 5 times they tased me for nothing, y'all. For absolutely nothing. They tased me for nothing.
She's bleeding.
When I say for nothing,
Yeah, she pulled out the probes.
that, oh, god damn.
Oh, I need a poll. Do they call the
Bro. I'll never financially recover from this. Like,
On the G, and I'm pregnant, and she need me, and she crushing me. Kenya, just relax. All this because I did not steal. Yo, how many pushing my wrist like that?
You're not relaxed.
I'm definitely relaxed. I'm not fucking at all.
Relax.
Y'all dead ass wrong. When I say y'all dead ass wrong, I mean y'all dead ass wrong.
oh, we got EMS. Look at that.
Okay, I didn't even get my poll out.
Look at that.
Don't clip that out of context.
Whoa. We got a deputy chief here, apparently.
Oh, so it's all his fault.
Yeah, I blame him.
Whole time for the police, but I stole it.
Yeah, okay.
That is crazy. Whoa. Hey, get you some better training, Miss Lady. You didn't have to punch.
I don't want to take this lady's side.
She's an angry woman who thinks she's entitled to free stuff, Josh.
Hey, man. Whew. Okay, real title for this is going to be Cassie's failed to arrest cops tased pregnant lady 6 times.
Punch me. You didn't have to punch me. You didn't have to knee me because I wasn't resisting. You had no right to put your hands on me. None whatsoever, Miss Lady, because I wasn't resisting. I inhaled my stomach because I was pregnant. When you told me to slide down, I slid down. But I didn't get on my stomach. She punched my soul. Pay for everything. Everything. That's their fault. That's their
Good
fault.
luck if this happened in 24, dog.
I was finna get ready to leave. I paid for everything.
This would have happened in 2020? Bro. Did this lady need to be apprehended? Yes. Would I have arrested this lady? 1,000%. If she would have resisted, would I have used force? Yes. But it would have lasted about 10 seconds. I might have even hurt her worse, to be honest. Like in the amount of pain she would have been subjected to. On like a wrist lock or something. But it wouldn't have been... It wouldn't have mag dumped her with taser cartridges. And all the camera would have seen... Well, actually, no. It probably wouldn't have gone to use of force because she'd have gotten handcuffed so fast. She would like immediately just hands in and she would have had to have like tried to throw herself on the floor to prevent that. And then she's already on the floor. Cool. One arm drag straight to handcuffing. Like it wouldn't have been. This is not a hard equation.
You wouldn't have given all the pre-arrest cues.
Literally.
Bad things were about to happen to her,
bro.
Let her fight or flight go to fight.
Yeah, she wouldn't have time for that.
Y'all do all this whole ass shit. I paid for everything I came in this bitch with. $500. That's that motherfucker out. That's that motherfucker out. All this at Walmart for me.
Well, you're resisting, Kenya.
I didn't resist, though. I didn't resist. I did not. I
think the resisting charge.
Kenya was transported to the Waukesha County Jail and charged with retail theft by altering the price, repeater, resisting an officer, repeater, and attempting to disarm a peace officer. Her cash bond was set at $2,500. In conjunction with other criminal traffic offenses from prior cases, she was sentenced to 10 months jail time with Huber release and 3 years probation.
All my time I've been out here, I never had to walk this walk.
I tell you what, dog. Oh, 2 officers get saved by their backup. Oh, 1,000% accurate on that video. Okay, let's see. That was 5 taser deployments. And 2 women giving credence to the 30 by 30 discussion. So we'll take. Well, I'll go with her.
Never gonna financially recover.
Ever. Y'all some hoes.
You know what town you're in?
Bro. Almost. This time, yeah, bro. Because a wrist lock solves as long as you get one. You just need one, and if it's a well done wrist lock, it is horribly uncomfortable. It really demotivates, and that alone. Again, I could teach Juan how to do it in 30 seconds, and Juan would be more effective at arresting people than 90%. And that's physical ability aside, right? That's him being a 6-foot man aside. Yeah, I could teach Megan how to do it, and she'd be more helpful in some of these. I don't know. Oh, my goodness.
What? The 224. I'm a motherfucking man. Look, suck my...
Cole, do you think they
On
know
December
how to wrist
8th.
block?
No kidding, right? Dude, a gooseneck on a wrist. Oof. Demotivator.
2024, officers responded to a nursing home after a man was causing a loud disturbance and refusing to leave when asked.
Yeah, probably. Criminal trespass. Easy. Layup.
Hi.
My hat and my shirt, man.
Your hat and your shirt? Is it in the unit?
Once you get your hands out of your pocket, homie.
Okay, do you have the phone number of the person? So they called us because they want you to leave.
So definitely when I'm shirt my hat, man. It's real.
Okay.
I'm not shirt my hat, man. It's real.
The unit? Oh, he's bringing it to you right now. Right there. That's your stuff, man.
Only way I call y'all bitch stuff. Y'all bitch stuff.
Although MHMR is very high, though, here. For sure, for sure.
Hey, look. Look.
Look, we're not disrespecting you. Thank you. Why are you posting up on me like that? No one's being rude to you.
I'll tell you what, you look at this dude's arms, I wouldn't be talking shit. This guy could throw a mean right hook. Like, let's have some self-preservation here.
Yeah, maybe take your hands out of your pockets because you might be
kidding,
having to use
dog.
force.
Oh my god, that's what I.
I wonder. This feels like they've dealt with this guy before.
Probably. That
They're
might be
kind
the
of talking
case.
to him with a familiarity.
That maybe they know he's not assaultive, but
Mhm.
I assumed everyone was, because I was
Yeah.
right most of the time.
Well, because non-assaultive people can become assaultive.
Right. It could just be that day, dude. You know. Especially like, and this is kind of sad, but like with the homeless population, what do they have to lose? Like truly, in their situation, worse too is like exposure to the elements, being dehydrated, probably also like very low self-esteem, undiagnosed or untreated MHMR issues collectively erodes their ability to make good, healthy decisions, right? Like we basically dehumanize the homeless population. It's terrible. It really is. It is the worst part of the job by a mile is you get to see past the ugly mask that is society, where we care more about homeless cats than we do people. Like as a, we care more about having a football stadium than we do making sure that there's,
I mean, I don't see you feeding 8 homeless people out your backyard, Josh.
Hey, I've saved many a homeless people's lives. Okay, I can pass all the judgment I want, and they are practically homeless people. I tell you, they brought a raccoon carcass to my backyard.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a gift.
Yeah, it literally.
They don't see you hunting. They don't think you can hunt for yourself.
We brought them we had a ham that had been in the refrigerator for like 1 or 2 days too long. And so we cut the thing up. It was like, oh, you can eat off this thing for a couple days. So it was like 2 or 3 days straight. They were eating like 14 ounces or 15 ounces of ham. We would just like shred it for them. As they're all pumped and like they were all excited about the ham. And I guess they were like, wow, this is way better. Even though they're getting like organic ass kibble, you know what I mean? Like they're getting the Costco mostly salmon kibble or whatever. They, I guess, felt like they weren't pulling their weight. And it was like half of what was left of a raccoon carcass. I was like, it was like this big. It was humongous. Normally I'll get like a squirrel tail or like some feathers from a bird, or you'll get like a bird carcass, but they're small. This was a whole ass, like they went out and murdered this poor little
proper
raccoon.
sacrifice this time.
To the altar, yeah.
The cat world.
Yeah, literally.
They're like, we're going off to battle. So we need to
and I did walk out and pick it up.
blessings.
Well, I didn't want it to stink because also I don't want like other animals coming up there after they smell it. So I accepted it, and they were all proud of themselves. They're like, look, we brought you. Look at what we did. Bring us more ham.
We're starting a little cat religion.
Oh, dude, for real. Yeah, I am the altar at which they pray. Or the little mat in my backyard.
So apparently we can fast forward through a lot of this.
Okay.
It's time to go, sir. And to press charges.
Yes, criminal trespass.
Man, you bitches. Look.
Get y'all's hands out of your damn pockets.
Bitch, suck my dick.
Well, let's.
Hey, look. Hey, you punk ass nigga.
Let's go to the ambulance.
Bro, EMS making scene on this is wild. I'm not saying they wouldn't. I had a couple that would, but I never let them. I don't want to get... It was a failure on your part as a police officer if fire or EMS got punched. You get punched. You signed up for getting punched. EMS did not.
God, so focus.
Let's go.
Bro, come on.
Let's go.
Man, you do. Suck my dick.
Alright, yeah, no. Charles.
Bitch, shut the fuck.
Charles, I already explained to you. Charles,
Bitch, out.
you're either gonna go to the ambulance or you're gonna come in cuffs. What are you gonna do? Alright, I'm gonna take them. You guys wanna put me in cuffs? You guys
Bring
left
me
arm,
about
right
shit.
arm? Alright.
Bitch, go, man.
All right. All right, Cassies. We got this, baby girls.
Over here.
Make you proud. I believe in y'all.
If you don't leave right now, I will take you anywhere.
Okay. We said right now. You got 10 seconds.
To go into the ambulance.
Bitch, I'm a man.
I saw a taser
You're not acting
already.
like it.
Bitch, shut up, bitch.
They did.
Shut up,
One
bitch.
of them left.
I'm not a motherfucking nigga. Bitch, shut the f up. You a simple. Right on, fight. Look. Come on.
You don't leave right now.
Let's go.
I'm going to do nothing but stare at you. That's what you should have said. It's more honest. Now,
Don't block the door when you're ordering him to.
right? I'm assuming they just don't want to take him for the criminal trespass.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. Just take him. It's fine. Maybe he gets his meds while he's there. Maybe he takes them. You know? Can't leave him out here. You know? You show up, you CT him, and he walks off and figures something out. Cool. Problem solved. You know, lock the door behind you kind of thing. But you can't leave this. In this state, I don't feel good leaving this guy here. He's going to get in an argument with somebody, and what happens when this is Houston? He gets in a fight with some random dude that's drunk, and this guy gets stabbed over nothing because you left him here. Up to his own devices.
Bitch, sit down now with that shit. Shut the f up.
We're giving you the option to leave.
Man, shut the f up. Bitch, suck my dick. Bitch, put that shit down.
You're not listening.
Bitch, I ain't listen. I'm the motherfucking man. Bitch, I'm the motherfucking man. You stay here, bitch.
You walk this way out the door.
Man,
You're fine.
bitch, look, suck my dick.
Yeah.
Hey, dude. I'm walking out with you.
Oh, they did not wait for a man. Oh, that's sussy. Oh, come on. Come on.
I'm walking with you. I'm walking with you.
Well, I tell you what, he was about the business. He said he was willing to approach this guy just on approach alone. He immediately was like, I do not want to smoke. That is what we
You had to
call
look up?
officer presence.
You want to leave? Hey, look. Hey, you can walk around with bitch ass down, boy.
Charles, just go.
I do respect. So this chick's got a taser for no good reason.
Yeah, I saw it earlier.
I do agree gloves are a good idea. I think he probably knows they're going hands on. I would have been gloved. He's like, I don't want any part of this.
Listen, Charles. All right, you got your cuffs out. We're going to place him in custody. I'm going to tase him.
Who's we, girl?
What do you mean you're going to tase him? You can't win a 7-on-1 fight? Auto fail. Legitimately, if I gave 7 rookies, I don't give a shit. Bro, I had to fight 280-pound TRT fueled SWAT guys. And they took it easy on us. But he gave us he gave us at least 45 to 50 seconds of, boy, I'm going to make you earn it. And that shit sucked. But it was to demonstrate you can do it. Right? Apply the techniques. You apply the techniques, maybe I'll let you do it. If not, I'll
We have a video of Josh telling that story on our channel.
It's a good time.
It's the one where the thumbnail is
I get my ass
Simpsons
beat
of
or whatever.
Yeah,
it's a good time.
You get your face punched. It's great.
But this, if I gave 7 rookies, I don't care how big that dude was. There's 7 of y'all. I see a taser come out.
Mm-hmm.
Take laps.
That's why I go straight to gun.
All of y'all. See, there you go. Juan gets it.
Turn around right now.
See.
Turn around.
Around.
What are you doing, baby girl? Baby girl, what are you doing? Baby girl, what are you doing?
Did you get that dude's hands? Did I call that? Oh my god. What are we
Bro,
doing?
y'all hate me, man. I'm convinced. Bro.
Drops his cuffs.
I don't think she got this full at all.
She got a piece of his jacket and
both
she's
probes.
still...
No. Both probes hit this full.
Look at that taser probe. So she's sending half of that charge to his hand over there. Because it's still connected.
What are you doing?
Stop.
Baby girl,
Ruining that dude's day.
Do you shoot a gun like this? Who taught you to hold it like this? You qualified with this thing. What is going on here? What are you doing?
Get him down. Get him down.
Brother, if I was him, Deputy here.
Let's walk back out. Oh, there's 12 of y'all here? I'm out.
Go ahead and show me 10-8. I'm good, dog. I'm not going to lie. If this is my first day reserving, I'd be like, I think I'm good. You just went through 400 hours worth of training and the background check and the poly and the psych and the physical. And yep, I'm good, dog.
Lisa, I don't know if this counts as excessive force because the probes didn't connect. Like, this is like, I don't know what
for it to be excessive, it'd have to be effective, and this is just
it'd have to be the force would have had to connect in some way.
What are we doing? We'd have fought after this, dog.
What
We'd have put this dude in an ambulance like after we're done with everything, so he can go get these probes taken out.
This is impotent force.
Yeah,
is what this is.
And I'd be like, you need to take that shit off right now.
This
we're
is
throwing,
a
we're throwing
stoppable
hands.
force meets a movable object,
bro. We'd have thrown hands. I'd have been so pissed.
Hey, turn around. Get it off of you.
You alright? You good?
Put your arm behind your back.
Just tell me, man.
Why?
Just tell me, man.
Who dropped the
man.
keys?
Hey, give my hat.
I'm out.
Give my hat.
No, it's not his keys. He don't got a house.
Give my hat. Give my hat. Look, give my hat. Give my shit. Look. Look, give my shit. Look.
Got
Look,
all
give
your
my
shit.
hat.
Let's go.
Look, give my hat. Look, put my hat on my head. Look.
You good?
I got about table. It's like right up in your.
For what?
To the hospital.
Hey, give my hat. Hey, give my hat.
You mind?
Hey, give my hat. Hey, give my hat. Look, I got time to kill. These dumbass niggas, look. I'm ready to go. We got here.
That one's on shit show.
The suspect was charged with criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. If you enjoyed this video, hit the like.
If you enjoyed this video. Oh, I'm going to take 10 more. I feel like I didn't take enough for that.
Take some from admin too, because they
You know what, for
apparently
training, you know what?
all of these officers deserve to be on the street.
The dudes weren't much better, you know?
No.
It's called...
I'll
whatever-
forgive the one guy who got tased in his hand.
Right,
because
right.
You're not expecting that, but
That
damn.
does not merit a fist bump. See, that's the problem, though, is they don't know that. In their mind, this story's going to go down, oh, this guy was like 8 feet tall, and it was criminal trespass. It was wild. We all, like 7 of us showed. It took 7 of us to take him into custody. It was so wild. One of the taser probes like kind of flew kind of awry. And
He dodged the taser probe like Neo, and it ended up hitting one of our officers. Threw it. He took the dart midair. Redirected.
Anyways. To win as admin at negative 2K. Felipe, you must be new here. Oh, man. I tell you what, PD's on their way. I think we'll hit 4 digits in the
negative 2K,
Jeez.
Felipe.
Oh, that's why I took the negative 10. The fist bump, I was like, that's how you know they don't know they fucked up. And yeah, just let's take it. Should it be disciplined? No, because I do think that they're just poorly trained, potentially poorly recruited. But yeah, judgment. Like my fear is she thought she had a clean enough shot with that taser to land it. What if that was a gun?
Mm-hmm.
That's my fear, bro. Cop version of fishtails. It's so much worse. Because it's not a fish getting ripped out of the water and held up in front of a camera and thrown back into a lake after the dude hawks a loogie in its mouth. Like, this is a human being being tortured, basically, because these cops can't figure it out.
I can't believe that this happened tonight. This is.
I can believe it. I just watched how you were driving.
Early on January 7th, 2025, officers made their way to the scene of a car accident. One that would soon reveal itself to be far more serious than anyone expected.
Hey guys, I'll give you a hand. Is everyone okay?
I'm trying to help them out.
Yeah, I'm gonna help them out too.
Free advice: if the car is not on fire and you're not stuck in a lane of traffic, you're gonna leave them there. Just in general, you're not a medical professional. You don't likely have the equipment to safely remove them and to secure their spine. Probably not doing this, but third parties are doing it. They're covered under Good Samaritan clauses. They're trying to help. Car's on fire.
Hey, do your spicy part of stream work.
Oh yes. Viewer discretion be advised. As the spicier part of stream, one of the last 3 videos of stream, and probability of shooting, stabbing, people getting hurt, people dying is pretty high. So if that triggers you, here's your time to leave the door. But I think these are probably some of the most valuable body cams we watch, because this is likely the difference between life or death. If you understand these situations and know how to approach them both from the civilian and the law enforcement side, I think here's where kind of viewers get saved the most. This is the most triggering side of it for law enforcement, so God bless you. I'm locked in. You have to be locked in with me if you're going to stay. But yes, this is the spicy part of stream. We don't condone violence here. But we do try to at least learn from it, and we're not trying to Monday morning quarterback any of these officers. We're just trying to learn something from it. I will complain. I will also compliment, but by the current trend, it's going to be more complaining, but we'll see.
Complaintement.
What is the acceptable mental age to watch spicy videos? I don't think it's an age thing so much. Well, it's 18 technically, but I'm just going to say like willingness to stomach some of it. I'd be lying if I didn't say that a lot of this bothers me in some way, shape, or form. if we didn't,
were a millennial who saw a live leak and the like cartel beheading videos on the internet, you're probably okay.
If you spoiler alert, somebody dies in this. So,
If you want to grab the other hand, I'll grab
Yep.
Just so no one gets hurt.
Yep.
All right, you all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yes.
You guys want an ambulance?
No.
Check you out just in case?
No,
What's going on?
we were just going on a little joyride.
I was mad and I heard.
Whoa.
Is everybody out of the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was only the 2 of us. I lost my glasses.
Oh, okay. You guys need
So cars are designed for car accidents, literally and figuratively. They're designed for car accidents. And so, again, unless the car's on fire or you're in a lane of traffic, there is no hurry to getting people out. I understand you're wanting to work the scene or whatever, but like that shouldn't be your go-to. This is happening on I-30, and there's only you there, right? And it's kind of a chaotic scene. Yeah, you don't want a DWI to come and kill all of y'all, so I get it. But generally speaking, we don't try to move people. Now, they got up on their own. They're able to walk around. Doesn't mean they're not injured. And you're calling EMS no matter what. Do you want medical? EMS is coming. You can go give them the refusal, not me, from a liability standpoint.
an ambulance or anything?
No, everybody's okay.
Here's what we can do. We can get you checked out, okay? If you guys don't want to go to the hospital, you guys can refuse, okay? 331. Can you roll an ambulance this way? So we're going to have an ambulance come just to check you out. You could always refuse. How old are you?
Mind me.
Yeah. Oh, you light?
Yeah.
Good.
He's looking at his face.
Just a little abrasion on my forehead.
Yeah.
I'm a medical student, so.
Oh, cool.
Oh, okay. See, they don't need EMS. They got him. For that car.
19-year-old medical student's about as useful as a explorer in a law enforcement context. It's probably worse.
21. How old are you, Ben?
I'm turning 20.
Oh.
So he's 19. You could just say I'm turning 19. It's young people shit.
You look young.
No, I completely understand. We just took a little joyride. My dad has.
I
it's a long story.
You got to heard.
The first officers on the scene were initially unaware that a second vehicle was involved. It wasn't until additional units arrived and discovered the car that its presence became known, something the driver had failed to mention.
Watch out for the kid in here. I got. Watch his hand here too.
Good blast breaker.
Are you alright?
Not at all right.
So something to consider, right? So cars are designed to crumple from the front. They will not crumple on the sides. They can't. You don't really want crumple zones there. So that's why you have side curtain airbags. From an emergency medical responder, although I'm just police, right? You're seeing side curtain airbags and this much of the seated area of the driver's seat there. That's pretty big trauma. He took a big brunt of that hit. Not a guy you want to move, but a guy you want to see. The easiest way to help EMS and fire is to cut away these airbags. Something else that seems kind of silly or petty or whatever, if you have like a piece of debris or something, waft all of the airbag gas away from them if you can. We used to try to open or break open some windows to get that airbag gas out. When you cut these bags away, they're still going to have some of that gas stuck in it, but it's terrible. Like the stuff smells awful. It's whatever. But also so you can see inside. Now, this guy might have like a leg wound that's a severed artery. Now, that you have to address. This guy's leaking blood. You do want to stop the bleed, and that's where you might get a little bit more involved. But if you don't see him bleeding, don't move this guy at all. Don't move this guy. But cut these things open so EMS can more quickly. They're going to show up, look pretty quickly, and be like, oh, okay, like we can move this guy. We shouldn't move this guy. Let's back brace him. But the quicker they can see the patient, the better it is. Also, there's 2 or 3 of y'all the only ones going to be able to do anything. Everybody else start looking to clear traffic, maybe give some instructions for EMS on how to get to you a little faster. This happens a lot of times with like service roads. You're like, hey, go backwards on the service road here, because if not, you're going to have to drive like 5 miles down the highway and then loop around to get back to us. That's minutes that these people aren't getting medical help. These are just like things to consider. Also, you start seeing this severe of an accident, you're likely starting to detain people. You're starting to ask questions of like, oh, okay, so who did what here? This isn't just like a vehicle accident where we're swapping info and calling it a day. Like, the likelihood of injury is pretty high. So we're looking to figure out who's at fault and if anybody's intoxicated and all that kind of stuff. So, but this is pretty bad. Normally, if it's a front on, you won't get these side curtains to deploy. But you see this much smashing in of that driver's side, like that driver's not doing hot.
What hurts? What hurts?
Boys, 5579,
You all right? Where does it hurt?
Cut the airbag. Cut the airbag. Have a good night.
Are you all right?
You okay? Don't move, sir.
Good idea.
Come on, sweetie. Hey, let's get her in the back of a squad car. Watch out.
If the kid's in a car seat, I'm okay with, because that's like a built-in back brace, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of just cut the car seat loose and kind of pick the car seat out. I'm okay with that, but an adult is probably not going to happen. There's something to that. I think, too, something you got to listen to. So the kid crying, actually a very good sign. Unconscious kids should make you nervous, right? Especially after a car crash like that. Normal crying, no injuries, car seats kind of crush at protecting kids. The thing, and I won't replay it for those of you that are going to get triggered by it, the noises the guy was making, not good. Normally, if I broke Juan's arm right now, he'd be yelling and cussing, and you know, como chingan or whatever, right? But he just starts making like an animal-like moan. I don't want to describe that as just what agonal breathing is, because that's a little different. But you're a completely different part of your brain's operating. You're not speaking in words. You're just kind of yelling. This person's on the way out. Like that's a big red flag when you're starting to get. This also happens too when you get like facial injuries and stuff like that. Where's it hurting? Is all you're gonna get, and that's all you're gonna get. That's not helpful. I get it, but like. Just like we talk about all the time, like understand who you're talking to or who you're communicating with. This guy gives you a couple of moans for an answer. Let's move on and try to figure out some other way that we can be helpful, right? Start blocking traffic to make sure EMS has a good way. Hey, somebody stand out there to make sure that ambulance comes here first, not to those douchebags over there. They're already refusing EMS.
Slight abrasion on his forehead.
Right. Like and that's kind of, I mean, it's like a scene management side of it. But just start, damn, what? I am.
Josh is wildly racist. Tweaky, I don't know if you knew that.
If you're just not figuring that out, you haven't been here very long.
Yeah, he's not good.
I just went out on a little joyride, and when I was stepping on the brakes, it was a little bit too late. And
you did not step on any brakes.
It was a mistake. I'm so sorry. I can't
Verbal admittance to being at fault.
believe that this happened. This is genuinely unbelievable. What was your name and badge number?
Officer Harrison, 417. I could write it down for you in a second.
No, it's okay. I got it. What was the badge number?
417. For her, maybe we could get her.
I don't want to move her any more than we have to.
Good job.
Hey,
there's an excellent first responder there. Hey, we don't have to move them. Don't do it. It's actually some statistics to this too, that in any kind of casualty environment like that, whether it's a shooting, stabbing, car accident, whatever, every time you move a person, you lower their survivability by 30%, unless they're going to care, right? And I don't know where that statistic came from, but it's what I was taught, so it's what I'm regurgitating. This was as of 2025. That is the protocol for moving injured, right? So don't try to move them if you don't have to. But if you got to move them as little as possible. So like move them to where they're safe and then leave them there and then wait for EMS to come move them. The biggest fear here is going to be spinal injuries because you can make them worse. Something else, too, to consider is that they're currently sitting up. It's kind of why I said cars are great for car accidents. They're sitting up, so you have the least amount of pressure on their lungs. Same thing if they do happen to have some sort of internal bleeding. It's all sinking down as opposed to coming up, which could cause issues with breathing and stuff like that. The only downside is if they're losing blood, their blood's going to, again, pull at the bottom of their body and not make it back up. Then that's kind of when you want to lay them down to get the heart, to get that blood to your brain. Because if that goes, you're dead. But as a police officer, you're not making probably any of those calls unless you got some emergency medical experience. But don't move people.
If she can move, she's all right. Let's pull her out. See if we can pull her out, okay? Make sure there's nothing wrong with her. Make sure we can. Yes, there one's in a building over there inside of the where the old cell phone place was. We got. Where's he? Check her out. Make sure she doesn't have any. We're gonna help you. We're here to help you.
I don't like listening.
You guys have insurance in the vehicle, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we'll grab that when they pull it out.
My dad is a government agent, so.
Oh, cool. For where?
He works for the OCC, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency.
That's cool.
And he, this is.
But he's like this. What you're saying?
Well, what?
He's the comptroller. He might as well be the devil, dude. What?
Yup.
Only the comptroller would have
Lock
a
this
son
kid
like
up with
this.
his dad.
Dog, no kidding.
I wanted to explain to you earlier.
Aiden, what's going on, homie? Also, John, what's going on?
Is he recently got re-diagnosed with stage 4 liver cancer, and so the only reason her and I went out was just because and it was just, recently there was a lot of stress, and he only has a couple cycles left, and so I just wanted to get away from it all, and her and I went out, and unfortunately and
I want to spend less time with my dying dad.
Mm-hmm.
Tracks.
God willing, knock on wood, right? Yeah. I mean, to have this happen, oh my God.
It'd be a great send-off to know his kid's in prison.
Dude, no kidding.
Down Southwest Highway.
You guys chill. I got a lot to do, okay, while I'm here on stream. I got a lot going on.
But when I came out, I saw him driving. I helped both of them out. The way they was talking to me, I knew what time it was.
The way they were We're society. I love this guy. Bro, I tell you what.
Oh, that's great.
The brothers have been crushing today on stream. He said, I know what time it is. That's incredible.
Trapped in the front. Hey guys, what the? That little girl? Let's put her in the ambulance.
The fire department arrived and worked to free the man by cutting through the doors, while an ambulance rushed his daughter to the hospital. A witness captured the incident on her dash cam, which showed the vehicle traveling at a dangerously high speed. According to the arrest report, the car was going 93 miles per hour just 5 seconds before impact, slowing only slightly to 87 miles per hour at the moment of collision. While we weren't able to obtain the dash cam footage, surveillance video from a nearby gas station shows the vehicle running a red light just before striking the other car.
Jeez.
No one else was in any of the other vehicles that I collided with? No one else?
Over there was one.
Are they okay?
They're checking on him right now.
But they're
we don't know. I haven't been over there, to be totally honest with you.
But they're still coherent and whatnot, right?
Yeah. They're okay over there? No, are they okay over there?
I've had to make that announcement before. That's not a good time.
Bro, his eyes.
So for us, it was Signal 18 was the signal code we used for like this. There's a dead person over there. So yeah, typically you'd be like, "Yo, dog, this is Sig 18. Like, we're just detaining people now. Like, it's a very different ball game."
All right, so you were driving eastbound. So you were driving a little
He's
bit.
starting to ask real specific questions now. He's like, "Whoa, hold on." The horse of a very different color. The one, I don't want to say the one nice thing. The one nice thing about being a cop in a big city is if somebody died, you weren't working that call. So you just like, and I detain everyone and wait for an accident investigator. I'd ask questions, but I ain't working that. That's homicide / accident investigators.
Fast.
I mean, not more
You weren't
than
able to stop.
10, 15 miles over the speed limit.
No, I got you.
It was an honest mistake. I honestly, I can't believe that this happened tonight. This is.
I can believe it. I just watched how you were fucking driving.
He's not wrong, but bring back robot cops, yeah? Let's rein in the feelings here. Codfish, what's going on, homie? Walks away with no injuries. Likely, when you're the one hitting somebody else, the physics is in your favor. That's the suckiest part about accidents. Now, the way to combat this, all steel frame F-350s, or you just stay off the road.
Be the biggest car on the road.
Yeah, I tell you what, dog. That is a good defense. It was a good offense, right?
That's why I like driving SUVs.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, huge on survivability on stuff
And
like
Megan's
this.
Elantra freaks me the hell out.
Dude. It's why
try to get rid of that car and put her in SUV.
Yeah, the RAV4 is the smallest I would let Kinsey go, but it's the biggest car she'd accept. And I was like, that's fine. I'm okay with it. At least it's bigger than what you had. Ugh. If I could get her in a, I don't care what it is, just a bigger vehicle. SUV.
At least even for visibility at the minimum.
Yeah.
Of like, hey, at least all the other cars know that you exist.
I'm so sorry, officer. What was your name? What? What was your name?
She's a sergeant.
Hey, did you see the video?
Yeah.
Where's that?
He's flying. She got a dash cam.
She got
He's
that
flying
dash
past
cam.
her, pulls through the red light, and smokes his car.
Said he was going 10 over.
It's
No.
red, wait, please get some.
That doesn't happen. So.
Bullshit. I did not see this debris field until now. Ooh.
Cool. So what
Give these guys a story.
What happened exactly?
Yeah, Officer Harrison, 417, took my story.
Okay.
I was coming through here, going southbound on Cicero.
Okay.
And I must have been going like 55, 60 at most.
Okay.
And
55,
by the time
60
I was
at
hitting
most.
this light, it was a yellow. I tried to, pump my brakes, especially since it was snowing and whatnot.
It wasn't snowing.
I didn't make the light, unfortunately.
It wasn't
And there
snowing.
was,
See all of this already changed when you were coming through?
exactly. Someone was already coming through, and I ended up colliding with them and then swerving over here, and then. Yeah, the
You were heading this way on?
Southbound.
I bet you they hit the car on the side like he T-boned them.
Mm-hmm.
So again, inertia's in their favor. It's not a head-on, so like they're gonna take it way worse than you will, And I think he was driving a bigger SUV too. So they're reaching for the handshake is wild. Codfish, I know, but people do some weird stuff. I've seen weird stuff like that. I've worked like a Kitty Diddler call where the guy tried to shake my hand, and I was like, "You realize I'm the one taking these interviews, right? Like, I ain't shaking your hand, fool. That was not a constitutionally protected right. Okay, so you could shove it."
Okay.
Yeah,
Where was this car coming from?
The cab?
Yeah, was it?
Officer Harrison said it was parked.
Okay, you were driving, correct?
I was.
She was your passenger?
Yes, yes.
You guys injured in any way?
No, not that I'm aware of. I'm still coherent.
It became clear that the driver may have been under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
So just be straight with me, man. How much have you had to drink tonight?
Honestly, a couple hours ago I had, two or three drinks, but that was, 2 or 3 hours ago at this point. So.
Honestly, I'm lying.
Honestly, I'm lying.
Hours ago is only 2 espresso martinis.
Okay, 2
That's
espresso martinis.
4 hours ago.
Did you have anything else?
Where are they getting espresso martinis from?
Mm-hmm. At 19 3/4 or whatever the hell he said.
19 3/4. Jeez. Also, respect is not a constitutionally protected thing. Thank you for bringing that up, Shannon.
Else, like any type of drugs, like any weed, anything like that? Do you take any medication for anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't take any medication.
Do you take any medication tonight? Okay.
You
Where were you
should.
at your house?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
How many do you have total tonight? I know you said a couple, like 2 to 3.
No, that's exactly what she explained. Only 2 or 3. We just, after that, my dad and I, just with everything that he is going on.
Yes, I understand that.
It was an honest mistake, and so I'm sorry.
This is where we're at, okay? We gotta make sure that you're okay driving.
Yeah.
So,
if anything, we can, I can always find you before us.
I'll do it. You do it. Okay. Just, all right. So here's what I'm gonna do. Right? Do you wear contacts or glasses, anything like that?
I do wear glasses. I have -2 and right now you're right. No, without my glasses.
Do you have any glasses in the car?
Probably in the car, yes.
Can you see where my finger moves to without moving your head or anything like that? Okay, but you can't see it. You can see the tip of my head.
I don't like HGN because of the potential head injury. Like, he's got an apparent head injury. He was just involved in a 90-mile-per-hour accident. That's likely getting tossed. I got the verbal admittance. Not saying don't try it, but I don't know that he qualifies per se. But fuck it, if he consents, knock it out.
Also, if you've got EMS right there, can you just draw his blood?
EMS won't do it. 9 times out of 10, you got to go to a hospital. It's got to be a nurse. There's like a procedure to it. They don't have the training for it. Maybe it'd be cool. Juan brought up a great point. You know how much faster these calls would work if EMS could do it? Dog. I like to see Juan out here changing the game. My brother.
I'm just trying to improve policing.
Dude, you could apply for the warrant like an iPad, get it done on scene. Shit. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so what I want you to do is stand with your hands.
ChatGPT remembers you didn't say thank you when I wrote your college paper. Have fun in the pokey house, bitch. That's what I was going to say. Approved.
Down on your side, your feet together, okay?
Grok, is this guy guilty?
I want you to follow tip of my finger and tip of my finger only. You can see that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just want you to follow it.
Of course.
Just
How you know
don't
your
move your
hips
head.
go on.
Of course.
You ready to
Just
Grok?
drive like this, okay?
I just like the Grok is this real thing that people do.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever they're on the link.
Oh,
they did do that in the rookie, Sarah.
I literally was just getting some gas. I was leaving this girl crib over here. I know my man on gas. I'll get some gas. I came out to get my phone because I was going to load my Bitcoin. And they sent a code to your phone. And I heard like, I'm like, who's speeding Oakland? And that motherfucker went. He fucked up, bro. I feel bad because he fucked up. I could tell by the way I was trying to help him. Like, he was looking like this. I'm like, bro, get out. Like, I don't know if the car gonna blow up. Just as a human, I'm trying to help him out.
No, you were doing the right thing. That's why I saw you, and I'm like, hey, like, I didn't know if you were in the taxi at first. And then
No,
I'm like, oh, that's
I just wanted to help him as a human.
Do
bro.
saucer pupils mean drunk or concussed? It could be both. Also be intoxicated with drugs. It could be a lot of stuff. That's why, like, there's some training that can go into that. And I didn't have it for the drug detection because that was just above my pay. If I didn't find it and I couldn't prosecute for it, I wasn't doing that. We had DWI units for that. But I was only trained for alcohol. But saucered pupils could be typically, I think with a concussion, like one's more open than the other or some shit like that. There's something weird that goes on for that. Also, like with strokes, I think something happens to your pupils.
Bro, but he was lit, bro. Like,
but all these cars are.
That's fucked up. No. That's fucked up. I don't know who cars these are, but that's fucked up.
So that's what we're going to do. I want you to stand with your left foot in front of your right. You don't have any issues with your knees, legs, anything like that.
I mean, I've broken a couple swing and football.
Right. It doesn't prevent you from walking or anything like that.
No. In no universe does this child play meaningful football.
That does it.
Besides a little pain, but...
A little pain, but that's okay? Okay. So take your left foot, put it in front of your right, and stand like that with your arms down at your sides, okay? You're going to do a small series of shuffles, and you're going to go back 9 steps, touching heel to toe. Right? Just keep it right down your side, okay, man?
1, 2, shuffle.
If one's saucered, it's concussed. See, Blank, my
All right,
brother.
so here's what we're going to do. Whatever leg you're comfortable with,
Blank knows
you
that's
pick
FBI.
whichever leg up off the ground as you choose, okay? Not
Got
now.
first-hand
Keep your hands
experience.
on your side. Keep your legs together as of right now, okay? What this is called, it's a one-leg stand, okay? When I tell you to start, you may do so.
You mind if I take a couple deep breaths? Just...
Yeah, you can take a couple deep breaths. That's fine. Let me know when you're ready.
Thank you, Tommy.
All right, you may begin.
1,000, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000.
Okay, well, you can stop it now.
What, is it on either side?
No, just whatever I tell you to stop. But
Okay.
that's okay. So here's what I can do is I can give you an opportunity to take a portable breathalyzer test. What that pretty much shows is your ability if you're able to drive or not. Are you willing to submit to one of those?
Whether it's me, I mean, at this point I'm not driving home, so it's going to be me taking Uber, so...
Okay. So are you...
He thinks he's going home. That's adorable.
Specialty Uber.
You're getting home. It's just going to take a while, like a couple
He's going
years.
to his new home.
Yeah.
able to take one of those, or?
I'm not sure if I want to without my lawyer present.
Okay. Well, as of right now, you're not under arrest. Asking
You
that,
don't know to say that
but
for SFSTs? Dumb.
Is he not
You
under
deserve it.
arrest? In a vehicle accident? I don't know, dog. He feels very under arrest for me, but that's just me.
just based off of the signs of impairment, I'm going to ask you to turn around and put your hands behind your back. So now you're under arrest for DUI, okay?
Oh, we'll figure it out.
What is going to be our next steps tonight?
We'll explain that when we get back to the police station, okay?
What about her?
Yeah, so here's where we're at, okay?
Minor with any detectable amount of alcohol in her system. Fuck it. I'm going full send. No mercy.
Let me talk to my partner. I don't know what he gathered from
Could
you.
you give her
I don't know if
a
anybody's
foretaste
talked to
of
you about what exactly happened.
boy
If you don't mind hanging out here for a couple minutes, I'll come back and talk to you and we'll go from there, okay?
If possible, could you give your name and badge number to my girlfriend?
It'll be in the report.
Thank you.
My father will hear about
my-
this.
You will pay your taxes.
May, my girlfriend be
Hit
able to
you
be
with a big old
transported
tax
home?
bill.
We'll figure that out later, right, man?
Okay. Officer, by any chance will my girlfriend be able to be transported back to my house anytime soon?
No.
We'll figure that out over there, my man.
What was your name?
They will be cop trolled.
414. And your name?
Audits el coming
414.
for everybody on
By any
scene.
chance will that be included in the report as well as could you give that to my girlfriend?
Yes.
Arresting officer will provide that information.
All of it? All of the arresting
Yes.
officers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, officer.
More than 30 minutes after the man was first found trapped in the vehicle, the fire department and officers were finally able to extract him.
Damn.
They had to cut off both doors on the driver's side and remove part of the dashboard to free his legs.
Yeah, he had a bad time. I'm shocked the kid survived that, to be honest. Shout out to car safety ratings, man. I think what saved this kid's life was when it hit like more to the driver's side, like the front seat area rather than like straight in the middle or on the back seat area.
Mhm.
That kid survived by a millisecond. I think that collision happens a split second slower and the kid gets smoked. Golly.
Officer, by any chance would I be able to give my dad or my lawyer a call by chance?
Not right now.
When you get to the
Okay. When we get you back to the station, okay? We gotta have the FD check you out first.
Thank you.
What's up, man?
By any chance, what's the update with my girlfriend?
I don't know. I've been staying here the whole time.
Is she going to be able to go back to my house?
Most likely.
Okay.
Or her house. They'll figure it out. I'll let you know they'll figure it out.
Okay, thank you.
If I have more information, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Good girl.
Would you step out?
Sit in the car. Sit in the car. Sit in the car. How old are you?
19 turning 20.
19 turning 20.
So yeah, with minors, You could do the SFSTs, but it's going to be any amount of alcohol, period, in his system. The .07 doesn't apply anymore.
What's hurting you?
Right now I feel like I can smell a little bit of blood, and I feel like my elbow's bleeding a little bit. Otherwise, I feel like I'm okay.
Do you want to go to the hospital?
I wouldn't say I want to go to the hospital. I just want to call my lawyer. I want to call my lawyer, and I want to call my dad.
Yeah, you said you need an ambulance, right?
I never said that. I do feel like my elbow hurting a little bit. If someone could take off my jacket and take a look at that, otherwise I do feel like I'm okay. I don't feel
seatbelt or anything?
Yes, I was. No, no. I haven't had a drink in 3 or 4 hours.
Bro, just say 19. I know.
Face that door. When will I be able to call my lawyer?
Let me get to the stage.
Okay.
So just gotta sit tight.
No worries. If by any chance you guys could give me a heads up where my girlfriend was on, so I would appreciate it. Thank you. By any chance, do you have any idea where my girlfriend is headed? Will your name and badge number be included in the report? Yeah?
Sadly, the man involved in the crash succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced deceased at the hospital 3 hours after the collision. His daughter, who was 7 years old, survived, but was left in critical condition with a fractured spine and a bruised lung.
Jeez.
The man responsible was charged with felony reckless homicide, aggravated DUI, and DUI causing death.
Good.
At a detention hearing on January 9th, 2025, prosecutors sought to keep him in custody, citing the severity of the crash and ongoing public safety concerns. However,
By any
a
chance, do
judge
you think
ordered
he'll
his
get
release
19, turning 20 years in prison?
Jeez, no kidding.
under strict conditions, including a nightly curfew, random drug and alcohol testing, and the installation of a breath alcohol ignition interlock device. A follow-up court hearing was scheduled for January 16th to determine whether he would be allowed to drive while awaiting trial. While the outcome of that hearing has not yet been made public, given the seriousness of the charges and circumstances, it is reasonable to believe that he is not permitted to drive while awaiting trial.
They thought it was important enough to let him be home while they waited for trial on a charge that likely holds like a minimum of 5 years, right?
His daddy's the comptroller, Josh.
Yeah, well,
I'm
that's
scared of audits.
Yeah, the 7-year-old's dad can't come home from heaven while they wait for the results of the trial.
Yeah, so he won't mind. He can't object.
Where's judges?
Get him.
You're a hoe for that.
Get him. Oh, that was kind of weak. You should at least give them 19 turning 20 points.
Oh.
Negative.
What was that? 19 turning 20.
There you go.
Jeez. Okay, last three. These should be quick.
For now, all new at 6,
5 hour
a
stream,
Dunwoody
baby. Let's
prison
go.
transport officer resigned tonight following an investigation into allegations that she harassed her co-workers with unwanted touching and sexual comments. Channel 2's Michael Seiden is live outside the Dunwoody
30 for 30 higher, baby. Let's go.
I mean, same.
Police Department. Michael, the city
I was going to say. He's like, same, but I am married to her.
conducted its own investigation and found the allegations to be credible.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I didn't think about points for prosecutors. Shout out to that. That's rare. They're in rare form. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, I appreciate it.
I've been reviewing their investigation. I got a copy of it on my phone right here. And according to the report, they concluded that during her investigation, they interviewed her multiple times and she gave inconsistent statements, conflicting information. And ultimately, they concluded that those claims against her were credible. She is seen here smiling with her colleagues in these photos posted on the Dunwoody Police Department's Facebook page. But tonight, prison transport officer Susan O is no longer employed by the city because she resigned following an investigation into allegations that she harassed her coworkers with unwanted touching and inappropriate remarks.
That's not okay, no matter if it's a woman and a woman, where, you can't just go around touching people, and that's kind of weird.
We filed an open records request.
What was the point of that? This bothers me about news stories where they're just like, let's just find somebody in this parking lot. Tell them some vague description of what's happening.
This?
Literally, you find somebody nearby and you call them Dunwoody resident and you go, hey, so this is happening. What do you think? And they go, oh, I guess, you want to be on the news? And it's like, it added nothing.
Hey, man.
It's like Hey,
but you know what?
reaction content of news media.
I do think women are underrepresented in sexual harassment in general, right?
Well,
Typically,
thank God, 30 for 30 is gonna fix that.
that's
Josh.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like the vast majority of this type of misconduct, it's like that chief that was like pooping on people's desks and stuff like that, doing like wild stuff. Like this is like that. That's almost completely like male based and led. Shout out to old girl carrying the torch there, breaking that glass ceiling.
That's right.
Rest of the city and learned that on April 16th, a city employee filed a complaint about O in an email. Officer O has made numerous inappropriate verbal comments about fellow officers, particularly directed towards me, which have caused me considerable discomfort. When I've confronted her about these remarks, she's attempted to dismiss them as jokes, claiming that she's only playing. She's also accused of making sexual jokes and trying to watch a coworker pump breast milk in a private room. The city launched an investigation into the claims, and last month an investigator wrote in part, based on the interviews conducted, it appears Susan O took part in some, if not all, the incidents that were uncovered through the complaint. And more than one allegation was corroborated during the investigation. We tried to reach out to O to hear her side of the story, but so far, we haven't been able to connect with her.
We're only able to find the lady in a parking lot.
So who would this go to? This is county corrections. Fish cops? Yeah?
Yeah, fish cops.
Fuck it.
That's fair. I don't want to take it from deputies.
No, it's not fair. It's because it's corrections. It's a different altogether thing. Okay, last two.
Custodian.
One operator 282.
I need help, please. Please, I need help. I need help. I need help.
Where?
90,018 Drive. Please, I need help.
What's going on?
My son is hitting his baby mom. He won't stop. I'm trying to cut him the
Okay,
time.
hold on one moment. Let me go ahead and get the... Don't hang up the phone, okay?
Please, because I'm trying to... Oh, God.
Hold on one moment, okay? Let me broadcast to the officers.
No blood.
So you're in a hurry in a situation like this. This is a code 3 response. You got an active assault in progress, right? So you're gonna wee-woo it, lights and sirens. If this is the offense location, this is a bit close for my taste. I'd at least be like a house or two down. Now, sometimes it's just like, shit, it's right here. It is what it is. If you end up on scene, you end up on scene. That's not a criticism. But what I do like is he's physically blocking that Nissan. Like that Nissan's going to have to at least leave the driveway to or go into the grass. If you're going to make scene and put yourself there, do something useful with your car. But generally, you don't want to make scene in places like this. Now, this is Los Angeles. The likelihood that pews are involved are less, but not zero, clearly. But in Texas, we had a few extra worries on stuff like that. I was like, I'll make scene. This fool's going to see me and smoke me before I ever get out of my car. So if this was the offense house, right, or maybe even this one, I would have blessed it, maybe. But typically you want to be, someone's going to have to look around a corner to see your car. It's kind of what you want. Also, kill your siren a smidge early so he doesn't know that you're showing up. Or her. Could be her. Halim, what's going on, homie?
Channel 18 Southeast.
Step out.
18-6-3, stand by.
Hey, boss man, did you see someone out here?
They treat this as barricaded or what? He's screaming. Oh, do we not have a driving force here? Current training, at least in Texas, is now there's barricaded people where you don't have any other victims, or you have a victim, but there's no active aggression occurring, like there's no active victimization. They've made their intention known that they're going to be barricaded. So cool. We hang out and we wait for SWAT, right? Like that's what SWAT's there for. Cool. They get to go screw up this house and not pay for it, right? But you hear somebody screaming and there's victimization, you're going, dude. Like there should be zero discussion about do we go in or not? The only accommodation I think you might make, especially if you have multiple officers, is you're going to have a contact team should be your most experienced officers. That's going to actually make entry. And then you got a team that's called, call it like security, right? But you want to make sure this guy's not leaving the house, the suspect. You see somebody hauling ass outside of the house, I want to detain that person because they could be a suspect, secondary suspect, or even the victim who might be injured critically that's running. And then if we lose them, they die in a dark alley by themselves and you didn't provide medical assistance. So probably have one person that can at least see on this corner here, and then everybody else is going to try to make contact. Go take the retired on duty person to be the security person. Everybody else is going to that door. You're booting that if it's closed. If this is already open, run in there. Go put in work.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got it figured out. Come on. Don't approach doors like this. This is a terrible idea. If they can see in, if you can see in, they can see out. You button hook that thing as quickly as you can. Now, this has got windows on either side, so you're not approaching completely clean, but let's not. That fatal funnel extends. It's not a fatal window. It's a fatal funnel, right? It's the whole thing. Just be really careful about that when you're approaching. I do like that we have lethal going in first, so I'm okay with that. The LAPD is really good about developing arrest plans, so I'm assuming they have one set up. But it should be lethal, likely a secondary lethal option. Third person might be less lethal, like taser. And then fourth is likely hands. But have something like that set up where like, hey, I'm doing the pews, so if I just see him, I'm going to get up the hell out of y'all's way and hold lethal until we get this guy into custody. Second person's going to decide whether they're going to go akimbo or whatever. Third person's only non-lethal in hands. Fourth person's just, hey, they don't even get their gun out, right? They're just ass-kicking gloves on, ready to go put in work.
Announce
better than that. Hey, we're going, dog. What are you doing? We're going. Announce.
He has a rifle.
Golly.
Oh, almost got smoked.
That's why it matters, right? It's why it matters. You could have drilled this lady. That'd have been a bad time. Good on them for seeing it and not doing the bad thing. I'd probably save that lady's life. I think you're still pushing, to be honest. I know it sounds stupid, but I still got screaming happening. Yes, I put some rounds on this dude, maybe, but they're there.
I didn't reach that gun.
Yeah, with luck here, there's a gun here, at least the one that we can see. Or there's one, there could be two, so that's something to take into consideration. But I got victims. We're still pushing. I'll be honest. I think you still have a driving force here. I would like to see that they dominate that space. Be the predator, not the prey, right? At this point, like, you're supposed to be monopolizing force here. Go get after it.
Don't reach for it! Don't reach for it!
HA41.
Hey, yelling.
I hear yelling.
We're gonna have to go.
We're gonna have to go. Talk about a lot of officers. Holy cow.
Yeah, too.
Hey, it's the police!
Announce loud. Really, you got to announce way louder than that. Like, an announcement's got to come from your chest, okay? One, you owe it to the homeowner for that. And then two, you owe it to
how does
yourself.
that dude know your PD?
Right. So my rule, this was enforced through training too. Every new threshold we found, we made an announcement. So, like, breaking this threshold, the second you broke the threshold of that hallway, another announcement. Because they're screaming. For all they know, they don't hear you. Or there's music playing or a fire alarm or something going on. Make as many announcements as you can.
Your victim screaming, you're not going to know.
Right, literally. Just give as many announcements as you can because you would like to maintain qualified immunity if you can.
Take it slow. Take it slow and cool.
Push.
Good
job. You're going to sweep people. It's going to make a lot of people nervous that there's some muzzle sweeping going on here. In CQB like this, you're going to do it. With pistols, it's absolutely going to happen. Rifles, it's less likely, but you just exhibit good trigger. Woo! Do what?
Go back a tiny bit. Just like before that, basically when they came in.
Get a clue.
Because okay, so we got a lot of doors and stuff over here on the left side too. I'm guessing like these two guys are going right, and then the other ones are going left to clear the rest of the house on that side.
Probably. Okay, let's see it. Yeah, that's for sure. A little muzzle sussiness, but finger off the trigger, or at least observing one rule, right? I do like, for better or for worse, this guy got off the wall, which gives his partner here an opportunity to also join this gunfight. I don't know if he did this on purpose, but now he sees it. He's already finger on the trigger. This great grip. Not mad about that. This is a clear indicator of force. Yeah, that's a good shot. I'm not mad about that. He's got a good, strong stance, good, strong hold on the gun. I bet you he connected on that first one. This guy's already flinching. I don't have beef with this shot. Based on the angle of what this looks like, he might have pushed it. So this is probably hitting this wall, unfortunately. But I don't know that for sure. We can't know that because the angle of the camera. But I bless that shot. Ooh, that's a little sus. I don't know about that one. I'm not sure about that shot either. The guys, now it could be in just a string of fire, right? You're trying to track the target. He happens to get obstructed behind a wall. You just got to be a little careful about that residentially. If you can't see it, you're not doing suppressive fire if you can avoid it. I wouldn't be sending these guys on it. Like, if I was doing the evaluation after the fact, I'd just have the discussion with them. Like, hey, like, off the record, let's not do that, right? We're not shooting through drywall because we have victims in the back, right?
Rifle!
Back up to your left. Perfect.
Bro.
Point. Keep giving him commands.
Keep coming up, man. Keep coming up.
Oh, shoot me, bro.
Keep crawling, dude.
Shoot me.
Just crawl, dude.
You had me crawling on the fucking ground when I'm shot my leg,
Keep crawling
dude.
this way, bro.
That's the best way to do things.
That was a good shot, though.
Just crawl this way, bro.
That was a good shot.
I'll go ahead.
Key point and these two are rest.
Raj.
Just keep going, bro.
Keep coming, bro.
It's close to what I got.
I didn't tattoo. You got a tattoo? What the fuck?
Here you go.
Oh, are you serious?
Hey, we weren't thinking about that when you're beating the old lady, okay? I don't feel that bad for you, to be honest.
What the fuck, man? Bro, I'm shot, nigga.
Chill out.
Y'all just did all that
We
to
did that on
fucking cut
purpose.
me up. The fuck?
You're lucky they're bad shots.
All right.
Hey, you're lucky they got you in the leg there, dude.
Yeah.
That'd have
It's
been
like, oh, that was a good shot, man. It's like not that good of a shot
Yeah.
if it wasn't center mass on you.
That would have been a masterclass shooter, dog. You'd have taken those to the heart, and you'd be deceased.
Fuck y'all, man.
Well, should have thought of that. Good job on the
Look at
tourniquet
him.
application. I'm okay with that. Oh, yeah, let's hit him low on the leg, too. Jeez.
I was so grumpy about it.
Good job. Bob, that's excellent. I complained early because I do this for a living where I just look at these things and we evaluate them. I thought they acted appropriately within a reasonable amount of time. I'll give them. That's a hard shot. Not to mention the initial hard shot of seeing it, realizing what it was, taking the shot, stop shooting. We'll have some discussions about marksmanship, right? But then the second person comes out and they don't take a shot at her, impulsively just seeing somebody pop out from nowhere. That was excellent. Very, very, very good. Shout out to LAPD out here crushing it. Would have liked to have seen some urgency for the first couple of officers that made scene. You don't need 15 officers there to do this. Most agencies are going to handle that call with 3 cops tops. Deputies probably doing it by themselves. So the other thing too to consider is that if we still have secondary victims, we might want to push it there. Tactically, it feels stupid, but you owe it to the victims there that in the off chance he was beating someone to death in there and they've got life, like potentially threatening injuries, we're not going to wait for this guy to figure out whether or not he can climb out of there. We're grabbing this fool. You're going to do it aggressively, and it's going to be in a manner that's the safest to you. But hey, we're cops. That's what you're signing up to do. Last one, boys and girls.
What is the address of the emergency? My husband is breaking into my house.
Swear.
And he has
Okay, what's the address?
2963 South Judah Street,
Good job.
Salt Lake City.
Okay, repeat that for verification.
2963 South Judah Street.
What is his name?
Christian Thomas Allen. He has threatened to kill me. He just broke through the house.
Okay, where are you?
It's Utah, so I'm assuming they have, it's like a spicy state, right? Someone threatens to kill you, be prepared to have to defend yourself. That's all. That's the only advice I'll give. Do it in whatever manner is legal and lawful and within your capability, but be reasonable about your ability to effect that protection. Owning a gun does not mean you're protected. Knowing how to use it's an important factor, and also the legal parameters around when you can do it.
Where are you at exactly?
In my son's room. Where's Nova?
Okay, he does not live there?
No, he doesn't. I have a protective order.
Code 3 response.
Okay, where you got this in? What is your name really quick?
Is he armed with a gun?
And your phone number?
Huh?
Do you have any weapons on him?
I don't know. No, just stay.
How many other people are in the home with you?
I have 2 kids.
Okay, how old are they?
No, they said to.
How old are they?
15 and 17.
Okay. Do you know if he arrived on foot or in a vehicle?
I don't know how he got here.
John.
What kind of vehicle does he drive?
I was expecting more Josh talk. You butthole. Where's Chad?
Can you hear him in the house?
Until 2 a.m.
Is he in the house? No, it doesn't. No.
Okay,
no.
Where did he enter from?
He's trying to enter from the back door.
Okay, so earlier you said that he had gone into the house. Is that not accurate?
No, I don't think that he got into the house. He broke.
Good advice for people that have people that are trying to hurt you, right? But you don't have any way of doing it. Being able to lock interior doors, huge help. It delays somebody being able to get to you for a while, right? Also, having doors that open inwards, right? So that the hinges aren't on the outside of the door, right? But being able to chock these doors with something, blocking them, but also being able to lock it so they can't just open it. They're going to have to defeat a deadbolt or something like that. It's typically bedrooms, like master bedrooms. It's another opportunity to lock a door. Even if you're in an apartment, you can buy door wedges and stuff like that just to buy you a little bit of extra time. If you really think this person's going to hurt you, screw it. Slam a chest in front of it, like a dresser or something like that. Any and all of those barricades, the same way they slow down police, they're going to slow down this guy from getting to you. But obviously the exterior door is the hardest door to breach. But once they get through that, if they got nothing but unlocked doors in between you and there, though hiding is important, likely trying to barricade that can buy you the time that hiding really can't, unfortunately, unless you're just in an enormous house. But yeah, if you're responding to this code 3, understand the likelihood that you're going to have to force entry is very high. The likelihood that you're going to have to point a gun at somebody is very high. So mentally prepare for that, right? Don't show up. Here's my surprise face. I have to use force. Don't be that. Don't be that person. Think about your lawful authority. Think about the offenses you're talking about. Violation of a protective order, emergency domestic. Domestics tend to lead to murders, right? Megan's the most statistically likely to kill Juan, and Kinsey's the most statistically likely to kill me.
He's in the house.
He is in the house?
Crimes, so yes, he is.
Yeah.
Are you in a room? You guys unlock the door?
Yes, it's locked.
Is that him talking in the background?
Yes.
Okay. Are both of your kids in the room with you?
Yes. He says he's going to light the house on fire.
Get out!
Well, he mad.
Okay, I've got a unit on the way.
Yeah, he
Let me
found
know
out
if
he
anything
lost his
changes,
job
okay?
as a cop for searching up her boyfriend.
Oh, shit. Also, for the people that
I'm
can't...
pretty sure that was also Utah, wasn't it?
I might have been, dude. Fuck.
Something was Utah.
Spears, great. Especially a long, like bladed spear so they can't grab it. You know what I mean? Like that's the meta right there, dude.
It was the ultimate weapon for
millennia,
human history.
literally. If it wasn't a bow and arrow, it was a spear. More people died at the business end of a sharp stick than anything. But just you don't want something that can get grabbed from you or used against you. Technically, that's a. I'm not going to get beat to death here, kind of thing. But the spear would do some work.
Trying to break down the door.
This is what you get! You think you can fucking lie to me? All your little setups? Ah! You set me up! You fucking lie to me! All of you! You're gonna do family!
Also, buckshot. You can get very, very cheap shotguns, and 12 gauge is permissible in all 50 states. You get just like a single loader, dog. One round of buckshot. That's going to just a lot of people. Free advice.
Now, this is what you fucking get. Should have fucking told the truth. Fucking liar.
Okay, that multiple unit's going to be okay. Do you have anything in the room to defend yourself if you need to?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My boys do.
I know you're crazy. You fucked up your last time. You did this shit. You didn't have to, but you did. And you want to stay in prison. You think I'm going to do fucking time for you?
What if this is the body cam of the person driving? That would be wild. They're not
He's
going
got
fast.
gasoline in the house.
Okay, like with him?
Yes.
Okay.
He is called like.
Okay, is the room you guys are in is on the floor or the second level?
It's on the main floor.
Okay. Is there a window in there that you can get out if he does start a fire?
Yes.
Okay.
Why did you do this? Why did you do this? Because you wanted to get me out of the house and you have everything in your fucking self.
Are you able to tell what he is doing? Just yelling. Okay. Can you tell or can you hear at all if he's dumping the gasoline out?
Smell the gas.
And you're at 2963 Judith? Yes. Okay.
Oh, the guy doused himself with gasoline. Oh, that's wild. And she can't tell that he's armed with a knife because she can't see through the door. No, she should see it, but that's wild. He probably got it on. I wonder if he got it on himself or he did it on purpose. The only downside to exiting the window right now is she's got 2 little kids, and there's no way to verify they can do that without making a lot of noise. The other thing, too, is a foot chase. Now, if you can do it quietly, get out of there, right? Like, there's no need. Running is better than hiding, always. The problem is that if you run and they see you, the likelihood that this male perpetrator is going to be able to catch you is pretty high. Or one of your kids gets caught, or they can easily get in a vehicle and stuff like that. It's also harder for law enforcement to find you, but if it's an option, take it. Hiding's terrible idea unless you got a weapon, right? And then even then, you're going to make it really sketchy for law enforcement to come get you, which is understandable, which is totally fine. But leaving's never a bad idea, especially once they're in the house like that, escaping, just run, if you can get out.
Hurry, please. I don't want
I've got one right around the corner and a bunch more on the way, okay? And they're all getting to you as quick as they can.
Oh, this was the guy going code. Let's go.
Nice.
Who's doing after?
What do you got? Ran over there. We need one. Okay, where's the family at? I don't know. I haven't.
My brother in Christ, what are you doing? I'm not saying don't wait for a second unit, but they're on the phone. Like, this guy's actively in there doing it. It's a judgment call, and you got to decide if you're about it or not. But I'll be honest, if I know for sure this is a victim, and for sure that guy's in there, and for sure she might get victimized, hey, man, you took an oath. If that was my wife, I'd want his ass in that house as quick as possible, right? Let's treat it like that's our loved one. Let's go. That it is our burden to deal with people like that, not people's. They're paying you, the taxpayers paying you, to go in there and go handle up. But I mean, if they only waited a couple seconds, maybe I'll bless it. But you gotta get in after that. You owe it to that lady and those kids in there to get after it.
You said they went in the back. I'm assuming he's gonna go in the back. Okay. Let's go in the back.
Let's go. Do not turn on flashlights unless you absolutely need to. He will know you're in there, and that will expedite his plans. If he's in there grandstanding, doing the evil villain monologue, people do what they see in movies. Let him monologue. That's buying you time, right? Do you start shining flashlights, whatever? Understand what you're getting into. Now announce. Don't be a dumbass. Announce, but like, try to keep flashlight usage at a minimum. Also, if you got an open line, have dispatch help you with what's going on in there. Be like, hey, dispatch, is he still talking? Can she tell us where he's at before we go in there and we just go smoke this fool? But it's an idea.
Speaking of lights, should this arriving officer have shut theirs off a little bit further down the road?
A mile ago. Dog, like, kill your shit. Again, like, it's gonna expedite his plans, whatever plans he's got. Wait, is he going in alone? No, the first guy should have done it, and there's now two officers, so I don't know what the fuck we're doing now, but we got to go. We have exigency. Let's do it.
Right here. He was in his room. Is it in 2963? Yeah. On the front?
Good job verifying address. Excellent job verifying address. Thank you. All right. Pucker up, Buttercup. Time to go do police
Back
shit.
door's open.
Good job.
Never mind. Just a storm door.
Hey, give it a check.
There's the window right there.
Give it a check.
There you go. You can do the John Nolan. Just go in through the fence.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's active kicking down.
Let's go.
Kick it.
The immediate moment they realized it was still happening, straight to running. God bless them. Let's go. I love these guys.
We kick the door.
Door kick it. Door kick it. Door kick it. Donkey kick it.
Charlie 453. There's active kicking doors in the basement.
Come on.
Do it. Do it.
Kick it. Donkey kick. Donkey kick. Donkey kick. No, not that. Donkey kick.
Please! Please!
Someone goes down. Someone goes up.
Drop the fucking Hey, stay back, dog.
Oh, it's the doggo. That dog's gonna be freaked out, okay?
Yeah.
It happens. Shout out to the dog. I tell you what, that dog was about the business, though. He's like, I ain't screwed. If it's going down, it's going down. Bro, give that dog a steak.
Protect us.
Hey, just getting him out.
Okay, I got the basement. You guys practice it upstairs.
Good job. Anybody else in here? Yep, you still got to clear. Good job.
Contain the front. Go to the back.
Someone does need to contain the front. That's actually not a terrible idea at all, because this guy could start running and take one of your patrol cars and leave.
I was wondering if during that, when they shot him, I thought I saw another officer in that door at the front.
About to find out.
Right here.
Yeah.
He was in this room. Yeah, 2963? Yeah.
Not their fault that he did become a backstop.
Hey, man. Oh, this guy gets it.
Kicking doors in the basement.
Oh, this is the guy that actually kicks it.
Do it. Hey.
My brother.
Yeah.
Kick. Damn. That's an excellent kick.
Please, get on the fucking ground. Drop the knife. Drop the fucking knife.
He gave him probably a little too much time. I do think that he's processing, right? So he's like, that's a knife. That's for sure a knife. That's for sure a knife. Okay, this guy gets shot, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. The outcome was not good. We don't want violence, right? We don't want loss of life, but if it's going to happen, couldn't happen to a better person. Yeah, somebody's over there.
Yeah. Oh, multiple somebody.
The dog was about it.
Protect us. Hey, hold the basement. Hey, I got the basement. You guys practice it upstairs. Right here.
Good job, Cassie. That's Chelsea back there. She's like, hey, we're secure over here. Like, y'all
She
figure it out.
walked past a mirror and did not shoot it. We are giving points.
We're giving points. Okay, let's secure this for you.
He's right here. Hey, right here. Bookman, hold the back. Hold the way out. Hey, we're extracting people out. This way.
Got it. Hey, you guys
Let's secure this fool. Yeah. Let's secure this guy. Yes.
Hold.
Here's a registered adult.
Basement's not clear.
This is not his first time. Now, this guy was in an OIS, so I get why he's probably pretty amped and just trying to figure it out. But this guy was not, so he's like, "Hey, let's figure this out."
Guys, basement's not clear.
Basement is not clear.
I have the knife.
Good job.
Okay.
Also, not enough.
I'll hold the basement, so cuff him up. Look, and then I go to the basement. You're gonna hold this spot right here. Yep, you got it.
Good job with gloves.
Oh,
hey, let's secure this
went.
fool. I totally thought he was going to
they're
secure
making-
this guy. Bro, they're making OIS
gloveless
guy.
OIS guy do it.
What a
Like,
bad
it's
time.
your body.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question
Which
about
house?
the donkey kick.
Yes.
Shannon wants to know, if you donkey kick the door in an active situation, wouldn't your back be to the door when it opens?
Yes, so there's a method to this, actually. It's kind of wild. So I got taught this by the street goons that were out there, actual street goons. So literally what will happen is an officer will, like you guys are romantically kind of face each other, one officer will hold lethal cover. You will donkey kick, and the second the door breaks, you get the hell out of the way. That officer that was covering you with lethal cover will pass you. You will button hook behind that officer that was holding lethal cover, pull your gun out, and then help him. It's a way faster way to do it, especially when you have like a legit exterior door. It's going to require 5, 8, 9 kicks. One, you're tired because you've just been donkey kicking the hell out of this. Likely your knee, that whatever knee you were using on there, is probably pretty toast. And this guy's only got to worry about lethal. That's all he's thinking. So you as a secondary person, yes, I was taught by street gooners. Chill. You're not processing both the kick and then flipping around and then trying to pull your gun out and trying to whatever. The problem with front kicking is it is way less ergonomically efficient. You can't kick oftentimes also as deep into the door. Your hips basically kind of stop you from doing that, versus when you're doing a donkey kick, you get much closer to the door. You can load up and actually kick through it. It's kind of like in karate, right? Like I don't teach you to punch to the thing that you're meeting. You want to punch through it. Kind of the same thing with kicking is that if you're reaching max kick at full extension and you're actually making contact with it, you're not actually transferring a lot of weight. You also don't move your hips, like your weight, as efficiently. So like a battering ram is just a heavy piece of metal that follows through the door, right? When you're kicking from the front, it's not that you can't do it. In an interior door, screw that. I'm just going to hold my rifle and kick this thing from the front. But on an exterior doors that you're really going to have to rip the hinges off with, you can sink your weight backwards while kicking much easier and more efficiently than you can when you're standing erect. It's just there's some ergonomics to it. Also, you can kick the door from the side when you're donkey kicking it. You'll actually offset yourself from the center while lethal cover standing there. Door gets kicked, and that dude immediately, the second that door swings, that dude punches right into it. Now, he's going to have to do a dynamic entry, which sucks, but it's better than trying to front kick it and do all this other nonsense. But yeah, that's why I promote donkey kick. Also, from a longevity of the officer standpoint, it's way easier on your knees. You'll survive more door kicks doing it that way. Also, Kyle Morgan endorsed donkey kicks, and he had to kick 60 doors in one sit down. So, shout out to him. Also, Delta Force operator, also built like a D1 athlete, so it's a little different.
Yeah.
See no light. He's trying to see. I'm not mad so
Let's
far.
make contact.
Before he even heard anything, he's like, screw it, let's go. I like this guy. He's like, just based on context. This door's gonna suck. Oh, that door's gonna suck.
Salt Lake City Police!
Yeah, that's a good door.
He's saying shoot me. He's back this back door right here. Hey, there's active fighting. Oh, break it in.
See, donkey kick.
I
I tell you what, I'm shocked that guy didn't do it now. It's a little, he only got a flash shot of it. He did, again, donkey kick works. That was in one kick too, so it tells you how effective that was. I just want to show you why exterior doors suck, if I can get it to show. That's that whole door frame had to come off. This whole door frame's jacked. Not a damn thing happened to this door. God, what a sucky. This is why I don't like having to have the donkey kick guy also make the use of force decision. Is he went from kicking, spun around.
Hit the 360 spin.
And then this is where he's having to try to decide to set his feet and take a shot. He's got nothing here, right? Sees the guy. I'll be honest, he probably doesn't see knife. Well, there it is. There's a knife. That's a lot to take in. Oh.
Give us the air. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Show me your fucking head.
That's what he became.
He figured it out.
Backstop.
He was like, oh. Yeah, that's a pucker. That's 1,000% pucker there, man. What a bad time.
543. Shots fired.
Hey,
Shots fired.
good on Chelsea here. She was in it to win it too.
We need to cover him. Safety sweep. Safety sweep.
Good job.
Where's everyone? We got it right here.
Oh, these safety sweeps suck because he's so fast. You have to. It's basically the fastest room clearing you do in your life.
Please.
Fuck that. Kick it.
Please open the door. Come with me. Come with me.
I'm teasing. Knock on that shit. If you only got one suspect, just knock on it. They'll get smoked.
All of you, come with me. Hey, we're extracting people out. This way.
Kick it into the
Get out
kid's
this way.
face.
Shit, no, that's what would happen.
Out this way. All of you. Go, 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 go. Wait outside.
Oh, they got the family out? Let's go.
Clear, clear, clear.
Basement is not clear.
Where's the basement at? Downstairs that way?
Okay.
Good job.
Basement, someone cut them up.
No, did you?
You're gonna hold this spot right here.
Bro.
Not clear.
Where's the basement at? Downstairs that way?
Okay. I'll hold the basement, someone cut them up.
Hold the phone. Now, he did say, fuck. Like, he's feeling it, right? Like, he's feeling the adrenaline dump. I'm not saying I've not ever put my hand on another officer to make sure that they were good. I would roast the hell out of you if I saw this body cam. I was like, whoa, you guys trying to get a date or what? Like,
unwanted touching?
No, it's not that. She's doing a good job of checking it on that officer, but.
No, did you?
You're gonna hold this spot right here.
That was a little too long. Because you could do like a pat on the shoulder, but that's. You might be like, I'm going to need to see that phone. I need to see how much you guys have been now, if they're like dating or whatever, that's different, but. They need to be careful with that.
Yep, you got it.
Caught in front of them.
We're good.
I'll tell you what, my brother in Christ took a few A-zone hits there. He is off the Jesus there. We need to see her body cam.
Salt Lake City Police!
I want to see how he did this.
He's saying shoot me. He's this back door right here. Hey, there's active fighting. Go. Break it in.
3 donkey kick. 1 kick.
Get down!
Good yell.
Give us the air. He's got a knife. He's got a knife.
Bro, straight into it. I love this guy.
Watch out. Joel.
She yelled his name.
Utah cops, man.
I'll tell you what. I had close professional relationships with a handful of female officers. Ain't none of them putting a hand on my shoulder and yelling my name when they think I'm in danger.
What about Bill?
Well, Bill's different. We're not allowed. You're not allowed to compare.
How long
him
did
to,
that head linger?
Oh man, that wasn't on the shoulder. That was somewhere else. Dog.
543. Shots fired.
Wait,
Shots
we get to
fired.
see. Hold on. I'm gonna skip forward.
He's down right here.
Come with me. Come with me. All of you, come with me.
Basement's not clear, guys. Basement is not clear.
Where's the basement at? Downstairs that way?
Okay. I'll hold the basement. Someone cuff him up. Go for you and I go.
No, did you?
You're gonna hold this spot right here.
Sus!
Jennifer, let's go.
Anyways, I'm done. They did a great job. I'm gonna give them more points. That front door team did excellent. I would be Very proud if I was command staff for that. I think that they met the expectation. They put themselves in harm's way, and there's a family that not only didn't get hurt, I think that they're going to realize like that was the police response. When I called the police, they showed up, blew the hinges off of both of my doors, but handled up. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they're going to feel good about them shooting this fool, but like that's got to make you feel better knowing that. And even when that story runs, because you know that story ran on the news, right? They're going to feel like, hey, you tried to hurt our residents. Like that's when you can make the speech, right? You're going to go be some domestic abusing douchebag and showing up to hurt people. This is what my cops will do. Like that's the time to go grandstand it. Anyways, that's the show. Thank you, Vigilantes, for making this. Oh, I got to make this. How do I share this? How do I share the? Oh, they sent me the link to share the playlist. Anyways, that is almost 6 hours stream. You're welcome. Thank you to everybody that stayed up. I have 1,000 messages. Oh my God.
Does this lady sue the cops to have them fix the doors? She should.
She should.
Technically, she shouldn't have to. They should just
do it. Yeah.
Just be covered. It's like a, I don't know, $1,200 fix.
Here is the link to the playlist, and I will update it in the description section of the stream if you guys would like to see any of these on your own or use them as demos. There's only 17 of them, so there's not too many to look through, but you guys can have fruitful discussions, educated by likely the most educated group of police officer commentators and people probably on the internet, to be honest. But anyways, I will do my best to say it. Sam, it's good to see you, brother. Only 1,000. Yeah, it's only 10,000. No, for real. Like, look at my here. You guys gotta get to see this for a second. If you guys want to peer behind the veil here, look.
Damn.
It's a lot of messages. It's a whole lot of messages. There you guys get to go see how often I get pinged for stuff in my daily life. Anyways, Thursday will happen without a hitch. Thank you to everybody that hung out here today. If you would like to see the newest Officers Reacted is available only currently for Patreon and YouTube members, and for as little as $1 a month, you can not only see that, you can contribute to my thousands of pings that I get every day. I do answer all of the comments in the comment sections below. I do also try to do... Oh, dude, the Vigilante actually showed up. Playlist
nice.
has been made public. We did a whole thing for this. So this is how we got the playlist, and it's also how they're able to look at it. And then Sarah got it like, what is it, Premiere or YouTube Premium or whatever it is, so that they don't have to look at ads. So when they do Bodycam breakdown, like when they're searching for these videos, it's very efficient. I'm very proud of them. So shout out. We had a really productive meeting. Shout out to all of the Vigilantes. Without them, this stream would not be possible whatsoever. So thank them for that. And then thank you for producer Juan. He hangs in here, dude. When Juan shows up, he locks in, and he is here. I have to now. I'm working on making this a sit stand desk, so I'm not stressing out as much.
I need to do that. I need a taller light stand so I can go back to standing.
I sit far too long.
Cheeks are disappearing.
But anyways, I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will see you guys on Thursday. Bye bye.